Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 8 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Declaration.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Introduction of private members' bills. Hello. First reading of Senate public bills. Mrs. Shea, seconded by Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North, moves that Bill S3, an act to amend the Coastal Fisheries Protection Act, be now read a first time. This motion is deemed adopted. When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des
Presenting petitions.
Etobicoke North.
Speaker, I'm pleased to present this petition on climate change, our most pressing environmental issue and perhaps the defining issue of our generation. It will profoundly affect our economy, health, lifestyles, and social well-being. How we respond will define the world our children and their descendants grow up in. The petitioners call for the government to table a comprehensive climate change plan, commit to attaining the greenhouse gas emission reduction goals that are supported internationally, and contribute its fair share to fill the megaton gap, the shortfall between existing mitigation commitments and the emission reductions necessary to prevent dangerous climate change.
Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to present a petition from constituents in the province of Saskatchewan in regards to reducing the risk for anaphylactic passengers. They draw attention to the House that on Wednesday, May 22, 2013, members of Parliament voted unanimously in support of anaphylaxis motion 230. That in the opinion of the House, anaphylaxis is a serious concern for an increasing number of Canadians, and the government should take the appropriate measures necessary to ensure these Canadians are able to maintain a high quality of life. And so they ask that the Canadian Anaphylaxis Initiative and our petitioners request that Parliament enact a policy to reduce the risk for anaphylactic passengers applicable to all forms of passenger transportation falling within its jurisdiction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to stand in the House today to table 2 petitions. The first petition is with respect to quite a few people who have actually signed petitions with respect to the Gatineau Park, and they are asking the government to adopt legislation giving the Gatineau Park the necessary legal protection to ensure its preservation for future generations. Given that there are so many parks, we know that and there's lots of endangered species and endangered animals in this park, so we need to protect that, and they're asking the government to do that. The second petition, and I'm pleased that this is a petition that certainly my colleague from Trinity Spadina has put forth a lot of energy in, and it's with respect to a national public strategy. And, you know, we are the only OECD country that doesn't have a national public transit strategy, and it's estimated that over the next 5 years there'll be approximately $18 billion gap in that area. We know what public transit means to communities, so they're asking on the government to provide a permanent investment and a plan to support public transit, to establish a funding mechanism, to work together with all levels of government for sustainable, predictable, and adequate funding, and to establish accountability measures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. L'Honorable Deputy de Hull-Aylmer.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to present a petition signed by many constituents in my riding, Hull-Aylmer, seeking protection for Gatineau Park. As we know, right now, the park has no legal protection, and it's important that this Parliament adopt a bill that would protect our park, which is a treasure for the municipality, but also for the National Capital Region and Canada as a whole. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well,
thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to present a number of petitions petitions on behalf of folks across the prairies in support of maintaining the shelter belt there. Call on the Prime Minister to reverse the funding decision or the defunding position of the shelter belt program so that it continues. It's an absolutely essential program for farmers and Westerners, and that they would like to see this continue until such a point as they can actually take it over, and request that funding be reintroduced.
Présentation des pétitions.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour today to table a petition about the creation of a legal mechanism for an ombudsman for responsible mining operations who would have the power to assess complaints and assess responsibility for labor, human rights, and recommend corrective measures, as well as sanctions by the Government of Canada, such as financial fines for any company that does not respect these standards. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honour for me to table a petition asking the federal government to adopt a national strategy for transportation. As you know, Mr. Speaker, Canada is the only G8 country that does not have a public transit strategy. And I must say that for Eastern Laval, Alfred Pellan, that's very important. We have a lot of problems with transit in Eastern Laval. We have trouble with buses. We had a train for the eastern part that was supposed to go through my riding. Many people in Eastern Laval would be very happy to see a national transit strategy to facilitate transit, whether it's in the suburbs or more urban areas or more rural areas. That is something very dear to us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Westminster Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present three petitions today. The first from citizens across Canada that say, whereas habitat refers to the water or land necessary for survival of all species, including fish, and the habitat destruction is most common reason for species decline and extinction, and weakening of habitat protections in Section 35 of the Fisheries Act will negatively impact Canada's waters and quality of fisheries, and the changing of the wording of the Fisheries Act or laws affecting the health of Canada's ecosystems must be based on the best science available, and whereas it's critical that any changes to the Fisheries Act not jeopardize the ecosystems on which we and future generations depend simply to provide short-term profit for a few, the petitioners call on the House of Commons to keep Section 35(1) of the Fisheries Act as it is currently written, with its emphasis on...
Just remind the honourable member that it's not the practice of the House to read the petitions, but just to provide a succinct summary. I see he has maybe one or two more, so I urge him to provide a very brief summary to the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And two other petitions, one from the regarding thousands of Canadians calling on the government to... They say 92 cents on the dollar paid goes to federal and provincial government. They call on the government to provide long-term funding to provide public access across Canada and substantial down payment in the upcoming budget. And I call on the third petition comes from thousands of Canadians across the country to call on the importation of a ban on the importation of shark fin to Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this morning to present two petitions. The first relates to the ongoing investigation of the 2011 calls that were made, generally referred to as robocalls. It's a timely petition because, as we know, Bill C-23 actually has a good regime. That's one part of C-23 I like, is the part that deals with regulating robocalls. The petitioners in this case are from the Ottawa area and some from British Columbia. They're calling for a full inquiry to get to the bottom of what occurred in 2011. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, also comes from constituents in Saanich Gulf Islands calling for this House to reject any bill that involves mandatory minimum sentences. The petition cites numerous studies from around the world that mandatory minimum sentences are not effective as a deterrent, but actually just drive up the cost of the criminal justice system and are unfair to our youth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Débat d'étape du rapport du projet de loi.
Report stage debate on C-15, Northwest Territories Devolution Act.
There are 5 motions and amendments standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-15. The Chair has received word from the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands that she does not wish to proceed with motions numbered 2 and 3. Motions numbered 1, 4, and 5 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table. Je vais maintenant soumettre les motions.
I will now put to the House motions 1, 4, and 5.
Mr. Mulcair, seconded by motion number 4. Mr. Mulcair, seconded by Mr. Bevington, moves that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting clause 136. Motion number 5. Monsieur Mulcair, appuyé par Monsieur Bevington.
Mulcair, seconded by Mr. Bennington, moves that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting clause 137.
Debate. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My first words regarding these amendments to the bill are to congratulate my friend and colleague, the member for the Western Arctic.
Congratulating my friend and colleague, the Member of Parliament for Western Arctic, for the extraordinary work that he's done, and the leadership that he's shown in this file. The amendments proposed would delete sections 136 and 137 of Bill C-15, and I think it's important to get on the record explaining why. This is quasi-constitutional work that we're doing here today, and as you know, the travaux préparatoires and the debates follow this type of amendment if it ever has to be interpreted by the courts in the future. The people of the Northwest Territories have worked towards gaining more province-like powers for decades. The NDP is in favour of devolution and support the NWT in taking over federal responsibilities in the North. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, Northwest Territories Premier Bob McLeod and his team of negotiators should be congratulated for achieving this significant evolution in the governance of the Northwest Territories. Bill C-15 will provide the people of the NWT something we who live in the provinces take for granted: control over what happens on our land and to profit from the development of our natural resources. In less than 50 years, governance in the Northwest Territories has evolved from a colonial administration by a committee of bureaucrats here in Ottawa to a fully elected and accountable government. I've had a chance to meet them and meet the Premier and visit them in their house, and it's quite extraordinary the evolution that they've gone through. C-15, therefore, is a major step in that evolution, which the NDP fully supports. For
those of us who live in the provinces, there's nothing more normal than controlling our own resources, but that was not the case for the Northwest Territories. The preparatory work is often consulted by the courts when it comes to a constitutional or quasi-constitutional issue, as is the case here, because we're affecting the very basis of the organization of a territorial government.
Changes to the regulatory process be included in C-15 is contrary to a respectful nation-to-nation process when dealing with First Nations, Inuit and Métis peoples in Canada. This, for the NDP, is crucial, Mr. Speaker. An NDP government would make sure that no decision taken at our cabinet table would fail to respect First Nations treaty rights, inherent rights, and Canada's international obligations. The changes to the system of land and water boards created through First Nation land claims agreements are disrespectful to the Dene and Métis of the Northwest Territories. The Conservatives heard over and over from the NWT's Aboriginal governments and many concerned residents that they did not support these changes, but the Conservatives, unfortunately, were deaf to these concerns. However, as a number of First Nations have raised concerns about the amendments to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, We proposed amendments based on these concerns during the committee review to make sure C-15 meets Northerners' expectations. Our member for the Western Arctic tried splitting the bill at committee so we would not impede devolution but allow for a full debate on the more controversial changes to the MVRMA. Once again, we're trying to find workable solutions, but the Conservatives are up to their old tricks. At report stage, we're moving that sections 136 and 137, creating a single regulatory board for lands and waters and eliminating the regional land and water boards, be deleted. These sections eliminate the current system of regional land and water regulatory boards and change the structure of the Mackenzie Valley Land and Water Board to an 11-member board with a chair appointed by the federal minister. This system was created as part of the implementation for the Gwich'in and the Sahtu land claim agreements and the Klitschko lands, resources and self-government agreement. But by unilaterally changing this system, the Conservatives are ignoring the spirit and intent of these modern-day treaties. The original system consisted of 3 regional land and water boards corresponding to the 3 settled land claim areas and a Mackenzie Valley board for projects that span more than one region or are located in areas where there is no settled land claim. This system gives the people, particularly Aboriginal people of the Northwest Territories, a voice in how their land and waters are developed. It's for that reason, Mr. Speaker, that the official opposition, New Democrats, believe that these sections should be deleted. Let the good parts go through, have the proper debate, develop a respectful nation-to-nation approach. That's the way for the future.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Chilliwack, Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's unfortunate that the Leader of the Opposition has continued to spread misinformation about the bill. If he had read the sections of the land claim agreements that he spoke of, I speak particularly Section 2546 of the Sahtu Agreement, 2446 of the Gwich'in Agreement, and 2241 of the Klitschko Land Claim Agreement, all clearly and specifically contemplate a larger board, which is what this bill implements. He also mentioned he spoke to Premier Bob McLeod. The Premier is in full agreement that this bill proceed as it is currently structured. So I'd ask the Leader of the Opposition, why won't he take the word of Bob McLeod? Why won't he let this bill go ahead? It's clearly in order. It's clearly what the people of the NWT are looking for. So why don't we just get on with the job?
Good question.
The honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Here's what's no longer in order in Canada. Failure to fully respect, recognize, and work with First Nations. Exactly. That's part of our colonial past. Exactly. As I said during my remarks, Mr. Speaker, we will be backing those parts of the bill that provide for devolution. That is a step in the right direction. What is a step backwards is imposing this type of regulatory model on people who had agreements, and it's not because the Premier or anyone else says that it can go through in that form that we are allowed, and the Supreme Court has told us this time and again, that we are allowed to simply ride roughshod over the concerns of First Nations. The problem with the Conservative approach, of course, is their bundling, the way they like to do in their budgets, in their budget implementation acts. So they'll put some things in there that people agree with, like the devolution aspect, and then they'll put some things in there that they know are controversial and are divisive. That's the approach that the Conservative take. We will take the following approach. Every decision an NDP government will take on First Nations issue will be respectful of treaty rights, inherent rights, and Canada's international obligations. This doesn't.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, just a comment. Here's what Premier McLeod said in committee about the section on the MVRMA. He says, this is federal legislation, so why would we have an open discussion in our territorial legislature? The federal institution is there for federal legislation. That's what the House of Commons is there for. That's what you are there for. We're not here to debate federal legislation. We debate our own territorial legislation. My leader, this to me doesn't sound like a premier that has agreed and has the support of his legislative assembly for the changes contemplated to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. In fact, what he has said repeatedly is we will have a commitment that will be reviewed after 5 years. What he says is, and what has happened here is that the territorial government has been put in a place where if they want devolution, they have to accept those changes to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. How do you feel in this type of negotiation between the federal government and the territorial government? How does that make anyone feel when we have this kind of heavy-handed action taking place?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again, congratulating my friend and colleague, the Member of Parliament for Western Arctic, for his extraordinary work and the respect that he has on all sides in this discussion. Of course, Premier MacLeod made that statement, and it's a reflection of exactly what the NDP is saying here today, that the Conservatives, by bundling these changes to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, are in fact holding devolution hostage to the acceptance of those changes. So we're asking them to play this frankly, openly. Remove those parts, deal with them separately, and indeed, if they have a guarantee for review in 5 years, let's start looking at what's necessary now. Every Canadian is concerned at how we're doing resource extraction, water management in this country. The federal government has an obligation. It's not an option. It has an obligation to watch out for the water resources in this country. Under the Conservatives, they have not been following that obligation. They have not been respecting it. We are concerned that this is an attempt to force the Northwest Territories to agree to this, and that is exactly what Premier MacLeod was saying in his statements in the House. We're about devolution. That's what he and his government are trying to get. Oh, by the way, this part, the sections that we're discussing here today, that's your problem. Well, that's why we're talking about it, Mr. Speaker. So I don't agree when the Conservatives try to impugn the motives of the opposition when they say that we should be listening to Premier MacLeod. I return the invitation to listen to Premier MacLeod. He's saying that this is a matter for the federal parliament. This is our job. Let's remove this section that has nothing to do with devolution and deal with it separately. That's what the people of the Northwest Territories want, and that's what the official opposition wants.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and obviously we will be rejecting the amendments that have been put forward because they would undermine the entire purpose of this bill, which is to devolve a regulatory system that is modern, efficient, and effective for the Northwest Territories. Mr. Speaker, this government's long-standing priority has been creating jobs and increasing economic growth. Later today, this House will hear our Minister of Finance deliver Economic Action Plan 2014. Before that happens, this House will consider, under the impressive leadership of our Prime Minister, committed to securing our northern sovereignty, promoting prosperity for Northerners, protecting our Arctic environmental heritage, and giving the people of the North a greater say in their own affairs. We've come a long way since then to implementing this Northern strategy, and Bill C-15 will help us to further realize these goals by ensuring that the people of the Northwest Territories have greater control over their resources and decision-making. On June 25, 2013, this government made a historic promise to the people of the Northwest Territories and to all Canadians. We signed the Northwest Territories Lands and Resources Devolution Agreement with the Government of the Northwest Territories and 5 Aboriginal partners: the Inuvialuit Corporation, the Northwest Territory Métis Nation, the Saulteaux Secretariat Incorporated, the Gwich'in Tribal Council, and the Tlicho Government. Bill C-15 will bring this agreement into effect and will ensure that the people of the Northwest Territories have the tools they need to manage their own lands and resources and to ensure the long-term prosperity of their territory in a way that only they know best. As the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development stated in this House this past December, this is a critical juncture not only in the political and economic evolution of the Northwest Territories, but also in the constitutional development of our great country. Our government wants to help the people of the Northwest Territories achieve their rightful place in Canada's future and become full political and economic players in our great country. But in order to do that, first, we must improve the current regulatory framework. And second, we must put management of the NWT's land and resources under local control and modernize the Northwest Territories Act. Bill C-15 will enable us to accomplish both. That's why Bill C-15 would amend the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act to, amongst other things, establish beginning-to-end time limits for environmental assessments, introduce life-of-project licensing and regulation-making authority for cost recovery. Second, Bill C-15 would amend the Territorial Lands Act to improve environmental protection by increasing fines and introducing administrative monetary penalties for violations under the Act. And third, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-15 would modernize the Northwest Territories Waters Act by introducing time limits for water license approval process, life of projects licenses, and increased fines. In making these changes, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-15 would enshrine in law not only an effective regulatory system, but also one that is modern, competitive, and consistent with other jurisdictions in Canada and the world. More specifically, C-15 would align the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act and Northwest Territories Waters Act with other federal environmental assessment legislation, including the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act and the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act, and give the authority to the Government of Canada to make regulations to recover costs that boards incur while undertaking assessments and licensing reviews. Finally, reducing the number of boards from 4 to 1 will ensure consistent application of the regulatory framework in the Mackenzie Valley while maintaining a regional presence through proportionate Aboriginal representation on the board and through the work of regional panels. Mr. Speaker, I'm convinced that all members of this House appreciate that in order to promote jobs and economic growth, the regulatory climate in the North must be sound and robust. We must ensure that we protect the Arctic's environmental heritage while giving Northerners a greater say in their own affairs. This is a goal that we share with Premier Bob MacLeod, who explained during his testimony before the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development hearings in Yellowknife, we need an efficient and effective regulatory system in the Northwest Territories that protects the public interest, allows us to manage our land and environment, and promotes responsible development. I'd also like to highlight the observation I heard in Yellowknife from Chief Harry Deneron of the Acto-Denico, who contrasted the development-rich environment in my province of British Columbia with the dearth of projects due to the regulatory quagmire in his community in the Northwest Territories. He noted, if it's not a safe place to invest by those developers, then they're not going to come here. I think that's more the reason that we're here today. And this is why we're here today, and this is why this government is acting. These amendments will ensure that the regulatory process in the NWT is strong, effective, and predictable, and will attract future investment. At committee 2 weeks ago, we heard from Rick Myers of the Mining Association of Canada, who reiterated the impetus for reducing regulatory red tape by noting that future development in the Northwest Territories will be dependent on its ability to attract investment. Therefore, the Northwest Territories investment climate will be a highly motivating factor. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, and I addressed this a little bit earlier, there have been various misunderstandings spread about the legislation, and in particular with respect to the improved Mackenzie Valley Land and Water Board. And I'd like to take this opportunity to set the record straight. It has been implied, in particular by my friend across the way from Western Arctic, that the improvements violate the spirit and intent of the settlement agreements that have been signed by Canada and its Aboriginal partners. I would reiterate, as I did earlier, that in Section 2546 of the Satu Dene and Métis Comprehensive Land Claim Agreement, Section 2446 of the Gwich'in Comprehensive Land Claim Agreement, and Section 2241 of the Tlicho Land Claims and Self-Government Agreement, they clearly and specifically contemplate one larger board for the Mackenzie Valley. Our government has been proactively consulting with Aboriginal groups on these changes for a number of years now, and the minister specifically empowered John Pollard, a Northerner, to undertake the consultation process. Mr. Pollard held over 50 meetings with Aboriginal groups, industry and other stakeholders over the course of his mandate, and a number of concerns raised by Aboriginal groups, such as representation by regional nominees on committees considering projects taking place in a specific region, were included in the legislation as a direct result of these consultations. Quite simply, the Northwest Territories Devolution Act would ensure that the regulatory regime the people of the Northwest Territories will work with is efficient and effective for generations to come. In addition, C-15 would also make important changes to the Northwest Territories Act. The Act guides the very governance of the territory and acts as a cornerstone for the territory's legal framework, a framework of which the new land and resource management will soon be a part. It would update the authorities of the territory's legislature and remove the paternalistic role played thus far by the federal government. In addition, it would give the legislature of the Northwest Territories authority to govern for itself its size, oaths, and rules of procedure. It would also give the Legislative Assembly of the Northwest Territories the authority to manage immigration and enter into agreements with the territorial, provincial, or federal government. It also removes archaic provisions that are no longer relevant to the modern Northwest Territories. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, with this Act, the people most affected by decisions will now be the ones to make them. People with intimate knowledge of local priorities, local opportunities, and local challenges, they will be the ones to have the final word on how public land is utilized, how water resources are managed, how mineral resources are developed and conserved, and how the environment is protected. Mr. Speaker, I cannot overstate the significance of this change for the ability of the Northwest Territories to determine its own political and economic future. By passing this bill, we can make the people of NWT true partners in Canada's current and future prosperity, partners who are fully invested in the responsible use of their territory's resources, fully engaged in the policy decisions that affect their lives and livelihoods, and fully equipped to determine their own destinies. Mr. Speaker, I urge all honourable members to support this bill and its swift passage. Together, let's help Northerners continue to build our great nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for the Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague across who had the opportunity to hear testimony in Yellowknife in front of the Standing Committee, overwhelming testimony about the desire not to get rid of the regional boards. He mentioned Chief Harry Deneron. Chief Harry Deneron actually lives in a region where there is no settled land claim. Any regulatory work that's done in that region is done under the larger board, the Mackenzie Valley Land and Water Board, not under a regional board. In fact, Mr. Speaker, was quite clearly identified by almost everyone who dealt with the regulatory system. They said settle the land claims first. That's one of the major components of why we don't have success in the Decho region where Chief Harry Deneron resides. So I'd ask my colleague, could he explain why he's using this example of a chief that's in a region that doesn't have a regional board, that serves under a central board, as the example of why he should get rid of the regional boards?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the testimony of Chief Deneron was very compelling. He spoke about how he currently flies into Fort St. John to conduct his business, and he said you can see the lights of the development stop at the artificial Northwest Territories border because there's the investment, the developers simply don't have confidence in the current regulatory regime in the Northwest Territories. We heard time and again that the investment climate, the regulatory process in the Northwest Territories prevents investor confidence, and that's why we want to continue down the road of regulatory improvement, because we know that an efficient, effective, predictable regime for regulation will encourage development, will encourage the economy of the Northwest Territories. That's what we on this side of the House will continue to pursue, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is no doubt that good quality regulation in terms of dealing with the issues of land and water management is absolutely critical for the development of our North, as it has demonstrated even in our 10 different provinces from coast to coast. Mr. Speaker, the issue in part is that there needs to be this sense that the government's done its job in terms of the consultations with the different stakeholders. We've had a presentation, from what I understand, from different stakeholders, in particular Premier MacLeod, in regards to some of the concerns that he has. There is no doubt that the economic future relies very heavily in terms of just to what degree we're able to see that development of land and natural resources that might be there, water management controls, regulations play a critical role in that. To what degree is the government satisfied that it has met the consultation needs to the degree in which that there is an overall consensus, something that should have been strived for in terms of as a goal? It would seem from the outside looking in that the government hasn't done its job in terms of the adequate consultation, and that's the reason why we're seeing some of the resistance that we're seeing in regards to some of the water management issues.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and certainly consultation was a key part of this bill. And for over 60 years, there's been a desire for devolution in the territory. And when we talked about the regulatory changes, those we also consulted on that. I mentioned Chief Negotiator John Pollard, who held over 50 meetings in the territory with Aboriginal groups, stakeholder groups, and others to get their input. And as a result of that input, we actually made changes from the original agreement that are reflected in C-15, where we had regional representation. When the board travels, we ensured, based on Aboriginal feedback, that there would be that Aboriginal representative, that local representative would be on that regional board so that the local knowledge and the local input would be received. Mr. Speaker, we continue to consult on all of these files, but certainly on this bill and on the regulatory improvement on devolution, we consulted widely. We heard from Northerners. They want this bill, and it's time to move forward.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Pleased today to rise and speak to Bill C-15. Mr. Speaker, this particular bill is of significant importance to the people of the Northwest Territories, but also to the people of Canada. Mr. Speaker, the agreement, the final agreement, as we see it today, will transfer the decision-making and administrative control over lands and resources from the Government of Canada to the Government of the Northwest Territories. This agreement, Mr. Speaker, has been a long time in coming. As we know, it was under the Paul Martin government where the first agreements were signed with the people of the Northwest Territories. So land devolution has taken quite some time to get to where we are today. Over the last number of weeks and months, I guess, the Committee of the House of Commons have had the opportunity to read through this legislation, to study it more closely, but most importantly, have had the opportunity to hear from people across the Northwest Territories, from Aboriginal governments, from business organizations, labor organizations, mining groups, along with the territorial government itself. In all of those presentations, Mr. Speaker, what we were able to see very clearly was people who had tremendous pride in where they come from. They have a lot of pride as people and residents of the Northwest Territories. They have, Mr. Speaker, tremendous amount of respect for the land, for the culture, and for each other. And that was very evident in the presentations that we heard. It was also very evident that these were people who have worked for a very long time to get to a place where they would have more authority over governing themselves, over the right to make decisions in their own territory, in their own lands. It was an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, probably for the first time in their history, where they were able to bring the territorial government and all of the Aboriginal governments of the Northwest Territories together to support what was to be one of the greatest strides that they would make for the future of their territory. What I also heard, Mr. Speaker, was concern. A lot of concern expressed by these individuals over the fact that government was not just introducing a bill of devolution to give back some power and control to the people of the Northwest Territories, but also introducing amendments to the Mackenzie Valley Water Resources Management Act. Amendments that they felt was going to weaken the amount of power that they had in decision making. Amendments that would see a number of their boards amalgamated, providing them less people on these boards and therefore less input. So there was a lot of concern raised around that particular aspect of the bill, and many questions that were directed at the government as to why they would want to amalgamate amendments to both pieces of legislation under Bill C-15. Mr. Speaker, we never did get a clear answer as to why that was happening, but nevertheless, lots of efforts were made to change it. I want to acknowledge the work that was done by all of the committee members, but certainly by the member as well for the Northwest Territories, who, Mr. Speaker, proposed a number of amendments in committee to try and have changes made to this part of the bill that would meet the expectations and satisfy the concerns that existed amongst many of the people that he represents. Unfortunately, these amendments were not accepted through committee. And in addition, Mr. Speaker, myself as the representative on the committee proposed 4 amendments that again were amendments that were brought forward as a result of the consultations, the presentations that we heard from people who live in the Northwest Territories. Those amendments, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately were not accepted either. And as a result of it, we're here today, Mr. Speaker, dealing with what is relatively a very good piece of legislation that was a long time in coming, but yet has flaws that could have been fixed, flaws that could have been avoided, and yet the government is choosing not to do that. It puts everyone in this chamber in a very difficult position, as it does put a lot of people in the Northwest Territories. During those committee hearings, when I listened to people talk about their concerns about losing control to the federal government through water management and land management, and having to give up seats on the board, I also asked them questions about how they felt if this bill was to come to the House of Commons. You know, would they support it as it is, or would they reject it because these things were not going to be changed? I think almost every person that I put that question to in committee did say that they would support the overall devolution. And they realized the importance of that particular piece of the bill to the future of the people of the Northwest Territories and for them to move forward as a region. What is very disheartening, Mr. Speaker, is that they feel that this is being rammed down their throats. They feel that their concerns are not being listened to, and while they want to see devolution and while they're prepared to accept what is there as a last resort, they certainly would prefer to see changes. They are only asking for the opportunity to have fair representation, to have an equal voice, to have more say, to not be controlled by this particular House or by the government of Ottawa, but by the government of the Northwest Territories. It's a very fair request, and it's a request that could have been accommodated by the government opposite, but they decided not to do that, and that was unfair. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that, even after all of the attempts that were made by myself, by the member for the Northwest Territories, and others to make amendments to this bill, to try and accommodate the people and the governments, the Aboriginal governments of the Northwest Territories, it has been to no avail, and that is unfortunate. But, Mr. Speaker, we cannot ignore the fact that this agreement is necessary and important for the Northwest Territories to move forward. We also heard from the Premier of the Northwest Territories and his government when they talked about devolution and the need to have this bill passed. They talked about the fact that delays in passing the bill would have tremendous implications for them as a territory when it came to resource development. We know, Mr. Speaker, that we do not want that to happen. As Liberals, we want to see the Northwest Territories have the kind of independence that they have sought. We want them, Mr. Speaker, to have the ability to make decisions regarding the environment, regarding resource development, regarding business management, regarding growth and opportunity that arise within their own lands. We want them to have the kind of control and decision-making power that they have long dreamed of. And we only hope, Mr. Speaker, that through the passing of this bill, however flawed as indicated and pointed out, that over time, through cooperation with the Government of Canada, that the territory itself will come to find that place where they can have the kind of stability in terms of decision-making that they seek right now, but also have control, a greater control than is currently being offered. We also know, Mr. Speaker, from our past experience as a Liberal government in negotiating previous deals with the Yukon and Nunavut, we've also known that it takes time to work through a lot of the things that often arise as a result of these agreements. We certainly want to wish the people of the Northwest Territories the greatest success in achieving the goals that they're setting out to achieve, and to let them know that we are here to support them and to help them build the path forward for the people of the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question Kamantide, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened with interest to the member's speech, and I hope that she would want to correct the record in her answer here, because indeed the government did accept 2 NDP amendments at committee, and her amendments she claimed were not accepted. They indeed were out of order, Mr. Speaker, and she failed to bring them forward at this stage where they would have been in order. So I think definitely we have made changes as we've gone through this bill. We've accepted some of the member from Western Arctic's amendments, but perhaps she'll clarify that, and the record will clearly show that she did not, in fact, represent what happened at committee there. She talked about an equal voice, and I wanted to give her an opportunity again to talk about how the Gwich'in, Sahtu, and Tlicha will all have representation on the new board, how the territorial government will make recommendations on additional seats, and how when the board comes together, it is acting in the whole interest of the Mackenzie Valley, not just the individual settled regions. So perhaps she can talk about how the new board structure will indeed give equal voice, give voice to those settled land claim areas.
Honourable Member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy to respond to those questions. First of all, out of the 4 amendments that I proposed, only one of them was out of order. The other 3 were clearly rejected by the government members on the committee, Mr. Speaker. However, they were supported by the members of the NDP, and I certainly would thank them for their support with regard to that. With respect to the amendments that were proposed and accepted by the committee members, and Mr. Speaker, they talk about the importance of getting information out to elected officials and key stakeholders, and meeting, Mr. Speaker, as well, the need to have as much information as possible from the commissioner and so on. We support those particular amendments. You know, there's nothing in that really, Mr. Speaker, speaks to what a lot of the people have been asking for in many of their presentations, which is for more representation on the Mackenzie Valley Water Resource and Management Board. The amendments that I put forward, Mr. Speaker, and I want to remind the member opposite, was to ensure that there was more representation from the Tlicha, Mr. Speaker, and the Sahtu, and the other group, government, Mr. Speaker, when it came to this particular board. We asked that they would be not that even we would increase the size of the board, but the other 3 positions that were there, we asked that they would be afforded to the Aboriginal governments that currently had representation, and the government rejected that.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Labrador for her discourse this morning. I think it was once again, and this was demonstrated in Yellowknife at the hearing, she actually listens to people and hears them and hears what they're saying. And this is an important part of the work that we do in Parliament, is to actually hear what the citizens of this country say. And quite clearly, in those hearings in Yellowknife, there was overwhelming desire for people to leave this alone, leave the regional boards alone. We have not put forward an amendment to delete all the sections within the changes to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. I think we all recognize that the federal government, in giving more powers to the territories, has a responsibility to hold on to, and they have increased in many ways their powers within the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. To my colleague, do you think that the people and the citizens of the North, the First Nations, would be satisfied with these amendments? Would they be completely satisfied if the regional boards were put forward as the way to go in the future here?
The honourable member for Labrador, you only have about 35 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the questions. It was quite obvious to me that the Aboriginal governments are not satisfied with the composition that's being proposed. They felt that under the current structure, they have more control and they have more say. And as Aboriginal governments, they have more control over the lands in which they live. Mr. Speaker, what they were asking the government to do, pleading with the government to do in that forum in the Northwest Territories, was to listen to what they have to say, make the proper changes in terms of the board composition to allow them to have what it was that they desired. In fact, Mr. Speaker, they would have preferred if the board had been left as it is. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak on this bill which affects my life, the life of my children, and the life of my grandchildren, the lives of all my friends and relatives that live in the Northwest Territories. It is part of our life. This bill is part of our life, and we are the only ones that really are affected by the bill. This bill is for us. Our point of view is very important. I want to thank the Leader of the Official Opposition for standing up and speaking to this bill at this critical moment as all have said in the House here, this critical moment in constitutional development for Canada. So I'm very pleased that he's taken the time to do that. Devolution is well supported in the Northwest Territories. We don't have to argue about that. We don't have to work very hard on that section of the bill. We did get 1 or 2 amendments in there that help a little bit and make it more equitable throughout the 3 territories, this particular bill. The contentious part is the changes to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. And there's a clear consensus that the one thing that is not appropriate is the change to from the regional boards to a super board. It is inappropriate, counterproductive, divisive, and destabilizing. All the things that we don't want to have happen in the Northwest Territories. These are things that go much beyond the addition of a few extra people sitting on boards making the future of the Northwest Territories. This has massive consequences to all. Our amendment today to restore the regional boards, this is a matter that will strengthen C-15, that will strengthen devolution, that will ensure stability. It truly is representative of the wishes of the people of the Northwest Territories. I urge the government to support this amendment. This amendment can only help to create a bill that will heap praise on your shoulders. That if by supporting this amendment you will show your humanity and your desire to do the right thing. I want to review how we got here as presented in testimony. The first step in that was the McCrank report. Now, when Mr. McCrank stood in front of the committee, he admitted that the idea of a super board was his idea. There was no one in the Northwest Territories that suggested that to him. That idea came from him, from an Alberta person who ran the Alberta Energy Utility Board. Of course he thought that the structure should be similar to Alberta, but that's not what we have set out to do in the Northwest Territories. We have set out to have regional governments, Aboriginal governments, whether they're Inuvialuit, who are keeping their regional boards, by the way, or the Satu, the Tlicho, and the Gwich'in, who have made agreements. Now, my colleague across talks about there was contemplation within the land claims of a single board. Contemplation does not mean agreement. Contemplation does not mean that you can go ahead without full negotiation to change a land claim because you contemplate something within an agreement. After the McCrank report, the government hired Mr. John Pollard to be their chief federal negotiator. It's interesting that the testimony from the Tlicho indicated that in 2011 they gave the government a protocol framework for negotiating changes to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. They were willing to work with the government to do the right thing here, to make changes, to make the system more efficient. They set out a protocol. That protocol was shelved. Mr. Pollard in testimony admitted that with just taken as information, nothing was done with it. So what we had was a situation where governments held meetings. Mr. Pollard held many meetings, but they weren't in any agreed upon framework with the two elements of the land claims, the First Nations, who have treaty rights and treaty responsibilities to their citizens, and the Government of Canada representing the Crown. There was no agreement on how you would negotiate changes to these land claims. That is where this government falls flat on its face. So departmental officials then presented bills to in the fall of this year to the First Nations. They presented a separate bill for devolution, a separate bill for the changes to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. They were never taken together. And both legal counsels for the Tlicho said, in the October session, I asked the federal, this is Bertha Rebesca-Zoe, legal counsel for the Tlicho government. In that October session, I asked the federal officials who were there doing the presentations whether those bills would be bundled as an omnibus bill, and we were never given a response. Mr. Darren Lees, legal counsel for the Satu, said, never once were the federal devolution negotiators able to provide any substance or details about the Mackenzie Valley legislation in the proposed amendments. This is the state of the consultation that was taking place on this Act C-15. So quite clearly, the process on devolution has been going on for 20 years. The problem we had with devolution was getting First Nations governments on side. Premier MacLeod accomplished that for devolution. We've heard the testimony from Premier MacLeod. He didn't involve discussions about the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act with the First Nations. He said that wasn't their business. So once again, that regulation, those regulation issues were designed to be kept separate. Today, we put forward an amendment to bring peace to this issue. Regional boards are working fine today. And I want to quote Mr. Tom Hoffer, Executive Director, NWT and Nunavut Chamber of Mines. We recognize that the Aboriginal community is validly concerned by the loss of the existing regional panels. You should know that a number of industry members, especially those that have developed close working relationships with the regional boards, have likewise expressed concerns and reservations. Does that sound like industry's offside on the regional boards? No, it doesn't. How does this uncertainty serve anyone's purposes? We're likely to be caught up in litigation. We're likely to have a new government in a year and a half. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, yeah.
We're going to have to fix these mistakes that have been made here. We're going to have to fix them because the conservative attitude of ignoring the wishes of the people will eventually catch up to them, and they will be thrown out of office. So, to the Conservatives, do your job. Listen to people. Hear what the people have to say. Hear what the people in the Northwest Territories have to say about the laws that affect us only, the laws that are how we want to develop. Listen to us. Hear us. That, perhaps, if you follow that lesson with us, you may follow that with others, and you may find that your political careers can be extended. You know, the North is a great adventure. I've been part of it my whole life. And we will, in the end, do the right thing. We will, in the end, create a territory with a unique and powerful system of government. Conservatives, join us in doing that. This is a simple amendment that doesn't change much at all, but represents so much to us. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while I don't agree with much of what the member for Western Arctic has to say, I appreciate his passion, and you know, I think he mentioned there'll be a change in government. I think probably there may be a change in the member for Western Arctic in a year and a half, but we'll get on to the question that he talked about. I know that the NDP doesn't support responsible resource development. The members made numerous comments in that regard. When we were in Yellowknife, we saw the chart of the exploration funding plummeting off the end of the table because of the uncertainty in the regional or in the regulatory regime in the Northwest Territories. Now, again, I know that resource development doesn't concern the NDP. But he talked as well about the North, this being a decision for Northerners. 17-1, Mr. Speaker, the government of the Northwest Territories, a consensus government, voted in favour of devolution. The Premier has said that we need an efficient and effective regulatory system in the Northwest Territories that protects the public interests and allows us to manage our land and environment and promotes responsible development. So can the member explain why his leader said that actually regulatory improvement is holding hostage devolution? Why don't they stop holding this bill hostage and let us deliver to the people of the Northwest Territories what they're looking for?
The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, Mr. Speaker, those comments I find to be they're not really worthy of my colleague across the way, who has actually shown to be quite a reasonable fellow most of the time. And I really, you know, when the Premier spoke about the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, and my colleague knows that that's the only thing that we're standing up here today in this report session talking about. If this amendment goes through, we'd be very willing to, and we'd be happy to give the Conservative government accolades for what they're doing with this. So this is the area of dispute. What the territorial Premier said, it wasn't my responsibility to inform anybody about the federal legislation. So that federal legislation, being the changes to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, was never discussed at the Territorial Legislative Assembly. It was never given air. So when my colleagues suggest that somehow the Territorial Premier has any mandate to speak about that legislation, quite clearly he said, I don't have a mandate to speak about it. So this affair, the expression of this affair was what happened in Yellowknife in front of the Standing Committee, and he knows very well that those people spoke up very strongly. Those people of interest for the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act said their piece there. and I hope he could continue to listen to them.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I certainly want to thank my colleague for his speech today on this particular bill. I know it's very important to him and to his constituents. But, Mr. Speaker, he talked about what we heard in many of the presentations in the Northwest Territories, if not all of the presentations, and that was concern over the regional boards and doing away with that process for the super board, which allows for less representation for the Aboriginal governments, especially for the Gwich'in and the Sachu and the Mr. Speaker, and Dacho, or Clecho. Mr. Speaker, what I would ask my colleague is that with the passage of this bill, without any amendment to the Water Management Board itself, what will be the impact upon those three particular Aboriginal governments in going forward with the work they have to do for the people in their particular area?
Good question.
Honourable member for Western Arctic, you have about 40 seconds.
Okay, well, the testimony in front of the committee was that through the regional boards, those three organizations were well represented, and those regional boards had delivered environmental regulations in a very effective fashion. And that was backed up by the 2010 NWT environment audit. Those boards were working. Those people, they had capacity within their own region to actually understand the issues surrounding development. That's absolutely the most important thing that can happen for people in a community, in a region, to understand what's going on with the development. When they do, when it's clearly expressed and understood by people that they trust, that will lead to efficient development of resources. And that's the case. It's not going to happen if they don't have that trust.
Resuming debate, we're pleased to debar the honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to speak to this Bill C-15, an act to replace the Northwest Territories Act. Before I do that, I wanted this House to know, and people that are watching, especially in the Northwest Territories, the member from Western Arctic has been vocal advocate of the Northwest Territories. He's a native, and that shows in his commitment to the people of Northwest Territories. He has been vocal about bringing their views into this House and addressing some of their concerns, unlike the Conservatives, who have failed to listen to all of the party's stakeholders that have voiced their concerns in regards to this bill. Mr. Speaker, this bill basically gives more powers transfers more powers to the Northwest Territories. In the provinces, we already look after our resources, look after our waters. We do that in the provinces, but this bill actually is an amendment to the Northwest Territories Constitution to allow them to make local decisions that are in local interest. You know, the parliamentary secretary just talked about, this bill is holding hostage the development of resources in Northwest Territories. My question to him is, what took them so long? It's been 8 years since they've been in government. They're the one who are creating this uncertainty. They could have brought this Devolution Act long before, but they chose not to do that. And, Mr. Speaker, we on this side totally agree with the Northwest Territories in transferring power in regards to their own management of their resources. You know, like all the other bills that Conservatives bring in this House, there's usually a little caveat in each bill, and there's also a caveat in this bill. We've seen this movie played over and over, where they'll bring in a bill. There's few good things in there, and there's few poison pills in there, and that's a similar thing in this bill. If you look at what people of Northwest Territory wanted, they wanted to look at transferring of power, devolution, and also what the Conservatives did. They made changes to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, which a lot of people in Northwest Territories aren't aren't too pleased about it. Of course they want devolution, transfer of powers to make local decisions, and that makes sense, and we agree with that. We agree with people in Northwest area. We've been advocating for transferring more powers to the province or territories so they can make local decisions that will have local input into development of Northwest Territories. Mr. Speaker, making one trip a year to Northwest Territories is not looking after Northwest Territories. These Conservatives had a chance to bring this bill forward. 8 years, the last 8 years, they haven't done that. So we're glad they finally brought it together. Mr. Speaker, this particular bill basically will transfer transfer powers, administrative control of public lands, resources, and rights in respect to waters in the Northwest Territories. There's a huge support among Northwest Territory governments, the First Nations and Métis group. They wanted this transfer of powers many, many years ago, and we're glad that they're doing that. The other changes that have concerns in the Northwest Territories is in regards to the changes to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. Basically, Mr. Speaker, what that does is they have regional boards that work very well. They work very well, and in fact, they're making local decisions. What this particular act does is it dissolves those local boards and puts in a bigger board, a super board that looks after the Northwest Territories. Mr. Speaker, there are many, many concerns in regards to this particular change to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. And then this is a quote from a number of people that have expressed concerns in regards to the changes to the MVRMA. Bob Bromley, he MLA in February 2012, he's pointed out that, and I quote this, the federal government's proposal to collapse the regional land and water boards into one big board is disturbing, unnecessary, and possibly unconstitutional. A single board does nothing to meet the real problem, failure of implementation. Again, Mr. Speaker, we've seen over and over. When this House makes changes to laws, we make laws or there's legislation in front of us, it's our responsibility to consult the stakeholders, to bring in experts, to bring in people that are going to be affected, the stakeholders, the very people that are going to be affected. We listen to them, and we make proper legislation that will have maximum benefit for Canadians. And we've seen over and over again where Conservatives fail to consult their stakeholders, people that are going to be affected by particular legislation, and that is a similar case in this particular legislation, Mr. Speaker, especially in regards to the changes being made to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. Over and over, we've heard from my honourable member from Western Arctic, again, who has spoken up for the people of Northwest Territories. We've heard from him that the people on the ground, they weren't sure whether these changes to these changes to this act were going to be made either by two bills. Let's have the devolution bill, transfer of powers in regards to resources, management, control over administrative in one bill, and then look at the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management, changes to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act separately. Yet the Conservatives chose not to do that. And I have to give it to Conservatives here because they usually don't like amendments. And this particular bill, and I've seen thousands of amendments from the opposition parties being defeated in various different bills. This particular bill, they accepted 2 NDP amendments, and that's because of the hard work of my honourable member from Western Arctic. Like I said, he speaks up for people from Northwest Territories, and we've seen Conservatives not wanting to make changes that people at the ground wants. And we've introduced a couple of amendments at the report stage that we like to see Conservatives support so that they can listen to the people at the very ground that are demanding these changes to be made. and I'm hoping my Conservative colleagues will look at those changes. Mr. Speaker, there are other validators in support of devolution, which we support and which we have encouraged the government to transfer these powers. Again, it's taken them 8 years to get to this point to make these changes. And we support those because those changes will allow for decisions to be made at a local level. That'll have local input. That'll provide stability. Of course, it'll provide stability for resource development in the Northwest Territory, Mr. Speaker. Here's Robert McLeod, the Premier of Northwest Territories, and he's supportive of devolution. The Assembly has a vision of strong, prosperous, and sustainable territory. Devolution is a path to the future responsibility of our lands and resources, is the key to unlocking the economic potential that will provide opportunities to all our residents. And he said this back in June of 2013 in the Legislative Assembly. Of course, this will provide for prosperity for the Northwest Territories, and the NDP has been advocating for people of Northwest Territories. Again, Mr. Speaker, I know I don't have much time left, and I encourage my honourable colleagues across the aisle to support the amendments that we are proposing so that the people of Northwest Territories can see a change, can see a sustainability, can see resource development, can hear their voices in this House, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good job. Questions and comments? Question et commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate that Northerner from Surrey North for his comments. I would congratulate him. However, it seemed just to be a stunning lack of knowledge on the file with his speech. The member from Western Arctic has told us to slow down. The leader of the opposition, take it easy. And this member said, why didn't you do it the first day you took office? You should have just rammed it through. In fact, Mr. Speaker, just the act of moving this implementation 1 year forward was a Herculean task that the department and the government of the Northwest Territories and the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs should be congratulated for. But to say we should have done it 8 years earlier, just bizarre, Mr. Speaker. He talked about how well the regulatory system is working in the Northwest Territories. Yeah, there are some mines in operation, but the exploration dollars are falling off the end of the table, Mr. Speaker. The investment dollars are drying up in that area, and we want to devolve a regulatory system that is efficient and effective. Does the honourable member, is his opposition to responsible resource development so strong that he wants to keep in place a regulatory regime that actually discourages investment?
The honourable member for Surrey North.
See, there you go again, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives sort of making up of their own facts and figures, whether we're against development or not development. And I can assure this member that we are for responsible, sustainable development in the Northwest Territories. And in regards to his question about speeding up or slowing down, the NDP has always supported more resource management at the local level in the Northwest Territories, and we've actually encouraged the government to do that. What we are not comfortable with right now at this time, because of the local voices at the local level, is the changes to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. And it's very clear that these two different ideas or two different policies, changes, should have been debated separately so that people that are affected, the people that are going to be the stakeholders, would have had their voices heard or have their say in regards to the changes that they prefer to make in those two legislations.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for Surrey North. And as the first time I've had a chance to take the floor this morning, I want to particularly pay tribute to the honourable member for the Western Arctic for his leadership on this file. The Green Party was able to put forward a number of amendments in committee. They were also defeated, thanks to the member for Thunder Bay Superior North, who took the fight there. I'm very disappointed in this bill, as I know all of us on the opposition benches are. We want to see devolution for the Northwest Territories, and the rights and the process that's gone on for some years. In response to the question that my friend from Surrey North just received from Parliamentary Secretary, of course they had 8 years to bring forward the part we all agree on, What we don't understand why it's being shoved down the throats of First Nations in the Northwest Territories, of the Tlicho, of the for the Satu, for the Quichin. Why on earth take apart these regional boards? They have worked well. My question to my honourable colleague is, what do you think it is about the numerous Supreme Court decisions that explain clearly that First Nations have constitutionally enshrined rights that require of the federal government not just to touch base, but to engage in specific, detailed constitutional consultations? What about the Supreme Court decisions in Delgamuukw and Haida and the numerous decisions? What about them can't the Conservative Party understand?
The honourable member for Surrey North, you have a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleagues for that wonderful question. And she talks about why is it that Conservatives don't respect the decisions made by the Supreme Court. Not only they don't respect those decisions, we've seen in this House, in the last Parliament, where they're making laws that the experts are saying that they're unconstitutional. And of course, the Conservatives fail to, again, listen to not only constitutional experts, but also the very stakeholder that is that the legislation is being affected. And again, I agree with the member in regards to the changes that we do agree with. We agree with the devolution of powers for the Northwest Territories, but again, they bring a poison pill. That is the changes to the boards of the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, and without any consultation or at least hearing from the people at the ground from the Northwest Territories whether they wanted these changes or not. And I think they failed to see the very changes that they are proposing, how it's going to affect the ability of the local people to make their own decisions, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Churchill.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very honoured to speak to this bill, an important bill for our team, and I also want to acknowledge the very hard work of my colleague and friend, the member of the Western Arctic. I've had the opportunity to work with the member for the Western Arctic for a number of years. In fact, since I was first elected to this House just over 5 years ago. And I've always admired, as a Northerner myself, I've always admired his commitment to the people of his territory, and more broadly to the people of the North. He and I have found common ground on many issues, but perhaps the bond that ties all of us from the North is the recognition that Northern people must have control over what is theirs, over their territories, over decisions that matter to them, over their governments. And Mr. Speaker, I know very well that this same notion has guided the member of the Western Arctic's work day in and day out in this House, and also on this very important piece of legislation, C-15. But what I also know as a Northerner and as a Northern Member of Parliament is the importance of working with First Nations. And not just working with them in symbolism, but working with them and respecting their rights, their treaty rights, their inherent rights as Aboriginal peoples, and recognizing that their rights and their right to self-government is instrumental in guiding the work of the federal government. And this isn't simply a recognition that we believe on paper. This is something that we enact in our work, certainly in our party, and that guides us in our work on the ground. And I certainly know that to be the case in my province in Manitoba. But what it also means is speaking truth when legislation comes to this House that disrespects those very rights. And I wish I could say that Bill C-15 was the first example of this federal government turning a blind eye to treaty and inherent rights. But it isn't. We have seen piece after piece after piece of legislation that has gone right after those rights, disrespected them, and disrespected the absolute centrality of consultation with First Nations. And once again, unfortunately, we're seeing this unfold with regard to Bill C-15. Now, the member for the Western Arctic, our leader, and our members of parliament in the NDP have said that devolution is absolutely necessary. The Northwest Territories for years has worked for this goal. People have worked hard, and the people of the Northwest Territories deserve what so many other Canadians and Northern Canadians have, which is a say in their destiny, in their future. However, Bill C-15, as it stands, also neglects a very important relationship between the Crown and First Nations directly. And unfortunately, if Bill C-15 passes, the treaty rights of First Nations in the NWT, the Aboriginal rights of Aboriginal people in the NWT will not have the same kinds of protection and recognition as others, and certainly as they ought to be. And Mr. Speaker, it's not us saying this. The member of the Western Arctic is representing people in his constituency, people like Jake Huron from the Métis Nation, who was speaking on the consultation process, said, quote, "It's very frustrating when you are at the table and you think you're involved, only to find out that your interests are not being considered seriously." Or Gabrielle Mackenzie-Scott from the Tlicho government, who said, quote, "Our key message to ANSI is that there is nothing wrong with the system and it needs time to grow and improve." Bob Bromley, an MLA, said, quote, "The federal government's proposal to collapse the regional land and water boards into one big board is disturbing, unnecessary, and possibly unconstitutional. A single board does nothing to meet the real problem, failure of implementation." Mr. Speaker, we've heard from people from the Gwich'in Tribal Council commenting on their opposition to the changes to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, who said, quote, "We have a land use plan. We have a land and water board. We have a claim. People know the process, and it works very well up here. It's only in the unsettled claim areas that there seems to be concern with the regulatory regimes and the speed with which they process applications or lack of speed." John B. Zoe, the senior advisor to the Tlicho government, also commented on the lack of consultation. Quote, "We're saying we should have a deeper involvement and have a say and have our voices heard on what those changes are, because that's a three-party agreement that was made in 2005. Mr. Speaker, it is clear accepting the linkage of the two distinctly different legislative bills affecting the Northwest Territories betrays important First Nations. And I want to read from a story that came from the Northwest Territories News just yesterday. They note that this agreement in this form betrays the Satu, the Tlicho, and Gwich'in governments, who all worked with the government of the Northwest Territories until they had built the trust to sign on to the devolution. And Mr. Speaker, that is what we have the power to stop, that betrayal. We have the power, and this federal government has the power to deviate from this pattern that they have undertaken, that governments before it have undertaken, frankly, since colonization, that the federal government knows best, and that the rights of First Nations and Aboriginal people are secondary. And in fact, if they are disrespected, it's okay. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to be part of a party, the NDP, that represents many Northern people across our country. Our party believes that treaty rights and inherent Aboriginal rights not only must be respected, but must guide our work every step of the way. And that full consultation is key to coming up with any legislation that affects people, Indigenous people's futures. Mr. Speaker, we do not tolerate the paternalistic approach of this government. And while we recognize that everybody in this House agrees that devolution must happen and must happen in a timely way, given the tremendous amount of work that the leaders of the Northwest Territories and the people of the Northwest Territories have done, that this cannot preclude the work we must do in respecting First Nations and inherent rights. So what we're asking is that devolution go forward, with the exception of the parts of this bill that directly impose on First Nations and inherent rights, and that we do better, and that we make this we help create a system of devolution, and we support the kind of devolution that everyone in the Northwest Territories wants. Not just some people, but that everyone, including First Nations, be at the center of this system. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm very honored to have been able to speak to this bill. I'm very honored to stand in this House and represent Northern people that deserve nothing more than to be heard, to have their rights respected, and to have control over their destiny in our country. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to raise a point. The member for Churchill has claimed that the NDP are in favour of devolution and in fact pointed out that the people of Western Arctic have worked for years for this goal. Yet in the next breath, they would use the premise of consultation, not enough consultation, to try to derail and stall this very important piece of legislation. I want to point out, Mr. Speaker, that never is consultation enough for the NDP. And I'm wondering, is the member aware that the existing land claim agreements allow for a single board to serve the entire Mackenzie Valley, and the board restructuring was first recommended in 2008. Since 2010, this approach has been extensively discussed during negotiations with Aboriginal groups by the Chief Federal Negotiator, John Pollard, and the restructured board would consist of 11 members appointed from nominations from the Aboriginal groups of the settled and unsettled areas and the government of the Northwest Territories, as well as appointments from Canada. Mr. Speaker, this bill has seen extensive negotiations with the Aboriginals, and I would like the member opposite to comment, please.
The honourable member for Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, what I would start off by saying is that we've seen time and time again that this government doesn't actually know what consultation with Indigenous peoples means, whether it's on C-15 or other pieces of legislation that affect Indigenous people directly. But what we're talking about here is preventing a piece of legislation, or pardon me, the parts of a piece of legislation that directly disrespect First Nations and inherent rights. And Mr. Speaker, this is this isn't an issue that's secondary. If we're going to support a proper avenue to devolution, it must include respect for treaty and inherent rights. With respect to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, and with respect to the position of First Nations in the NWT vis-a-vis the federal government. We believe in the NDP that this is a critical point, this is a non-negotiable point, and it connects to our principle, a principle that is very clearly not held by the Conservative government, which is that First Nations and Aboriginal rights must be respected.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think that my colleague hit the nail right on, because in response to the Conservative question, so here is a letter from the Tlicho government. It says, Canada has failed to recognize the unique constitutional reality in the Northwest Territory created by Land Claims Agreement. It cannot legislate in a manner that is inconsistent with these modern treaties. This is not just about consultation. It is about ensuring that legislative choices are constitutionally sound and do not breach constitutionally protected treaty rights or undermine the purpose and intent of our agreement. We have heard this on a number of occasions during the testimony on this study, because I happen to sit on the Aboriginal Committee. And so I'm just wondering, because what we've seen is that we have people who come and testify before the committee and are basically, their comments are basically dismissed by this government, even though these are the people who are living it on the ground. So maybe my colleague can expand on the fact that the need to listen to this, and whether or not we're going to be seeing more and more of Canadian dollars wasted on legislation that is not constitutional.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Churchill, you have less than a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, also a fellow Northerner, for raising this important concern raised by the Gwich'in. And not only are we very concerned that this government is about to spend significant money on a devolution process that has some real faults that we could separate from this bill and prevent from happening. But there's also the possibility of litigation. And, Mr. Speaker, this government has a dark history of spending tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars on litigating First Nations. Some of the peoples in this country that have the least amount of money. And this government somehow chooses to fight them in court and finds that instead of sitting at the table and finding a solution when the time is right, like now, that they will do it in the courts. And, Mr. Speaker, that is unacceptable. We in the NDP believe that First Nations and inherent rights are integral to the work that we do, integral to the work of the Northwest Territories devolution system, and we will not waver from that position. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate, l'honorable député de Alfred.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me today to rise and to speak to Bill C-15. Before starting, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank two people who worked very hard on this bill. First of all, I'd like to thank our leader, the honourable member for Outremont, for the support and for listening to the government of the Northwest Territories on these changes, and to the First Nations groups. The member for Outremont today tabled a motion. I think it's very important to remember that, and I'll address that motion a little later. It deals with clauses 136 and 137. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, from the bottom of my heart, I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Western Arctic, for his hard work on this issue. He's done yeoman's duty on this bill. He held consultations with the groups affected. It's important, of course, for him because it affects him personally as a member from the North. He was born in the Northwest Territories. He's very familiar with the issues, and the member for Western Arctic has made it his duty to represent his citizens, his constituents, and I'd like to thank him very much for the work that he's done. We believe in a fairer world, a more prosperous world in the NDP. We believe in our natural resources and in using them in a sustainable, responsible way. We believe that by listening to and consulting people and interest groups, we produce better legislation. We also believe that the best way of working with the First Nations is to have a nation-to-nation approach and view, not a paternalistic one. When the NDP forms government in 2015, we will ensure that we respect international treaties that have already been put in place. Mr. Speaker, that's why we take C-15 so seriously. As I said a little earlier, the NDP leader tabled a motion which calls for the deleting of clauses 136 and 137 so that they can be dealt with separately. We won't hide the fact, Mr. Speaker, that no one here is opposed to virtue. Everyone agrees that the majority of the aspects in Bill C-15 make sense. And that's why we would like to split off clauses 136 and 137, because they raise serious concerns for us, but also for the people who will be affected by C-15. We want to ensure that Bill C-15 meets the expectations of Northerners, and we want to focus on the issues which deal with the Mackenzie Valley Resources Management issue, which were raised by people in the North. Now, with respect to the management of these resources, that is where the problem lies in Bill C-15. Now, What are clauses 136 and 137 all about? Well, I think it's important to mention that for the benefit of Canadians who are watching today's debate. What 136 and 137 do is to create a single body. It will eliminate the regional individual land and water boards. So it will merge them together to create one board. And that is something that has caused great concern at the Northwest Territories Assembly. And if I may, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to quote Bob Brownlee, who is a member of the Assembly in the Northwest Territories, and in February 2012 he said the government's proposal to merge the boards responsible for land and water to form a large one is unnecessary, worrisome, and probably unconstitutional. The creating of a single board is not going to provide a solution to the real problems, the failure to implement. Now, the committees that are currently in place are responsible for land and water in the Northwest Territories, and they're working well, Mr. Speaker. He's not the only one who's raised concerns. A little later on, I would be more than pleased to quote some who've got concerns with those very specific clauses in the bill. What we're saying here today, Mr. Speaker, is why not debate those two clauses separately? And that's why the NDP leader, our leader, moved a motion to remove them from the bill and to hold adequate consultations in the Northwest Territories on these issues. We need to have a nation-to-nation approach on these changes. And we must fully respect the concerns of Northerners with respect to clauses 137 and 136. So what we're saying, Mr. Speaker, is let's split those two off from the bill. Let's unanimously adopt a C-15. Let's adopt the other items in the bill and then focus on 136 and 137. Now, with respect to the devolution of other powers to the Northwest Territories, we find that that is a very important aspect. I'm from a province and not from a territory myself. So I'm fortunate to live in a place where there are more powers delegated to the provinces. The natural resources, well, in fact, the situation with the management of the natural resources in the Northwest Territories surprised me. Now, I'd like to say a few words now about the situation for provinces. Inhabitants in the Northwest Territories have been working for decades to hold powers that are similar to those held by the provinces. The NDP is in favor of transferring of powers to the Northwest Territories with a view to having them take on certain federal responsibilities in the North. The NWT and the Northwest Territories, in fact, are in the best position to understand how the resources should be used, and that decision should be up to them. Now, that's so important, Mr. Speaker. There's nothing more important than having control over their own natural resources. Now, not all that long ago, Mr. Speaker, I'm young, as you know. When I started university, I did a BA in environmental geography and political science, and at the time I had an internship in Mont-Laurier at the Department of the Environment in Quebec, and I'd like to salute the people in Mont-Laurier. I had this opportunity to spend a summer working on various projects. I worked on natural resources management for that territory and the forest, and as it related to lakes in the Mont-Laurier region and fishing. It was a wonderful opportunity, and I learned a great deal from my experience at the Department of Natural Resources. And what I noted, what I recall most about that experience, Mr. Speaker, was the respect of workers working on natural resources. Now, the people I worked with were in charge of implementing new legislation, which led to a different in fact, management strategy for the forest. I saw them implement the legislation, and I saw, in fact, just how closely the departmental officials work together with scientists to, in fact, respect the natural environment. The province managed that, and that, in fact, had an impact on the land management strategy that was used. So I understand the position of the Northerners with respect to managing their own natural resources, and I support them, Mr. Speaker. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I would just like to say that I have profound respect for the willingness of the people in the Northwest Territories to assume responsibility over managing their resources. It's important to have a nation-to-nation approach in dealing with the First Nations who will be affected by this bill. This approach is important to help achieve a greener, more prosperous environment, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, the Conservatives missed the ball with respect to consultations on 136 and 137, and those sections are very paternalistic in nature. Access to the resources, however, and other aspects of the bill are ones that I agree with, but I see that my time is up, Mr. Speaker, so I will conclude on that note. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Desenet, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I find it very ironic. Myself, I come from First Nations background and heritage. I'm very proud of my heritage. But what I'm also very interested in is about economic development and growth development in Canada. Canada is basically refounded on resource development, on resources. And for First Nations and Aboriginals, about being, instead of being held down, this government is trying to do a hand up, try to work in partnership with First Nations and Aboriginals in Northwest Territories. What I find very ironic is here's the NDP believing it's a paternalistic approach of not allowing Aboriginals to be partners in economic development. And here's what I mean, Mr. Speaker. And the member from Western Arctic is quoted. We know that resource development hasn't reduced the poverty, and we can't simply rely on resource development to redistribute income in a fashion that's going to work. My question to the member, does she believe no resource development will not help Canada and Aboriginals, and especially those in Northern Territories, on job creation and helping Canada prove jobs can work for everybody?
Député
The honourable member for Alfred Pelon. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think that the colleague opposite fully understands the NDP's position on this subject. The only clauses that we don't agree with are 136 and 137, which have no link to the question that my colleague opposite put. The rest of the bill will be very good for the First Nations members and for the North. 136 and 137 creates a single management water and land management board, and that is something that has caused concern among Aboriginal peoples. We agree with responsible and sustainable management of our natural resources, Mr. Speaker. Where we also agree with the fact that powers need to be transferred to the territories, powers that they currently don't have. That makes logical sense. But there are experts and members of the Legislative Assembly in the Northwest Territories and the First Nations don't agree on, and that is the merging of the boards, and that is where our concerns lie today.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Compton-Stanstead.
The honourable member for Compton-Stanstead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague on her excellent speech. She touched on a point, and our member for the Northern Arctic also touched on an important point. Why didn't, in fact, the government take into account the concerns raised by representatives in the North who were concerned with certain aspects of this bill? while supporting the rest of the bill, like the NDP. Now, it's unthinkable, Mr. Speaker, to envisage a situation where they can implement a bill that will have repercussions on people in that area, but that their concerns aren't taken into account when it comes time to preparing legislation that will be accepted there for economic development, for the responsible development of these resources. We must absolutely take into account the views of the people in the North. Each time the Conservatives do the same thing, they don't take into account the views of the stakeholders and people who are affected. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellon. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Compton-Stansted for his remarks. He's touched on a very important point. Perhaps it's the way that the Conservatives draft their bills. C-15 is a bill that is, for the most part, a good bill in the view of almost all members of this House. But there are sections in the bill where they didn't have unanimity, where there are profound concerns by the people who will be affected by this bill. So there are some extremely important aspects with respect to the development in the North, for example, the devolution of powers. However, not understanding the regional reality and merging regional boards, water and land management boards, in the Northwest Territories is a serious problem, Mr. Speaker. We need to acknowledge our mistakes. That's how we make good legislation. That's why we're asking the government to split off those two clauses. Everyone can agree to the rest of the bill. And we'll be taking positive steps for the people of the Northwest Territories.
To please the débat, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be addressing this House on Bill C-15, a very important piece of Canadian constitutional legislation, ultimately, Mr. Speaker. This bill would amend the Northwest Territories Act, and we sometimes forget just how important some of these foundational statutes are. The NWT Act is essentially a part of the Constitution of Canada, and we are amending it through this legislation. Not long ago, in 1867, the Fathers of Confederation actually had a change made by a statute in England called the British North America Act. That's just another statute. This is just another statute, but it has incredibly important ramifications for the people of the Northwest Territories and therefore for all of Canada. I want to start by saluting the work of the Premier of the NWT, Mr. MacLeod, for his negotiations, for his patience in negotiating an arrangement with the Government of Canada. And while I'm at it, I want to congratulate my colleague, the member for Western Arctic, who has shown remarkable leadership in this entire process and educating some of us Southerners about what this really means to people who live and work in the NWT. So I want to start with those words of congratulations, but I also want to echo something my friend from Saanich Gulf Island used, and an adjective she used to characterize her reaction to this important initiative, and that was the word disappointed. Because we must be disappointed at a bill which had such promise, which could have brought us all together in support of this remarkable enterprise of devolution. And I agree with much of what the Conservatives have said, including the Parliamentary Secretary, who talks about the remarkable impact of a bill like this on economic development, jobs, and the future of the NWT. So why would I be disappointed? I'm disappointed that this government has seen fit to essentially ignore the wishes of Aboriginal partners in the NWT, the Kliko, the Satu, the Gwich'in peoples, who all wanted the regional boards that exist there and appear to function well, that are created as part of co-management, that are created as part of a land claims agreement, that are part of a constitutional fabric that has been negotiated in modern times. And they're disappointed that they're being replaced by a super board. So therefore, instead of being here joyously celebrating an event that's important in our constitutional history, what we're doing today is, as my friend said, expressing disappointment in this government for once again doing what our leader, the Honourable a member for Outremont characterized as bundling. Once again, I didn't say bungling, I said bundling, because they bundle traditionally things that we would all want to support and stand up and salute with measures that are poison pills, to use a word that my colleague from Surrey used earlier in this debate. And that is why I'm so disappointed that this could have been a joyous event, but in fact it's such a disappointing one. I've seen those examples before in recent weeks in this Parliament. I've seen how in the safe injection bill, the government managed to find a way to oppose that. And yet, of course, in the Unfair Elections Act that was debated yesterday and closure was invoked, that's another example where they put some nice measures in that we would love to support, but then spoil it with things that no sensible parliamentarian could support if they believe in fair elections. So therefore, I'm anxious to see why the government feels it can disrespect Aboriginal leaders in this way and expect us to support such an initiative. Don't take my word for it, Mr. Speaker. I'm not making this up for rhetorical purposes. On November the 18th of 2013, Grand Chief Eddie Erasmus of the Kliko First Nation, the government of the Kliko in the NWT, said this in a letter written to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs, and I'd like to quote that letter. As your treaty partner, I am writing to ask that you reconsider the path Canada is currently on in relation to the MVRMA amendments relating to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. Canada is proceeding with an approach that is inconsistent with the proper interpretation of provisions in our agreement and will constitute a breach of our agreement and the honour of the Crown. This would result in the MVRMA being constitutionally unsound and of no force and effect to the extent that it breaches our agreement. Canada's current approach will also damage our relationship and create regulatory uncertainty. We hope this does not come to pass. There is a better way to move forward." Close quote. And Mr. Speaker, that is exactly so. There is a better way to move forward than to bundle such unpopular and unnecessary legislation into a bill that really deals with something so fundamental, namely devolution. What is devolution? What is the impact of this? Well, essentially, the NWT would keep half of its resource royalties without losing federal transfers, up to a total of 5% of its budget expenditures. They will get some of the powers that provinces have. They will become a more representative government, a more democratic government with the resources to do what's needed to meet their demands in the NWT. Well, those royalties are just part of what's going on in this kind of initiative, Mr. Speaker. Of the 3 Northern Territories, only the Yukon controls its own resources, and Nunavut negotiations are still ongoing. So this kind of initiative, as I'm told, will allow the territory to reap about $65 million a year from resource royalties. About 18% of that will be transferred to the 5 Aboriginal governments that signed on. And Ottawa will send another $65 million to the NWT to compensate for the cost of those responsibilities, including the salaries of federal bureaucrats who would go to the NWT payroll. The concept of devolution, Mr. Speaker, was originally agreed to in October of 2010, and here we are in 2014 about to pass, perhaps, an initiative that is long overdue. I want to agree with the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Aboriginal and Northern Affairs, who said earlier in this debate that we need a robust resource regulatory system and we need better land management regimes, or the developers won't be coming to create jobs and economic opportunity in that territory. However, I'm told by my colleague from Western Arctic that when we had hearings recently in Yukon of the relevant committee of this House, that the overwhelming desire was to leave the resource regulatory boards in place. And that, I think, is something that needs to be emphasized. And in emphasizing that, I want to read from an editorial in the NWT News that was apparently written yesterday about this very arrangement that we're talking about. It goes on to say a number of things, but let's talk about the super board that this government insists on making part of this initiative, the poison pill that I mentioned earlier. The editorial in the NWT News yesterday says this, I quote, "Whether Ottawa has the right to create a super board in the NWT is irrelevant. What matters is 3 groups of people fought hard for the right to self-government and negotiated in good faith for the right to help shape decisions at the regional level. They've been abandoned by their government. Accepting the linkages of the 2 distinctly different legislative bills affecting the NWT betrays the Satu, the Clicquot, and the Gwich'in governments, who all worked with the government of the NWT until they had built the trust to sign on to devolution. The Gwich'in went so far as to drop a lawsuit that might have held up the deal." And it goes on, Mr. Speaker, to say this. While devolution is undeniably good for the NWT, what the government of the NWT is losing, regional input, trust, and cooperation, tarnishes the accomplishment. Worse, the so-called super board is nothing more than a public relations move to placate the global cash-starved mining industry at the expense of Northerners. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to salute the government for finally negotiating a devolution agreement which is so critical to our country, for the constitutional change it's making to our country, but I wish, Mr. Speaker, that they would reconsider what the Northerners want them to reconsider, which is the creation of an unnecessary super board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to return the favour and thank my honourable colleague from Victoria for his excellent address. And as we look at this agreement, those of us who have, as my honourable friend does, as I have, a legal background, it's astonishing to me, as I made this point earlier today, that the Conservative administration refuses to take seriously numerous Supreme Court decisions. The elimination of 4 regional boards that have been the result of negotiation and treaty, that are part of a government-to-government relationship, is not merely a matter of we told them about it for years so they should be ready for it by now. That is not consultation. I wonder if my honourable colleague would like to reflect, based on his own extensive experience in this area, with what proper consultation, nation to nation, between the federal crown and First Nations would look like if this government got it.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
I'd like to thank my honourable friend from Saanich Gulf Island for her contribution, an important contribution to this debate. I don't understand, Mr. Speaker. Consultation isn't something that would be a nice to have, it's a must have. The Supreme Court has made that abundantly clear, and in many cases involving the North as well, recently involving the Yukon self-government arrangement and constitutional protections there. They reinforced what they had said so frequently in southern cases, if I can call the Delgamuuk case and the Haida case southern cases, that in the North as well, honor of the Crown is relevant. So you enter into these regional agreements with First Nations, you make them part of a land claims agreement, they're working well, and then the government comes along and wants to blow it up. That isn't respectful, and it's probably not constitutional either, because the Government of Canada has been held to account more than once on the need to observe the honour of the Crown. And that's a living, breathing requirement of consultation and accommodation. Many experts have said that this simply will not stand up. And again, I ask why? Why are we here on what could be the most happy day for the North talking about something that's so unnecessary?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill that we have here today is really a bill that empowers the Northwest, the government of the Northwest Territories, and it empowers them to collect all royalties and fees from resources in their territory. That's a huge step forward and one that they've been waiting for years. The government of the Northwest Territories is going to retain 50% of the resource revenues, and up to 25% of this 50% will go to First Nations that have signed on to devolution. This is very good news. I can't understand why why the NDP keeps complaining about it. The bill is about jobs and growth. Resource revenue sharing is a vital part of developing and harnessing this growth for the benefit of all Northerners. And I would like to hear from the honourable member from Victoria a comment on the NDP opposition to this very important step toward developing self-governing and sustainable communities in our north.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Well, I'd like to thank my honourable friend from Calgary Centre for her remarks. I hope I was clear in my introductory remarks when I congratulated the parliamentary secretary for that initiative, when I agreed with him that economic development was crucial for the North and that the devolution part of this bill would go a long way in that direction. I thought I was clear. I thought the Western Arctic member was also clear in his support for that fundamental proposition. So if I'm not clear, let me say it again. That part of the bill is long overdue. Indeed, the Liberals had, I think, 13 years to do something and didn't, and this government did, and I'm finally glad that we did. But let me say, Mr. Speaker, to add a poison pill, which has been so rejected by First Nations and which is likely unconstitutional, strikes me as absurd.
Time for a quick question. The honourable member for the Western Arctic.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in 2002 and 2003, there were numbers on the table with the federal government at that time. The devolution was proceeding at that time with a lot more authority, a lot more control. There was larger sums of money being offered for the A-based funding, and this whole thing fell apart because the First Nations were not on board with the territorial government at that time for devolution. So what we have now is a situation where the First Nations are on board, and we're taking away one of their essential elements that they have within their regional claims. Does that make sense to you?
It does make sense to me. I presume that the member was asking me the question, but we'd rather hear from the honourable member from Victoria.
Well, thank you. I thank the honourable member for his observation. And as I indicated earlier, one of the First Nations, the Gwich'in, went so far as to drop a lawsuit that might have held up the deal, showing that they wanted to get on with this, but that nothing was happening. But therefore, it becomes even more inscrutable why we would have a bill that would have created a board that the First Nations want to reject and therefore are going to likely want to litigate against. For what? We should be celebrating devolution, not, frankly, having such an issue to be debated at all.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in the House today to speak to Bill C-15, and I won't give the full title because I only have 10 minutes, but essentially we're talking about Northwest Territories devolution and changes to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. I want to acknowledge the work that the member from Western Arctic has done, and I think he's clearly outlined the NDP position on this and has indicated that the NDP is in favour of devolution and support the Northwest Territories in taking over federal responsibilities in the north. As well, the NDP and the member from Western Arctic has acknowledged that the NWT knows best how its resources ought to be used, and ultimate authority should rest with the Northwest Territories. But as you've heard from others, Mr. Speaker, in typical Conservative fashion, what we have is what should have been a straightforward, clean bill, and instead the Conservatives have inserted changes to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, and that is where the most opposition we've heard from NWT has come. And I'm going to spend my brief time talking about the opposition to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, and I'm going to refer to it as the MVRMA. My colleague from Victoria has quoted from the article "Devolution Dishonoured" Monday, February 10th, NWT News North. So I'm not going to quote extensively, but I want to start my remarks with this. The article said, "Well, devolution is undeniably good for the NWT. What the GNWT is losing in return, regional input, trust and cooperation, not to mention political integrity, tarnishes the accomplishment." They go on to say regional boards, by all accounts, worked with industry and bolstered public confidence that development was being done to the benefit of the people affected. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think those are critical comments because much has been made about need to improve regulatory management, yet in the testimony that came before committee and other comments that were submitted in written briefs, it appears that the regulatory management under these regional boards was working. And I want to refer to a letter of January 20th to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs from the Tlicho. And in their comments, in their conclusion, they say C-15 will unravel the advances in reconciliation that have been made between Canada and the Tlicho people over the past 2 decades. Canada has failed to recognize the unique constitutional reality in the NWT created by land claims agreements. It cannot legislate in a manner that is inconsistent with these modern treaties. This is not just about consultation. It is about ensuring the legislative choices are constitutionally sound and do not breach constitutionally protected treaty rights or undermine the purpose and intent of our agreement. And so, Mr. Speaker, when we see comments like this, you wonder about the Section 35 analysis that may or may not have been conducted by the government and what that Section 35 analysis might have indicated about potential breach to agreements that have been signed. And I was one of the fortunate people that was in the House when the Tlicho agreement was passed in this House, and it was a great day, I would say, for Canadians. But when you continue to see the spirit and intent of these agreements undermined by future legislation, it does raise some concerns about the government's attention to spirit and intent of these agreements. I want to read from the brief that was provided by Alternatives North, Ecology North. It was submitted on January 17th. And I want to read from this because I think it outlines very clearly the concerns with the proposed changes to the MVRMA. They talk about the legislative foundations, and the political and legislative base for the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act is co-management of the NWT's lands and waters through an integrated regional and territorial level system of environmental planning and assessment and regulatory review. This integrated co-management model arises from federal commitments made in the Sato and Gwich'in Comprehensive Land Claims Agreement in the early 1990s. The current version of the MVRMA states in its preamble that the Gwich'in Comprehensive Land Claim and the Sato Dene and Métis Comprehensive Land Claim Agreement require the establishment of land use planning boards and land and water boards for the settlement areas, regional boards, referred to in those agreements, and the establishment of an environmental impact review board for the Mackenzie Valley, and provide as well for the establishment of land and water board for the area extending beyond those settlement areas. They go on to say that the relationship between the regional land and water boards and the territorial land and water board is clearly articulated in the land claims agreement and in the MVRMA. Section 24.4.6b of the Gwich'in Comprehensive Land Claim Agreement 1992 and Section 25.4.6b of the Sato Dene and Métis Comprehensive Land Claim Agreement 1993 and subsequent to the enactment of the MVRMA, Section 22.4.3 of the Tlicho Land Claims and Self-Government Agreement 2003, all state that where a territorial board is established that also has jurisdiction within respective settlement areas, the regional boards become panels of the Territorial Land and Water Board, which is how the system currently operates. Now, Mr. Speaker, they go on to indicate in their brief that, in essence, this integrated co-management model, since its legislative inception, has embraced regional planning boards, regional land and water boards panels, an environment impact review board, and a territorial land and water board through which the regional boards and panels operated. The model also included an adaptive management component through Section 148 of the MVRMA, which calls for an independent environmental audit every 5 years to assess environmental trends and the integrity of the environmental management system. The integrated co-management system founded in land claims agreement legislation in the MVRMA and actualized through public government institutions has operated successfully for over a decade in the Mackenzie Valley to the benefit of all NWT residents. They go on to outline a number of other issues, Mr. Speaker, but I know that my time is short, so I want to touch on a couple of problems that were highlighted in this document. And it's under the section entitled Problematic Amendments to the MVRMA. The first thing that they touch on is the board panel restructuring. First, the proposed amendments to the preamble of the MVRMA is a significant reinterpretation of the Gwich'in and Sato Land Claims Agreement, and therefore the Tlicho Agreement, in that it drops a key phrase. Instead of stating that these agreements require the establishment of land use planning boards and land and water boards for the settlement area, the added preamble states that the agreements require the establishment of land use planning boards for the settlement areas. Canada has essentially unilaterally reinterpreted the intent and scope of these agreements by reneging on its commitment to regional boards. And this is an important point, Mr. Speaker, because this is the point where people are suggesting that there could be court challenges because of that unilateral attempt to reinterpret these agreements that were signed in good faith by all parties. Secondly, the definition management area in Section 51 of the current Act, which refers to the respective land claim settlement area, is being repealed on page 100. This amendment means that Canada and the MVRMA no longer recognize the distinct nature of settlement areas within the NWT. And of course, we often talk about how important local and regional control is, and this repeals that provision. Thirdly, sections 54 through 57.2 and 58 through 68 of the current Act, which establishes and defines the role of the Gwich'in, Sawtoo, and Wakazi land and water boards, are replaced by sections that consolidate land and water management roles and authorities in a centralized Mackenzie Valley Land and Water Board. These amendments dislocate land and water management authorities from the respective land claims regions and diminish the sense of ownership and engagement Aboriginal regions currently have in land and water use decision. And fourthly, Mr. Speaker, Section 54.2 of the amended Act establishes an 11-member central board with 1 member each nominated by the concluded land claims regions, 2 members nominated from the unsettled land claims region, 2 members nominated by the territorial government, and 3 members, excluding the chairperson, appointed by the federal minister. It goes on to say that this grants the federal minister the right to unilaterally appoint the chairperson, which is not the current case, where the board members nominate a chairperson for appointment. Section 56 of the amended Act calls for the project panels of 3 members to be determined by the federally appointed chair, which may or may not include a member from the region, and which a project is to occur. And, Mr. Speaker, I mean, that very piece in itself, you could have decisions being made for a region without any representation for that region, and that just doesn't seem a logical way to proceed, particularly when this Act is being sold as more control. And finally, one of the concerns raised is that increased ministerial authority. And it says, given the MVRMA amendments are contained in Bill C-15, which has been put forward as a bill to implement the devolution of land and water management authorities to the GNWT, it is baffling how certain sections of Part 4 of Bill C-15 result in increased authority for the federal government at the cost of territorial and Aboriginal government authority and or the authority of northern boards. This appears to be devolution in name only, but not in practice. And, Mr. Speaker, I think that's probably a good place to conclude. So, although, as the member from Western Arctic has rightly pointed out, New Democrats support devolution, the MVRMA undermines that process by taking away the regional responsibilities that have been working well over the last decade. So, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Fednor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in my first opportunity to debate through you to this member, I want to take this opportunity to appreciate what she brings to the Aboriginal Affairs Standing Committee. I had an opportunity over the past couple of years to be a part of that committee, and I appreciate the important work she's done, and as well to the member from the Western Arctic, despite some rather profound disagreements. My question for her today is that earlier we heard the Leader of the Opposition suggest that regulatory improvement is holding devolution hostage. I find that difficult to believe. I'm sure that the member for Nanaimo Cowichan was present during the hearings in Yellowknife where she heard the Premier say, and I quote, "We need an efficient and effective regulatory system in the Northwest Territories that protects the public interest, allows us to manage our land and environment, and promotes responsible development." Now my money is on the Premier's words, but I was wondering if the member could reconcile these comments or clarify what on earth her leader is saying when he says regulatory improvement is holding devolution hostage.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Well, I want to thank the member, the minister, for those kind remarks with regards to our working relationship. And I have to say that sadly I was not in Yellowknife because I was fogged in on Vancouver Island. However, I have reviewed the testimony and the briefing notes from those days. With regards to, we've got, the problem with this piece of legislation is that we've got 2 pieces of legislation combined in one that should never have been brought together. We've got the Northwest Territory devolution, which is broadly supported. I mean, there may be some minor changes that are required, but it's broadly supported. And then what we've got is wholesale change to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act that is not broadly supported, hasn't had the kind of consultative process that should have been put in place for a process that's going to impact on self-government and land claims agreements. And if there are regulatory changes that are required, that should have been a very broad consultative process. So when our leader talked about the fact that Northwest Territories devolution is being held hostage to regulatory management, he's absolutely correct. Our understanding is that people were told, well, if you want devolution and you want it to happen now, you have to accept these regulatory changes. That doesn't seem like a fair and honourable way to bring forward significant changes to the territory.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we know that the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act was put in place to, set a mandate for existing land claims in the Northwest Territories. And when we listened to many of the presentations that were given us, this was outlined time and time again. It was supposed to be a true co-management regime that in the Northwest Territories that was negotiated between Aboriginal governments and non-Aboriginal governments. These Aboriginal governments today feel that the federal system is imposing up on them and up on that agreement. And I asked my colleague today, what will be the impact of government's ignorance to their claims and to what they're saying today if this is not amended?
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Labrador for that very important question. Of course, in my speech, I talked about the spirit and intent of land claims agreements and self-government agreements and treaties. And this proposal to move forward without the appropriate consultation undermines the spirit and intent of the treaties. And I want to just turn for a minute to the Katludeche First Nation, and they made a general statement, and there's 2 points that they made in their statement I wanted to touch on. It says that they have concerns about the changes to the MVRMA. One of them is the dismantling of the regional land and water boards, and the other is the increased ministerial authority. Now, of course, the spirit and intent of comprehensive land claims and self-government agreements is to rest the authority for decision-making with the nation with whom that land claims or comprehensive self-government agreement was negotiated. And here we've got increased ministerial authority, which seems to undermine that whole process of devolving authority to the rightly appointed people.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Juan-de-Fuga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak on the NDP amendments to C-15 at report stage. And I want to start with a personal note, which really is based on my own observations of the glacial progress toward devolution and self-government in the Northwest Territories. My first job out of university was with the government of the Northwest Territories, and this was some 40 years ago when the Commissioner of the Northwest Territories was appointed by the Prime Minister and acted as a colonial governor of the North. I lived there for 2 years, working as the Deputy Registrar of Vital Statistics and the Superintendent of Treaty Indian Band membership. And that gave me the privilege of working with First Nations all across the Northwest Territories. At that time, I got to know the young and emerging leaders who are now the chiefs of the Northwest Territories at that time. It was also the time of the first proposal for the Mackenzie Valley pipeline was made. And at that time, what nations were asking for was time to get themselves organized, to do the training they needed, to organize their own governments so they could respond to development projects. And what we now see some 40 years later is they do have that capacity to manage their own affairs and are really asking then that the federal government respect the agreements that they reach with the federal government in terms of local development boards. That's why the Leader of the NDP moved the amendments today to remove the 2 sections which actually undercut the whole purpose of devolution and self-government progress in the Northwest Territories. When I left the NWT, I returned to UBC to do graduate work in political science, and I actually wrote my MA thesis on government and politics in the Northwest Territories and the contradictions that existed at that time of the colonial system and the desire for self-government among First Nations in the North. So staying on the personal note for just a while longer, after teaching for a few years, I came to work for the NDP leader at the House of Commons in 1981, and I was attached to the special House of Commons Committee on Indian Self-Government. And once again, I was privileged to work with First Nations all across the country in what resulted in the Penner Report, which was the seminal report on self-government 30 years ago, and which argued that there needs to be a firm economic basis for First Nations self-government, and the need for the recognition which subsequently came in the Constitution of the inherent rights of Aboriginal people. So we have made some progress in terms of rights, and First Nations have made lots of progress in terms of their capacity. But we've been very, very slow in taking that through to a devolution of the government of the Northwest Territories and coming up with truly democratic processes in Canada's north. So since that time, I've only been an observer living in a province, like most Canadians do, where there is full self-government and where there is local input into the important resource development decisions. So for me, it's very frustrating to have C-15 before us today in its present form. No one disputes that there are very good things in this bill, and that devolution of the powers over resources to the Northwest Territories government will provide the basis for long-term economic security in the North. Devolution is supported in the North. It's supported by all parties here in the House. The arguments in the 1970s and 1980s, when I was working both academically and as a researcher on this, were always made that the Northwest Territories wasn't really financially self-supporting and therefore was not really entitled to self-government. Of course, at that time, and to this day, resource revenues from the North were assigned to the federal government. And in fact, if you went back to the 1970s and you assigned those resource revenues as they would have been in a province, then the Northwest Territories was equally self-supporting as any of the maritime provinces, as Newfoundland. But those resource revenues to this day go directly to the federal government. The last time we had a transfer of responsibilities in the North was in the 1980s, when the government of the Northwest Territories took over education, health care, transportation, and renewable resources like forestry and wildlife. And they've been very successful in running a normal democratic government in the North. Now we've had a 20-year delay before we are prepared to make the transfer of those remaining responsibilities over the natural resources to the NWT. And so this bill has the very positive thing of saying that, yes, now public lands and resources and waters will be governed by the government of Northwest Territories, and 50% of the resource revenues for resource development of public lands will go to the government of the NWT. Not 100%, but a deal has been struck here where 50% will go to the government of the Northwest Territories in return for an ongoing transfer by the federal government, which I think has probably been accepted by the North as providing some kind of resource stability, because we know that resource revenues can be quite volatile. Unfortunately, we have another situation here like we've seen many times in the House of Commons. Whenever the Conservatives claim to be rolling out the red carpet, you have to take a close look for the tacks that are underneath that carpet before you walk down the carpet happily. And here, the red carpet is devolution. But the tacks that are under this carpet are the amendments to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. And that's why this morning, as I mentioned, our leader of the NDP, seconded by the member for Western Arctic, proposed to remove sections 136 and 137 from this act. It's to take out those tacks that have been hidden in the act. What do these two sections do? As many speakers have pointed out, they take the four regional resource management boards, or I should say 3 boards and the 1 board for those regions which don't have land claim settlements, and they collapse them into 1 board so that all the decisions on land and water use in the Northwest Territories, apart from those lands which are under the Inuvialuit Settlement Act, will fall under a single board. So that board would replace regional boards created under land claim settlements that were signed by the Satu, the Quechua, and the Gwich'in First Nations, signed in good faith by both parties at the time. Why now try and replace those regional boards which give local voice in development projects with 1 super board? It's not really clear where this idea came from. If you review the hearings and testimony and consultations, it's not an idea that seemed to come from the North. It's an idea that apparently is modeled on what goes on in Alberta in terms of improvement of resource projects. It's certainly not something that anyone in the North asked for. But now we're in the situation where in order to get devolution, the government of the Northwest Territories has had to agree to an act which includes these changes. We've already heard the Parliamentary Secretary for Aboriginal Affairs this morning arguing that regional boards somehow interfere with resource development. But if you actually have a look at the facts, the system seems to be working quite well. In the last year, both exploration activity and resource revenues in the Northwest Territories were up. But more importantly, regional boards work in respecting local rights and in building local support, which is essential for the long-term success of regional development projects. So for me, C-15 illustrates once again the failure of Conservatives in terms of trust and respect for local people and trust and respect for First Nations. First Nations have waited for many years for the rest of us to recognize and respect their rights, and to recognize that this respect for Aboriginal rights is essential to achieving our common goals as Canadians. If we want to move forward together, we have to actually do it together as equal partners. Conservatives, I think, in these two sections of this bill, are also demonstrating their failure to trust local residents. Local residents will support sustainable development of resource projects, but they will do so only when they provide family-supporting local jobs and at the same time respect the long-term needs of their communities, whether those are economic needs, environmental needs, social needs, or cultural needs. In my province, we've just had the report from the Joint Review Panel on the Northern Gateway Pipeline, and I was privileged to attend some of those hearings in Kitimat, where First Nations and local residents came forward expressing their concerns about the long-term impacts of this project on their community and expressing their very strong feeling that, in fact, there weren't enough jobs being created at the local level to justify the threat to existing jobs in fishing, hunting, and tourism. So I think the point here is a parallel one. Having one panel at a national level review the Northern Gateway Pipeline is similar to what the Conservatives are proposing for the Northwest Territories. One panel to look at the whole region. So while devolution has been long delayed and we would all like to support it, it is disturbing that it has been combined in this case with changes to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. This could result in court challenges that will further delay the devolution, which we'd all like to see. But more seriously, I think it also demonstrates a fundamental disrespect for the land claims agreements which were signed with the Satu, the Gwich'in, and the Quechua in the Northwest Territories. I'd like to see us reach finally in this country a position where we recognize the necessity of moving forward as equal partners with First Nations in every respect and with full respect for the agreements which we sign with them, not to later try and reinterpret them according to some other definition of the words that were included. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for the Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague because, you know, the support that all and discussion that's taking place in this House is very valuable to people in the North right now, and will be a benchmark for the future in terms of how we can deal with some of the issues that are going to be caused by this bill. You know, it wasn't if things had gone differently in the early 90s, we may have had a single comprehensive claim for the whole Northwest Territories. That was on, but at that time, the federal government made the choice not to proceed with that and encouraged the regional claims to develop. So we've now been in a process of developing strong regional Aboriginal governments throughout the Northwest Territories, and one of the fine examples is the Nunavut, who still and will continue to retain their regional boards in charge of their territory. How does my colleague think that this change that's being made could cause imbalance in the system in the Northwest Territories? We have gone forward with regional boards. We still have one regional board, but Mr. Speaker, this system now will be very much out of balance.
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Fuga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Western Arctic, not just for his question, but for his tireless advocacy in favor of Northerners in this Parliament and for full respect for their rights to be treated like all other Canadians and to have a voice in managing their affairs in the future. And I think he brings out a very good point that We have an example in the Inuvialuit settlement agreement and the regional government there, which is working very well, which will be left in place while other people in the Northwest Territories will be denied the same opportunity. And he points to the, I guess you can only call it irony, that it's actually the federal government that encouraged the development of regional governments. And now a later Conservative government, I guess you would say, since it started under the Mulroney Conservatives, a later Conservative government comes along and suggests something completely different and begins to dismantle those regional government powers. So I think it'll lead to a feeling of inequality within the Northwest Territories.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to ask, through you, the member opposite, if he's aware that the European Commission has a time limit of 20 to 24 months to conclude all of their investigations, such as these regional boards will do, and that requiring companies to go through a process where they have to deal with multiple regional boards, as has been alluded to by several members here today, is actually a way of delaying projects and preventing the kind of development that the Northwest Territories people want and need so badly.
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Fuga.
Thank you very much. I thank the member from Calgary Centre for her question because I think it illustrates the problem on the other side of the House, where the Conservatives continually see people as obstacles to development, where on this side of the House we see people as integral to development. And so if you don't have the support of people, and if people don't achieve benefits locally for development process, then it's not a good project. But whenever people raise those questions about how development is going to meet those needs for long-term, sustainable, family-supporting jobs, the Conservatives see that as opposition to development. I think that's a fundamental misunderstanding of what people in the North and in my province of British Columbia are saying. They're not opposed to development. They want to know that that development will create jobs that will support their families and that will sustain the environment in the long term.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Marcorel-Fortin. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This bill is important to us for the reasons, because of the way it affects First Nations. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's not simply dealing with a text of legislation. It also involves dealing with attitudes. I sat on the Finance Committee and we heard from representatives from Aboriginal communities and from the North, and the attitude towards them was condescending. They were criticized for being a source of expenditures, Mr. Speaker, and those people came to see us to tell us about the difficult circumstances they lived in, an unacceptably high suicide rate in their communities, especially among young people. They faced a housing crisis that we would never tolerate for ourselves. Problems with running water. In one of the municipalities, people had to boil water 2 days. And on the third day, they're up in arms. The fourth day, they would no longer tolerate it, but in some of these Aboriginal communities, that is an everyday event. So we're facing an attitude problem, Mr. Speaker. Authorities are being delegated, but at the same time, not everything with respect to economic development is being delegated. So essentially, it's like saying, using the resources and on your lands will be for your purposes, but immediately after that, they will also be used to reduce transfer payments. Now, if the resources are particularly abundant, well, then you won't be like Alberta. Alberta is enriching itself through its own resources, but not you. That is handed over to Ottawa, that funding. So this legislation is important. It warrants a debate. It warrants to be changed in a number of ways, first and foremost. But the serious problem with this piece of legislation is the attitude of the people who are presenting it. Clearly, I often have the unpleasant impression that the First Nations aren't being considered full-fledged Canadians. We simply, or they, in fact, simply accept that they'll be poor, that they don't have political freedom to take action on their economy, their culture, their environment in the same way that we can and do. Maintaining that kind of attitude for a French Canadian would be just like saying, at the time when our forefathers, our grandparents were treated and insulted, it would be just like that. That's why we need to step away from this type of approach. Changes are being made to the Mackenzie Treaty. If the resources should belong to someone, it should be the people who live in that area and occupy those lands. It should belong to them fully. Clearly, that isn't the case. Now, we often hear talk about Aboriginal problems, and this is one. This is one of them because it's a delegation or devolution of governance, but they're inviting people to sit around the big table. In theory, this should be done through the front door, but unfortunately, I have the unpleasant impression that what the government is trying to do is to bring them in through the legal pipework. Generally, something that comes through into the House by the pipes are things that aren't welcome, to use that illusion. And that's the problem, Mr. Speaker. The problem is that we're facing obligations vis-a-vis democracy, because we are a democratic country, but at the same time, there's an attempt to give as little as possible. And this doublespeak, Mr. Speaker, is clearly evident in Bill C-15. So that's why we're saying, yes, C-15 must be debated. It must also be amended. It's in our interest to do so. The devolution process to the Northwest Territories is designed to transfer the resources and rights over lands and water to the Northwest Territories. Now, that also requires agreement. 5 of the 7 have been signed in the Northwest Territories. 5 of them have signed a transfer agreement, or a devolution agreement, rather. Those efforts need to be maintained. This is essential for the agreement to deal with people living in that area. We have to stop, in fact, considering those people all too often as simply a source of expenditures, because we know this government doesn't want to spend money, especially not on people it does not like. Let's tell it like it is. Unionists, ecologists, First Nations are the groups well, in fact, for where the government has a problem. Red tape is not something the Conservative government likes, but what we see here in this specific case is a double standard. For once, as regards the Northwest Territories, we'd like to see full support for the delegation of all authorities to the Northwest Territories. And there will have to be increased devolution as the barriers to the north fall, as their resources are developed, and as we consider the Northwest Passage opening. That changes everything to development and transportation through that area. Now facilities will be built where workers systematically, and this is already the case in a number of areas, will go in for 2 or 3 weeks and fly back out for a couple of weeks off. That will be maintained. We don't want it to hinder this devolution. We want to improve it. At second reading, we support it actively, but that doesn't mean that we don't have or didn't have reservations. Improvements need to be made. Work that's only half done needs to stop. This work needs to be well done, Mr. Speaker. And there are some troubling concerns raised by the First Nations with respect to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. Concerns raised in that regard. So it's like a birthday party where they give you the cake. They say, well, it's got icing on it, but the icing doesn't come with the cake. And that's the problem, Mr. Speaker. That's what we see all too often on the part of this government. We, once and for all, Mr. Speaker, would like us to get to the bottom of this issue. Let's look at the policy and let's find solutions completely. These people are Canadians. We are pleased, I'm pleased that they are, and I would invite the government to act in these dealings as if it were dealing with full-fledged Canadians. Thank you.
Comments? The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can't believe actually what I just heard, and I believe I heard from the member opposite that the problem with this legislation is the people who are presenting it. Now, Mr. Speaker, does that mean the opposition's opposition to this bill is pure, unadulterated partisan politics? And, you know, this attitude toward very good legislation, to stand in the way of very good legislation because of partisan politics, is something that isn't worthy of a member of Parliament. And I'd like to ask the opposition to work with us to pass and to support and to commend very good legislation that will benefit all of the people of the Northwest Territories.
The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, she identifies a problem and answers the problem in the question. The legislation should have been enacted a long time ago. It should have been voted on a long time ago, and the proposed amendments aren't simple fabrications. They come from the local people who've said that they need legislation, but they would like it to be complete. They don't want a partial piece of legislation. They want something that is comprehensive and that responds to the issues that they have. Now, there are a number of questions that have been raised with respect to the Mackenzie. This isn't something that's been invented or pulled out of a hat, Mr. Speaker. It's concrete, and there are risks of pollution for their environment, a considerable source of economic development, and they would like to manage that themselves. Mr. Speaker, that's why I said that this government is not responding to all aspects of the problems. You're looking at what you're required to look at and nothing more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Padmore. Questions and comments? The honourable member for the Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my colleague, I thank him for his intervention, and I want to talk a little bit about the Conservatives have hung their hat on these three land claims agreements, on the words that in the land claim agreements that if the contemplation of a larger board would mean that these, that these boards would be taken up, these regional boards. Now, land claims are negotiated between two parties, between the treaty people that hold treaty with the Crown and with the federal government who represents the Crown. When it comes to changing an agreement where the words are contemplate, If you had agreement that you were contemplating buying someone's vehicle, wouldn't you think that before you bought the vehicle, the price would have to be actually worked out between the two parties? And this is the problem that right now exists, and it's the failing of the conservative logic about their position on taking away the regional boards. They say that because the land claims say we can contemplate this, that means we have the authority to put it in place without the agreement of the other negotiated party. How does that sound to you? All right, through the speaker, please.
I thank the honourable member for that correction. L'honourable député de Marc-Aurèle.
The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the government's attitude problems vis-à-vis First Nations, here's a good example, a good illustration. We can't say that as a people or a First Nation that we accept something, but at the same time saying, well, no, you're not intelligent enough to discuss this with us. We're going to determine what's good for you. That is where the problem lies. When they come and say we have major social problems that require investments in medical resources, for example, it's not the time to say, oh, no, what we're interested in is something else. We'll think about it on your behalf, and we'll think about what your priorities should be. No, Mr. Speaker. That cannot be considered a solution.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Welland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to join in the debate of C-15 and talk to this idea of devolution. And I must say I want to thank my colleague, the member from Western Arctic, through you, Mr. Chair, for his work on behalf of the broader constituents of the NWT. I have to admit I've only had the opportunity to go there once prior to me coming to this place, mind you. A number of years ago, I had the great place to be, and what a wondrous place the NWT is. It's an absolutely marvelous place. But the process of devolution, my colleague from the Western Arctic has been very clear about our support for devolution. And let me sort of give it some context in the sense of where a place that I grew up and where I came from, Scotland, also went through this process of devolution. And devolution, by its very nature, is a difficult process. There's no question. It's not simple to devolve powers to another entity. It's just not one of those things that are easily.
Order. If members would like to have a conversation, that's well understandable. But I'm having a hard time hearing the member from Welland, and he's sitting quite close to the chair. So anyway, if we could give him the respect that he deserves, the honourable member for Welland.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That's very kind of you. And I think perhaps the devolved powers in Scotland perhaps got the passions inflamed down the other end of the house. But clearly it is a difficult process, as I was suggesting to you earlier, Mr. Speaker, about how you walk down that path and how both parties, because there are in Scotland's case, there's literally two parties involved. There's the Westminster Parliament and what became the Scottish Parliament after the devolving powers. There was only two entities involved in that because there was indeed an act of union between Scotland and England at the time when the two parliaments came together. And so there's a historical context to theirs, and then a devolving of that after the fact could rely on some historical context, but nonetheless didn't make it simple to devolve. Whereas with the NWT, there is no precedent for them in the sense that there was a parliament of some distinction historically that somehow went away and now wants to come back. The powers have been granted because it has been as a territory without the same powers, if you will, that the provinces had across this country. And some of us would argue that indeed that's been an oversight that's been there for far too long and needs to be addressed and is being addressed with this particular piece of legislation as we devolve those powers. But inside of that territory, that place that it is now, are a number of other nations that are signatories to treaties with the Crown. And the government, through the Governor-General, being the agents of the Crown, if you will, have an obligation also to speak to them. Now, some will say, how much consultation is enough consultation? Well, I would think one needs to work at it to a point where you actually can come to an agreement. And one can't just impose, it seems to me, if you already had a previous agreement about how you wanted to do these things, especially when it comes to, usage of water and land. And as someone who was in the municipal world as an elected official at one point in time, when upper-tier municipalities in this province of Ontario try to tell lower-tier municipalities how to use water and where they should actually take it from or put it to, it negates the lower tier's ability to decide and make decisions about development. And that's usually what the fight is over. Lower tier municipalities say, we want the right to decide where development would be, and the only way we can do that is if you give us the right to decide water usage and where to put it. And I use that analogy and analysis, Mr. Speaker, because that's clearly what happens here. If you take away the right for these regional boards and give it to one board, you've now given ostensibly, in the eyes of the regional boards, some upper-tier board the right to decide what development will look like, especially when it comes to land use and resources and water. And clearly, they will see that as something that's being taken away from them, not necessarily something that's being given to them as a benefit. And that's what seems to be part of the issue here, is around this sense of, well, what do we do with that and what don't we do? And so if you're going to devolve, and clearly there's aspects to this that are highly appropriate, that the territorial government in the Northwest Territories is saying, we're good with some of the devolving of certain powers, and they want to head on that path, and I think we should respect that. And I think we do respect that on this side, and I believe the government, to be fair, has also respected that sense that we devolve powers to that territory, and we continue to go down that path. I think the government should take credit for that, and I'm sure it will, but it deserves the credit if you are going to devolve it. The hiccup for us, clearly on this side, Mr. Speaker, is those other issues around talking about the regional boards. And I would ask the government to consider that from when I recognize that, there's a sense of, well, this will be a better thing. I'm not suggesting the government saying we're doing it just because. I don't think that's the rationale. I think it's because they believe that this is a better thing. The difficult part is there are many signatories to those pieces of legislation, or those treaties and those agreements, that over the years have said, well, no, we believe what we're doing works. We don't believe that we should give it up at this moment in time, and we're not so sure that we wish to give it up. And so we would suggest to the government to split it. I mean, I recognize that government doesn't always like to do that. It likes to bundle some things together, and that's kind of a natural process. You try to speed things along, and we see that all the time, Mr. Speaker, as they sort of speed things along and get things out of the way. And I must admit they didn't do time allocation on this bill, and we're grateful for that. I mean, we're grateful for that didn't do that. But well, I don't think that they will. I think, to give them credit where credit's due, they're allowing us to talk to this bill, and I think that's a good thing. It's a good sign, and we need to continue to do that. But clearly, there are a number of folks, and my colleagues have quoted from a number of sources who have said that it's not something they're saying, don't do this or don't do that. They're saying, we need to talk some more. And I understand the other side saying, well, we've had consultations. How much should we talk about this issue? Well, I found in a previous life as a bargaining agent, you kind of got to talk it out to get an agreement. And because if you actually force an agreement, you end up with more trouble down at the end of the road. Now, there's some suggestions, and certainly not by me, Mr. Speaker, because I'm not a lawyer. But I've heard some of the lawyers stand in this place and say, well, we're probably going to litigation. And I can tell you that, and I see I believe my friend from Victoria actually mentioned that, and I know him to be a very noteworthy and a very integrous person who studies the law. In fact, comes from my neck of the woods down in St. Catharines before he transplanted to Victoria. He clearly has said, look, is that where you want to head? Litigation, we know how long litigation takes. In fact, I have forgotten now, Mr. Speaker, how long it took the Mackenzie Valley pipeline initially, because it seems to me, I hate to date myself, Mr. Speaker, but it seems to me I was a pretty young guy when that started, that process, and it took a heck of a long time to get through all of the court processes to get to a point where it got to where it is now. And of course, that's not an enviable thing to have happened before, and I'm not so sure we want to see that again. But that's maybe where this could head up. Now, I can't unequivocally say it's true because there's only some folks said that they might or they will, but we don't know that because there's no suit being brought forward. The legislation is not passed. There's no royal assent to it, so we have no idea where it will go. But clearly, to look at the history of litigation in the Northwest Territories, the likelihood is that it'll be litigated, and that would indeed really be a shame for most folks. So ultimately, without going back to quote the folks who are saying we like this piece, and because clearly in the Northwest Territories, and the government has said, which represents the folks of the Northwest Territories, they want to head down this path of devolution. We actually want to head down that path with them on this side. We just ask the government to simply take into consideration the two pieces that we think we should come out. I recognize that's a big ask. It's not a small piece. I recognize that. It's not simple to do, especially at this stage of the bill. But it may well be something that will be a benefit to the Northwest Territories and the peoples who live there, and ultimately to the government. Because if it ends up being litigated, it will be the government that defends its legislation through the courts, of which it means the folks in Welland, albeit we don't live in the north, it'll be the folks in Welland who will pay for the litigation from the government side, because we'll have to pay the government's lawyers to do what they need to do to defend it. And that will be a cost to them, and all others across the country will have to chip in to do that, and that would be unfair, it seems. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we should respect the folks of the Northwest Territories. We've respected the most among devolving, no question about that. That piece, the government got right. The other piece, not so much. Now there's some folks that are kind of a bit ambivalent about it, and there's others who are saying we need to slow it down. I would say to the other side, Mr. Speaker, perhaps you could step away from that piece, actually put it back into the discussion phase, hammer out an agreement, because I think ultimately you can get one. I think it's possible to do. Now, I'm not involved with that. They would be involved with that on their side. Some folks who have better knowledge around the NWT would know that. But it seems to me, as someone who used to bargain, that you ought to bargain this one out so you actually get to a resolution. The last thing you want to do is actually put the hammer down on somebody who will actually fight back at some point in time in the future. It doesn't do both parties any good. And the good piece you'll lose because the devolving piece will get lost in the other piece of acrimony. And you deserve to take credit for the devolving piece.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his remarks today. Mr. Speaker, he talked about some of the legal implications here, and I just want to speak to that because, as you know, one of the concerns that we have is what's been happening with the three Aboriginal governments and the fact that they feel that their constitutional right that they have in their negotiation that they succeeded with the Government of Canada, that this constitutional right is now being breached because this decision with regard to the Mackenzie Valley Water Resource Management Act is being taken unilaterally without their consent. Now, Mr. Speaker, when the Liberal government of Paul Martin signed a framework agreement with the Northwest Territories, it was with the intention to honor, respect the agreements that were in place, to uphold those Aboriginal agreements that would have been negotiated or about to be negotiated. So, Mr. Speaker, I asked the member, does he think that the Clecho and the other Aboriginal governments are correct in what they're saying and that this could very well be a breach of their constitutional agreements and could warrant legal action?
The Honourable Member for Welland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, I'm not actually a lawyer by profession, but clearly if the aggrieved parties believe that they are entitled to litigate, they will go forward with that litigation and ask a group of lawyers to actually look into it. And I would suggest that on the surface, at least, it looks as if that may well be the case, that their claim that there may be a constitutional violation is correct. That ultimately would mean that we'd head down that road of litigation. And as I said earlier, the Mackenzie Valley Pipeline initial piece that went to litigation went decades, it seemed to me, if I remember correctly. I have to admit, I think I was a very young man then, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I might even be a teenager. I don't remember my teenage years, actually. And it seems like it's a long time ago. I'm not quite sure why I don't remember them. I think it's an aging process, Mr. Speaker. I'm not suggesting, as perhaps some others in this place have suggested, that they don't remember certain years because of certain aspects of their life. But clearly, in my case, I think it's just age. But clearly, I don't. To be truthful, the sense is the groups believe they can litigate. And normally what that means is you end up going to a law firm. And I can honestly say I would bet my bottom dollar that it's not going to be a law firm in Welland that takes this on. It's going to be a constitutional experts, and this ends up in a protracted fight, and that's not good for anyone.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for the Western Arctic.
I want to list a number of names. One is Nico Mines, one is Dominion Diamond Mines, one is Diavec Mines, the other is Gachaqua Mines. All of these mines exist in the Tlicho region. If the Tlicho go to litigation over the regional boards, the licensing of those mines will be put in jeopardy. Right now, we're in a situation worldwide where mines are fighting for capital costs. What happens when the market realizes that this government has upset the process in one of the most prosperous areas of the country right now for mining? What are these people doing? Why are they doing this stupidity at this time?
The honourable member for Welland.
Mr. Speaker, I think my colleague from Western Arctic hits it on the head. Business needs predictability. And clearly, if they do not have predictability in this area, an influx of additional capital that may be needed to either expand the mines, can keep them operating, can indeed dry up. And if that happens, clearly mines can either decide to shut down or throttle back, and that affects, as this government has said in its own legislation, this is about not only just the economy of the Northwest Territories, because under the Act of Devolving, they keep 50% of that resource, of that wealth that's generated. So for them to then cause unpredictability in a mining sector that generates wealth to the broader Canadian public, because clearly as the federal government, we represent all of Canadians across this land, we would actually be doing harm to the broader Canadian economy simply because we haven't given them predictability, because we've actually sent them on a path of perhaps litigation, and which ultimately would end up in a place where no one needs to be, and ultimately the economy would be the great sufferers. So for the managers, the great managers that the government says it is, it clearly looks as if it's about to again, once more, mismanage this economy.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member. For Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, by keeping in mind the fact that this is to support the Northwest Territories in their efforts to take over certain federal responsibilities in the North, I think it's essential to talk about the environmental liabilities linked to this devolution of the resources of the Northwest Territories. I'm sure you will see, Mr. Speaker, that there's one constant in my speech. It's environmental liabilities. That is one thing that we heard when witnesses came before committee. We've been talking about this for a long time in committee, this Bill C-15, and the stakeholders that came before committees mentioned this a few times and sounded the alarm. So this will come up a lot in my speech, but it's also something that came up in many tools put forth by this government in the framework of the relationship between the Crown and First Nations. So when I'm talking about the transfer of this environmental liability, I'm talking about abandoned mines, contaminated mines, polluted by hydrocarbons or other sources. So it's the agreement related to C-15 that's important. C-15 provides for the implementation of regulations regarding the relations between the parties once this is all signed. So in this agreement, there is a mention of the transfer of environmental liabilities. So I'll get into that in greater depth later, but once it's ratified and implemented, there will be a transfer that happens. The Canadian government had to provide a list that is exhaustive. Now, to what extent it's exhaustive, various witnesses had different ideas, but
The government had to give the parties an exhaustive list that accounted for all abandoned mines and contaminated sites and that needed to be restored. So that requires a massive injection of funds. Restoring such mines can cost millions of dollars, at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. I'm thinking of situations that come under the First Nation Lands Act that required this. Under the Lands Act, it was a few hundred of thousands of dollars for lands in Mastoyash. And we know that the restoration and environmental assessment generate substantial costs. The reason why I want to focus on the transfer of this environmental liability is where things get rough, according to my experience. Given the contradictory principles, and I always try to be the devil's advocate, Mr. Speaker, I try to look at the adversary's discourse and try to find the deficiencies in a given argument, which is healthy, I think, in a democratic process and in one of dialogue and exchange and communications. So, in that light, and of course the legal aspects, and that's my profession, makes me do that, we can identify some of the litigious controversies here and the implementation of measures in the short or long term that may affect all this. There will be the systematic transfer of these liabilities between the Canadian government and First Nations. As I indicated, according to the agreement, previously identified contaminated sites will be involved. So, Mr. Speaker, I intervene in committee to make sure that the list transmitted to the parties was exhaustive, because far be it from me to try to stir things up, but sometimes the balance of power negotiations, the ideas are falsified, because there's an armada of government lawyers, and they were called upon when the agreement was drafted, but also the bill that's before us today. The advice given to the government from these lawyers was that, first and foremost, the interests of the state must take precedence. But to get back to this exhaustive list of contaminated and abandoned sites, once that list is provided, the government will assume the liabilities. All those that were identified previous to ratification will remain the responsibility of the Government of Canada. But that's why it's so necessary to make sure it is exhaustive. If other sites are discovered followed implementation or ratification, well, it's up to the parties then, the governments that are at the local level and tribal authorities, which will be held responsible to restore these sites, rehabilitate them. And that's, I think that's the case, all parties have received legal advice and support, but sometimes the balance of power can be unequal, and the Government of Canada is in a position of authority. So we should be aware of this and avoid any situation that could be divisive. These clauses appear systematically. This is an adhesion contract. You simply sign a contract in this case. It's a ready-to-wear contract, if you will. It's a sort of template, something that keeps coming back. It's constant, and lawyers like to see these kinds of measures. And you see the same types of measures in this agreement related to C-15. It looks quite closely to like one of these types of contracts. We find it in other fiduciary situations between Aboriginal nations and the Government of Canada. Stakeholders in this House will agree that the Northwest Territories government has a precedence when it comes to the use of the resources, but it has to be nuanced given the interventions we heard in committee, which tend to show that state lawyers tend to be dominant when it comes to drafting these agreements and legislation. There was a panel composed of lawyers and experts in this area, and these experts testified about how there was a great involvement or even dominance by the government lawyers in the drafting. The other parties, the provincial government, regional governments, as well as Aboriginal communities, were able to benefit from good legal advice, but knowing full well that the Government of Canada has at its disposal an armada of highly qualified jurists. When we're talking about a legislator, it's not one individual, it's a power, it's a workforce. These are people who are assigned to this. There's probably a whole legal department that looks at these protests and so on. So it's a whole army of lawyers called upon to work on this draft. And this is why sometimes I put this in perspective, because there could be, when it comes to the power balance here, and I would submit this, that sometimes the Government of Canada is in a power position compared to other parties. I didn't go to the Northwest Territories personally, but I know these are isolated communities, and when you call on your own lawyers, your own advisors, well, there are astronomical costs associated with this. I've seen this in my own community. It's often people from the outside who have to travel at great expense. A return plane ticket from Montreal to Washup is $2,000 for travel on the same day. So honoraria can be extraordinarily expensive. Private parties and regional governments, but Aboriginal communities probably had to pay out of pocket to obtain this legal advice, which the Government of Canada didn't need to do because it already has a sizable staff to answer its questions. So thank you for listening, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, and Kapuskasing.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments of my colleague. He is very dedicated to Aboriginal issues. His work on the Aboriginal Committee is much appreciated. So perhaps my colleague could tell us about the number of witnesses who came before committee to say that the bill should be divided, split. One of the authorities on waters and lands should be individuals, should remain the way it is now, because every community has different interests. So I wonder if my colleague could elaborate on that testimony we heard in committee.
The Honourable Member. I would like to thank my colleague for her question, Mr. Speaker. As she indicated, the issues raised in this agreement and also under the agreement, and you have to keep everything in mind, these subjects are complex and cover many other issues which could be contentious if you think of the integrity of natural resources and waterways. So a lot of issues are covered. There's the economics, there's the environment, there's the social impact. So if you dissect the subject matter, there is a lot. And each of these issues should warrant individual study, which we were not able to do in committee given the limited time given to the study. For example, Mr. Speaker, these matters were brought to my attention only a few months ago, but because of my training, I was able to see that it was necessary to study some of these issues individually. Questions and comments? Oh, I'm sorry, the Honourable Member for Compton Stansted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations to my colleague for his excellent demonstration of incompetence on the part of the Conservative government, which every time, as I said earlier in my other question, every time sensitive issues are at play, decision-making power is taken away from people who live on the land, from the Aboriginals. And yet this is so important, collaboration and communication with First Nations. Every time the Conservative government fails at its task. So I would like my colleague to speak more to the importance of good relationships, socially, economically, and environmentally in the territories. The honourable member. I would like to thank my colleague for his question, to which I would answer, Mr. Speaker. I read the briefs tabled before the committee, and many local groups, if not most of these groups, support the measures which were proposed. And let's tell it like it is, they were also consulted to a certain point. So that was a step in the right direction. Nevertheless, there are other measures. When I said that some of these measures seem to be tailored, some of the participants have a position which, I don't want to use the word totalitarian, but the government is in a position of strength, a position of power, if you will, and this is why this type of provision is included in most of the bills which I have read, bills which also include the governance of First Nations. So I would say that the Canadian state, instead of fulfilling its duty towards First Nations under its fiduciary relationship, too often the government looks after its own interests, the interests of big companies and lobby groups, instead of Canadians. Resuming debate, the honourable member of Algoma Manitoulin Kapuskasing.
I'm happy to speak again on Bill C-15 at report stage. We are inching our way to the meaningful devolution of federal powers to the Northwest Territories. C-15 will replace the Northwest Territories Act, implement certain provisions of the Northwest Territories Lands and Resources Devolution Agreement, and repeal or make amendments to the Territorial Lands Act, the Northwest Territories Waters Act, the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, as well as other acts and certain orders and regulations. In fact, this legislation amends 42 acts that will ultimately allow the Northwest Territories to take greater control of their own destiny, much in the same way that provinces do. It is an important development that reflects the preparedness of the territory to take on a greater role in their administration and become more financially independent as well. New Democrats continue to support the idea and have been more than willing to work with the government and, more importantly, the people of the Northwest Territories on this particular legislation. Mr. Speaker, the people of Northwest Territories have been working to gain more province-like powers for decades now. Certainly, New Democrats stand with them in favour of devolution and fully support the Northwest Territories in taking over federal responsibilities of the North. As I said when C-15 was heading to committee, there are some items that can be tightened up to address the concerns we heard from our partners in the Northwest Territories throughout this process. It is best we cross our T's and dot our I's as much as possible so that we can create a strong piece of legislation that makes sense to all involved, as well as an outcome that will be better than merely acceptable and will allow the Northwest Territory to grow into a more independent jurisdiction, Mr. Speaker. We have heard that the pan-territorial regulator for environmental screening and of industrial projects is potentially problematic. It does away with a number of regulatory boards and processes which are predictable as well as known and understood, Mr. Speaker. These are being replaced with a single regulator that will supposedly be more responsive but will also have fewer teeth. And this, Mr. Speaker, has been very controversial. We know that the government favours working groups or subcommittees to address more specific concerns, but we do not share their opinion that subcommittees or working groups will have the same strengths as the entities being replaced, such as regional land and water boards. This is why we are moving that Sections 136 and 137 creating a single regulatory board for lands and waters, and eliminating the regional land and water boards be deleted, Mr. Speaker. We know that this is the wish of the majority of stakeholders that have addressed C-15 and feel the government has to realize that it's the best way to improve this process. As you know, Mr. Speaker, New Democrats are strong supporters of the devolution to give more power and authority to the territorial governments. We have no intention of standing in the way of devolution and are committed to work to make sure that C-15 meets the expectations of Northerners. They have waited too long for this. To that point, we must remind this place that many of the concerns we heard about had to do with the changes to regulatory regimes. With respect to the single regulator, it is important to listen to those dissenting voices. Let me remind you once again of previous comments by the Northwest Territory MLA, Bob Bromley. In February 2012, he stated, "The federal government's proposal to collapse the regional land and water boards into one big board is disturbing, unnecessary, and possibly unconstitutional." He added, "A single board does nothing to meet the real problem, failure to implementation." At the same time, we have to consider how this board will be populated. Mr. Speaker, given the history of appointments by this Conservative government, it's not surprising that the Conservatives have reserved control over appointments to the Environmental Review Board and also maintain control over the approval of licenses. So what we get with that, Mr. Speaker, is something like devolution with strings attached, or devolution in name only if the real power is still dependent on decisions from the minister's desk and his or her hand-picked appointees. We also have to ask if this super board shouldn't fall into place after outstanding land claims have been settled. If this isn't a case of reaching further than necessary on one item and not challenging ourselves enough on another front. That said, devolution is going to happen, and this will give Northwest Territory residents a greater voice in decisions relating to their economy, environmental protection, even if these do not come with strings attached. Or, even if these do come with strings attached. If the Conservative government isn't prepared to support the changes brought forward by the NDP motion today that reflects the voices of those directly impacted, rest assured, Mr. Speaker, these are matters that the NDP will consider tackling when we form government in 2015. Mr. Speaker, the NDP recognizes that this legislation does some important work that is welcome as well. It fixes the current scheme so the government of the Northwest Territories will start to receive revenues from resource development and rely less on federal transfer payments and taxes to deliver public programs and services. Under the new agreement, they will keep 50% of the revenues collected from resource development on public land, up to a maximum amount that is pegged to their operating cost or their gross expenditure base, and the Government of Canada will retain the remainder. This means that the arrangement will help to generate extra money for the territories other than what is currently provided for by the federal government. As we have noted before, that will require resource development to proceed, but it is only reasonable for us to assume the development will take place and those monies will become available, Mr. Speaker. This is a part of the bill that makes sense, but the strength of certain parts of a piece of legislation does not create the authority to ram through the remainder without attempting to tighten up contentious items. If not, we will be stuck in the cycle of amending what has been overlooked. As I said, we would be prepared to do that in 2015 when we form government, Mr. Speaker. It is true that there is a danger that we could be constantly locked into discussion mode with no action if it remains the same. But we have to recognize it is just as dangerous to consult and ignore. Mr. Speaker, this government's ability to listen has been proven to be quite a challenge. What's even just as challenging is that the voices they are hearing from are not entirely supportive of their initiatives. In those instances, it seems particularly hard for the government to recognize when they do in fact share goals with stakeholders that may have specific criticism or can see a different way to approach that shared goal. I believe that is a shame. It over-politicizes processes and demonizes the voices of honest criticism. We hope that isn't the case with stakeholders from the Northwest Territories who can imagine other and better ways to pursue devolution. Mr. Speaker, to return to the larger concept of devolution, we have to ask ourselves, are we pursuing this in name more than in action? We also have to ask ourselves what we want from the process, what a best outcome might and should look like. We can look at other jurisdictions as well as the history of devolution in Canada. Surely, the heart of the matter has to do with improving independence and the ability of local populations to control their own lives.
Hear, hear.
To ensure that is the outcome, it is imperative to listen to the voices of people who will navigate the new arrangement we are debating. This is all the more true for the voices of First Nations, who are significant players in this. Unfortunately for this government, their record on that front is less than stellar. So when people like Jake Huron of the Northwest Territories Métis Nation tells us, and I'll quote, "It's very frustrating when you are at the table and you think you're involved, only to find out that your interests are not being considered seriously." Mr. Speaker, we have to understand how that is a red flag in this process. Also, the lukewarm acceptance of the amendments to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, which creates the environmental screening process for the Northwest Territories, must be viewed for what it is. Acceptance that this is the best they are going to get from this particular government and not as any ringing endorsement. We know that the Gwich'in Tribal Council and the Tlichu government, along with other individual First Nations, have publicly voiced concerns to these changes to the MVRMA. With that in mind, it is possible to view the signatures of the Gwich'in Tribal Council and the Tlichu government on the devolution agreement as being an incomplete endorsement. Mr. Speaker, with that in mind, we continue to work on this bill, as you saw today, to make sure that C-15 meets Northerners' expectations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
I want to thank the member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing for her presentation today, Mr. Speaker. And one of the phrases that she talked about, while very supportive of the idea of devolution, was inching toward devolution of powers in the Northwest Territories. And I just wanted to talk about that inching along, Mr. Speaker, because some of the things that have been proposed by the NDP today would slow down that process. And I want to specifically talk about the idea that we should have more bodies that people have to consult with, because this theme of constant consultation seems to come up from the NDP. And I want to remind them that the Mackenzie Valley pipeline process was absolutely derailed by 21 years of consultations, till by the time it was finally approved, the U.S. no longer needed the natural gas from that area, depriving it of the opportunity to take advantage of that development. So I just wanted to ask the members opposite if they're aware that there will be no resource development for the North if the processes are too long and cumbersome, something this bill fixes.
The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the reason it took so long is that they weren't quite ready yet, and there were still things to iron out. Now, this government's definition of consultation isn't the same as First Nations consultation for their definition. So I think the member needs to keep that in mind. Mr. Speaker, earlier today I also spoke, I read out a statement by the Tlichu Nation, and that was dated January 20th, 2014. And again, let me remind the member that this is a Tlichu. These are the people who are actually on the ground. So they go on to say that Canada is proceeding with an approach that is inconsistent with a proper interpretation of provisions in our agreement and will constitute a breach of our agreement and the honour of the Crown. So my question to the member in response to this, if she could have answered, would have been, why is it that they are prepared to go to court over something that will show that this piece of legislation is likely unconstitutional? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just a second. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her remarks. Mr. Speaker, in her remarks, she was quoting from a document by the Tlichu Nation in which they outlined in their document to government that they feel that their constitutional rights as an Aboriginal government is being infringed upon. They feel that government is unilaterally making changes within their claim and within their agreement that is not favorable to them. Mr. Speaker, they also imply that it violates the constitutional promises that was given to them under the Government of Canada. So I asked my colleague today, she sat through a lot of the discussion in committee with regard to this particular bill. Does she feel that the Cleacho Nation and the other Aboriginal groups, like the Sahtu and the Gritchin, have a legitimate case here? And would she, Mr. Speaker, in the absence of the government being uncooperative and accepting any amendments, be supportive of them pursuing to a legal case on this?
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And obviously, the Cleacho, the Gwich'in, and the Sahtu all believe that they do have a case, and I think I would leave that up to their lawyers to decide on their moving forward on this. But obviously, it is something that was resounding throughout the testimony was the same thing with respect to the Lands and Water Boards and the fact that this should have been two different pieces of legislation. And I just want to also mention that the document I referred to a while ago was dated November 18, 2013, and the previous one was January 20th, 2014. And now we have an article, February 10th, 2014, in the Northwest Territory News North, and they also say that, you know, what's happening here, it says, accepting the linkage of the two distinctly different legislative bills affecting the Northwest betrays the Sahtu, Cleacho, and Gwich'in governments, who all worked with the GNWT until they had built the trust to sign onto the devolution, and now there is question as to whether or not this was done intentionally and the impact that this will have on their relationship, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Here. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the opportunity to rise to speak to this bill. I know that this legislation of great import to the Northwest Territories, but also to the First Nations of that area of our country in the north. As the House is well aware, there has been considerable support across the Northwest Territories for the first part of this bill, which is finally the devolution of additional powers to the Northwest Territories government and, of course, to the First Nations to be shared. Because, of course, in Canada's north, Mr. Speaker, there are not just two jurisdictions, there are three jurisdictions, the territorial government, the federal government, and also the First Nation governments. And in this place, Mr. Speaker, we always have to keep that in mind when legislation is coming forward that may impact on each of those three orders of government. High level of support, as I understand, as well by the First Nations. They like the fact that the North is finally moving towards a jurisdiction of independence and self-government. Probably still some issues to be worked out between the federal government and those two orders of government, the other two orders of government. I know this, Mr. Speaker, from when I was Assistant Deputy of Resources in the Yukon, that it was one thing to negotiate and reach agreement on the legislation which would devolve these authorities. It was another thing to reach agreement on the person years and the resources that would transfer from the federal government over to the territorial and potentially to the First Nation governments. And we can only hope in this place that, in fact, with this devolution also come the fair transfer of resources so that those orders of government can effectively and efficiently deliver those responsibilities in the same way that the federal government previously might have, even if they had shared those responsibilities. So that's always something to keep in mind. It's one thing to debate and bring forward legislation. It's another thing to make sure that there's appropriate transfer or sharing of resources to make sure that this occurs in an effective way. Now, when I spoke on this bill in the previous reading, I made it clear that those who I've heard from in the North, the concerns that they hold is in the second part of this bill. And there are many in the North who had implored this government to separate these bills and have them debated and voted on separately. And that would have allowed for much easier part of all members of this place to say resoundingly, absolutely. It's up to the territorial government to decide, have they resolved these issues? We have looked at this closely with careful scrutiny and decided, yes, we're in favor of this. Regrettably, the government, in its stubborn will, has again chosen to combine two matters together that really merit separate discussion. And as some of my colleagues in the House have previously mentioned, there is a strong likelihood that the passage of this legislation may trigger litigation, and litigation by all three First Nations in the Northwest Territories, the Saulteaux, the Gwich'in, and the Clicho, all of whom have First Nation final agreements, self-government final agreements, that were not only negotiated and signed off between those three First Nation governments, but also with the territorial government and the federal government. And those agreements, as with all the First Nation final agreements, are constitutionally entrenched. And so, deservedly, these First Nations are raising clear, well-grounded issues. By what right does this federal government have to unilaterally reopen a First Nation final agreement without sitting down and discussing through the procedures set forth in that agreement? And it's my understanding that where the real place of contention is in the second agreement, which has to do with land use development, land use planning, land use approvals. And the legislation that stands right now, pre this bill, actually established three separate land use regimes for the Northwest Territories, one for each of these First Nations. And that is because there is clear recognition that each one of those First Nation governments has the right of governance. And the people of each of those First Nations has a right to have a direct say in decisions about land use and water management in their regions. Now, it's my understanding, Mr. Speaker, that even within those First Nation final agreements, where they set out the separate water boards, the separate land use boards, and all the provisions, there is allowance for discussion about moving towards a more consolidated approach. But that allows for the beginning of the discussion, the negotiations, and the consent by those First Nations, none of which, as I understand, has occurred to the satisfaction of those three First Nation governments. And so we have right here what appears to be certainly strong allegations of a violation of the existing legislation, the requirement for advanced consultation and agreement from that negotiation process. And so we are hearing from those three First Nations that should this legislation go through, they will clearly contemplate litigation. Well, Mr. Speaker, I have to attest to the fact that an analysis has recently come to my attention that of all the legal actions that have been coming forward by First Nations dealing with resource management, almost every one of those cases are won by the First Nations. So what we're foreseeing is, if not an overthrow eventually, or an order of the court to go back and take a second look, at least considerable delay. Now, if we go back to successive speeches of the throne by this government, they have said over and over again, not just for the north of Canada, but across Canada, that their objective is to streamline, in other words, fast-track resource extraction, development, and export. Well, if this government has heard the message from those First Nations that should this legislation go through, they will contemplate litigation against them, and given the fact that we know from experience that in all cases this government proceeds at all appellate levels. So we can foresee there will be a lot of delay in the eventual implementation and effect of this legislation. The last thing we need for investment and development in the North is uncertainty. And if there's one thing that investors do not want, and they question when they look to around the globe, where should we invest our dollars? They do not want to invest those dollars where it is a case of uncertainty. And certainly this must be hanging over the 3 to 4 diamond mines, as I understand, that are proposed in the Clicho territory. So it is a complete puzzle to me, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleagues, why on earth the government did not, first of all, separate out these bills, allow for a much deeper consultation, perhaps even provide for one option might be to move towards a super board. And if there was a super board, how would we ensure that each of the 3 First Nations are going to be similarly accommodated and heard? And, Mr. Speaker, if we actually look at the provisions, I think this is the Gwich'in First Nation final agreement. very clear under Section 24, Land and Water Regulation, shall legislation provide for coordination of the activities of the boards. Each of the boards shall be established such and such, shall establish its own rules of procedure. And most particularly, and this was the concern of these First Nations, that the legislation implementing the provisions of this chapter should provide for a method of monitoring the cumulative impact of land and water uses on the environment in the Mackenzie Valley and for periodic independent environmental audits which shall be made public. All of these provisions, Mr. Speaker, relate to the operation, the terms of reference in the operation of these distinct land and water boards and authorities for these First Nations. Well, is the baby thrown out with the bathwater? So, Mr. Speaker, I am hoping that all members of this House will give due consideration to voting for the amendment that the official opposition have put forward. We think it's a very reasonable amendment. It won't hold up the rest of the legislation, which is welcomed by those in the North and Canadians and investors across the country. We sincerely, and I certainly endorse that this amendment be accepted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Edmonton Strathcona. And I was particularly struck with her comment that this bill has received a high level of support from First Nations. And I think it's very important that we understand that here, and that there will never be 100% agreement on anything. We don't demand that from any group in our society is unanimity. But we do want to help the North realize its aspirations. And it is this idea of board devolution or board restructuring is absolutely critical to the success of this endeavor. And there are 4 land and water boards currently for the Mackenzie Valley, but with the settlement of future land claims, this could lead to an increase in the number of regulatory panels, adding to the complexity, uncertainty, and cost of the regulatory regime. She talked about certainty for development. This moving to one water and land board, would enable certainty for companies and enable the North to realize its aspirations. And I would like the member to comment on the fact that we here do not demand unanimity, but we respectfully accept that there will be people that disagree.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think, Mr. Speaker, in the debate it has been very clear that there has been support by the First Nations in favor of devolution. What they're opposed to is the imposition of the super board. This is not a minor matter. It isn't a case of, okay, well, you get everything else, but you don't get this. The point in principle here, Mr. Speaker, is the current regime was negotiated in good faith and signed off in good faith by all parties. And this government now unilaterally is deciding to throw out, to tear up this agreement that is constitutionally entrenched. That is the point. And it is going to make all First Nations who are currently negotiating First Nation final agreements think twice about entering into kind of a negotiation.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the member from Edmonton Strathcona, and Mr. Speaker, we certainly agree. We attended the consultations with the Aboriginal groups and others in the Northwest Territories and heard firsthand what their concerns were. In her remarks, she talked about how the Gwich'in, the Sahtu, and the Clecho, Mr. Speaker, are going to be affected in terms of what they feel are their constitutional rights under this agreement. One of the other groups that presented to us, I didn't hear the member comment on this, was the Chamber of Mines in the Northwest Territories. And they were very concerned that this bill, as it was written, would have a negative impact on the mining industry and discourage exploration spending in the Northwest Territories. They asked for certain changes, Mr. Speaker, that would have been cohesive with environmental regulations, and they asked that these amendments be made, in which we did at the committee level, but the government rejected. I'd like to ask the Minister, is this something that the NDP would support and would like to see corrected if there was a time when this bill could be redone? Thank you.
The honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I always happy to be called a minister, although being a chief I thought was my favourite moniker. The member makes a good point. I won't speak to those specific amendments. I know there were a number of amendments that came forward at committee. It's always discouraging, particularly when we have witnesses come in, particularly witnesses who are directly impacted by the proposed legislation, that those are roundly rejected. As I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, in my brief remarks, indeed, the most important thing for attracting investment is to have certainty. And, of course, we already have active diamond mines and other mines in the north. And all of a sudden we're changing the rules of engagement, and we have the First Nations saying they will litigate if this goes forward. So certainly I don't think the Chamber of Mines will be any happier than any other investor taking a look at this. And very clearly the Gwich'in Tribal Council have said that they support the devolution part, but they reject the second part of that bill, the MVRMA amendments. That is very clear. They're on the record, and they had hoped that the government would listen to common sense.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me today to rise to speak to Bill C-15, which proposes to change the Constitution of the Northwest Territories and change legislation with respect to land and water management boards in that area. On December 3rd, 2013, the Government of Canada tabled Bill C-15, an act which was developed following years of consultations with various Aboriginal groups, residents from the north, territorial governments, and industry. Bill C-15 is designed to transfer to the Northwest Territories additional powers over governance. It will also put in place a governance system required and will eliminate obstacles that inhibit investment. It will also invest in programs that support economic growth and generates opportunities for Northerners. The bill stems from a profound desire to modernize existing legislation and to update them. The last time there was a significant devolution to the Northwest Territories was in the end of the 80s, when jurisdiction over education, health care, transportation, and renewable resources were devolved. Having said that, Bill C-15 has two significant distinct parts. As I said earlier, the first part amends the Northwest Territories Act, which is the Constitution. Other legislation is also amended in order to implement the agreement for the Northwest Territories Lands and Resources Devolution Agreement. For decades now, the Northwest Territories has attempted to obtain the powers held by provinces. The NDP supports the Northwest Territories in its efforts to take responsibilities over certain aspects that were federal responsibilities in the North. The Premier of the Northwest Territories, Mr. Robert McLeod, said this when the Legislative Assembly approved the agreement, and I quote, "This Assembly has a vision for a prosperous, sustainable territory. The devolution is the path for the future. This is key to unleashing the economic potential that will provide opportunities for all of our inhabitants." End of quote. I'd also like to take a few moments at this time to offer my heartfelt congratulations to the member of my caucus, the member for the Northern Arctic, for his hard work on this issue. I'd like to quote comments made. I think that one of the greatest accomplishments of Premier McLeod in the devolution of these responsibilities was to bring together all First Nations. Premier McLeod is of Aboriginal origin and is highly respected in these communities. He is also appreciated by all Northerners for his sense of fairness. I think that he has done a great deal to help achieve this devolution of powers. End of quote. I think it's also very relevant to quote Robert Alexis Jr., a resident of and member of the Gwich'in Tribal Council, when the final agreement was being signed by the Government of Canada and Aboriginal leaders in the Northwest Territories. We shouldn't fear the devolution of powers. It's a new beginning. End of quote. We fully agree, and that's why the NDP strongly supports the devolution of powers to the Northwest Territories. The Northwest Territories are in the best position to know how their resources should be used, and the final authority should be theirs. I think that this is something that all of the provinces can understand. Under the agreement, the Northwest Territories will have 50% of resources from development, whereas the Government of Canada will maintain the rest. The government will receive $70 million annually for programs and services provided by the federal department. The second part of Bill C-15 makes changes to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, which will change the land and water management boards. Certain First Nations groups have raised serious concerns with respect to changes to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. Here is another quote from Robert Alexis Jr., who is on the Tribal Council for the Gwich'in, with respect to changes to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, and I quote, "We have given ourselves a plan for developing the area. We have a responsible approach to land and water. We put forth a claim. People are familiar with the process, and this process has been applied to date. There are only concerns with respect to the regulations for other waters in this regard."
I'm sorry, but the period for government business is expired. There will be 4 minutes left for the honourable member from Quebec, for Quebec, after question period. Statement by members.
For Saskatoon, Rosetown, Bigger.
Mr. Speaker, while our athletes battle their opponents to win gold in Sochi, here at home, our Conservative government is fighting for Canadian consumers. We're battling the leader of the NDP who wants to raise the price of everything from gas to groceries with a massive carbon tax. Despite the opposition, our government has cut taxes over 160 times, saving a typical family of four nearly $3,400 in 2014 alone. We cut the GST down to 5%, increased the amount Canadians can earn tax-free, and introduced tax-free savings accounts that are now benefiting more than 9 million Canadians. The federal tax burden for consumers is now the lowest it has been in 50 years. But we won't stop there. Stay tuned, Mr. Speaker. Today, when the world's greatest finance minister tables Economic Action Plan 2014, there just might be more.
Honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Mr. Speaker, today is not only Budget Day 2014, but also a day for national mobilization against abusive surveillance of Canadians.
A coalition of organizations across Canada have joined together to speak out against the illegal spying of Canadians in airports from CSEC, and this government's failure to ensure the protection of personal information of Canadians.
I join my voice to those who will be involved today to demand more transparency from the government, from within the Communications Security Establishment of Canada, to put an end to these attacks on privacy.
Perish their privacy to visit thedayWeFightBack.ca to demand that this government take your privacy seriously. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For St. Catharines.
Mr. Speaker, every year for the last 49 years, a very special hockey tournament takes place. The Marin Athletic Association in St. Catharines and the Wishikin Skating Club in Philadelphia have taken turns hosting the tournament each year. This year is our 50th anniversary celebration. The tournament brings together young players between the ages of 11 and 14, as well as their family and friends. For 50 years, along with the competition, all of those who have competed have been able to learn from each other the principles of hard work, sportsmanship, and teamwork. It's the highlight of the hockey year for all involved, and it has forged friendships, relationships, and the kind of memories that last a lifetime. Mr. Speaker, I played my youth hockey at Meriton, and this is a group of dedicated volunteers who help our kids become better people. My good friend, Congressman Pat Meehan, and I want to congratulate both the Wissahickon Skating Club and the Meriton Athletic Association for 50 years of commitment to our youth. It's too bad Meriton has had to win so many of these tournaments, Pat. Thank you.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister is about to achieve a unique distinction in the modern era of finance ministers. This will be his 8th budget deficit in a row. He will have added $160 billion to Canadian debt woes. He will have added $20,000 worth of debt to every family in Canada. Just when Canadians find themselves in record household debt, this finance minister comes along and adds $5,000 to the debt of every man, woman, and child in Canada, and then has the gall to lecture them on their own personal finances. And it was all so unnecessary, Mr. Speaker. These are all self-inflicted wounds. The Minister of Finance destroyed the revenue base he inherited from the Liberal government and has never been able to balance his budget and match his expenses to his revenues, and again, he won't do it today.
The honourable member for Brampton-Springdale.
Mr. Speaker, in Brampton-Springdale, we hosted a meet and greet in our office to help welcome new citizens to our growing and vibrant community. The event was a resounding success where constituents from across our community came to share their immigration stories with one and another, Mr. Speaker. It was an excellent event that allowed us to meet some amazing Canadians coming from all different backgrounds, including Polish, Afghan, Mexican, and many more. Mr. Speaker, each year thousands of people come to this country in hopes of building a better life, to share in the values of freedom, opportunity, respect for the rule of law, and equality that helps make Canada the greatest country in the world, Mr. Speaker. Canada is a land of freedom and opportunity. To hear the gratitude and the voices of new Canadian citizens from all backgrounds is truly moving. I look forward to doing this again in the near future, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Mr. Speaker, in your lifetime there comes across a person in your life who is an absolutely remarkable gentleman. I'm speaking of none other than the great Kevin Vickers, our Sergeant-at-Arms here in the House of Commons. Kevin Vickers, Mr. Speaker, has served 29 years as an RCMP officer. He is now the 9th Sergeant-at-Arms selected to the House of Commons and now is in his 8th year of service. We want to thank his wife, Anne, his children, Andrew and Laura, very much for sharing Mr. Vickers with all of us. With the Sikh community, the Acadian community, the Aboriginal community, working with the USDEA on a multitude of a variety of facets over his long and distinguished career. Mr. Vickers truly is one of those great gentlemen in all of Canada. And on behalf of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, I want to say to Mr. Vickers, the Sergeant-at-Arms, our number 9 here guy, what a fabulous person he is, and what a truly tremendous gentleman he is, and we are all proud to have him serve as our Sergeant-at-Arms. May God bless. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton East.
Mr. Speaker, on December 1, I had the privilege of addressing an assembly of 500,000 Ukrainians who were protesting the dishonesty and regressive policies of Ukraine's president at Euromaidan in Kiev. To them I said, people of Ukraine, you are citizens of a great and independent country with a fantastic future, a future achieved if unfettered by external influences. You have many friends around the world who stand together with you, in Ottawa, in Edmonton, and here in Independence Square. We stand with you for what is right in the face of what is wrong. We support you this day and always to democratically and peacefully put forth your demands that your true destiny be fulfilled. We stand with you for freedom and economic and civil trade engagement, not just with the East, not just with the West, but with a world as truly a nation of the world. Slava Ukraine, beware the marauding bear.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, today is Budget Day, and the economy remains our top priority because it is the priority of the vast majority of Canadians, and it is their priority because things cost money. We all love our healthcare system. We love our education, our roads, our libraries, and parks, and most Canadians understand the inescapable truth that everything eventually must be paid for. You can't get something for nothing, so they support our commitment to eliminate the deficit and balance the budget. If difficult decisions are not made now, even more difficult decisions will be unavoidable in the future. The message is simple. Keep taxes low, reduce redundant red tape, and get rid of government waste. Yes, invest in the infrastructure, education, and training. Open up trade with other countries and create a business-friendly environment, and then get out of the way and let the Canadian people continue to create jobs, opportunities, and wealth, and then let them keep their own money and decide for themselves how to spend it. Thank you.
The honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, transit is a concern that's frequently raised at my regular town hall meetings. New Westminster, Coquitlam, and Port Moody commuters are frustrated by delays to transit improvements and increasing road congestion. Instead of offering solutions, provincial and federal governments are passing the buck and failing to show leadership. Instead of working collaboratively with regional mayors, the BC Liberals are pushing a referendum that will only cause further delays. I call on the federal government to play an active role in addressing the region's needs by implementing a national transit strategy and providing cities with long-term, sustainable, predictable infrastructure funding that they need. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to send my best wishes to all Canada's athletes competing in the 2014 Winter Olympic Games in Sochi. Congratulations to Coquitlam's Kevin Reynolds, whose amazing performance in team figure skating led Canada to a silver medal win. Go, Kevin, and way to go, Canada.
The honourable member for Ottawa, Orleans.
Mr. Speaker, today is Budget Day, and we look forward to hearing the Minister of Finance speak to us this afternoon. Ottawa-Orléans traîne depuis des décennies.
For decades, Ottawa-Orleans has had a delay in its economic development.
2006, by the dedicated Orleans City Councillors, our dynamic Chamber of Commerce, and their servant in this House, we are in the process of rebranding Orleans.
Thanks to an investment of $890 million from the government, the new office of the CSE should be open by the end of the year.
Security Corporation will be setting up shop in Orleans. Venus will serve as a business incubator for the knowledge industry. Orleans has become the computer and telecommunications security capital, generating many, many jobs.
Good for them.
Orléans, un secteur scolarisé.
Orleans is an educated and bilingual community, and it has the wind in its sails. The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to rise today to underscore the gold medal of Alexandre Bilodeau at the Sochi Olympics. A great Olympic athlete born in Rosemère, Alexandre Bilodeau has managed an exploit reserved to the greatest, winning back-to-back gold medals in the same sport. We were all glued to our sets, encouraging Alexandre, sending him positive vibes. His victory makes the community of Rosemère, the riding of Marc-Aurèle-Fortin, and the entire country very proud. His sports exploits and involvement in social causes remind us that we have the privilege of counting on Alexandre to inspire our youth. This is particularly important this week. Congratulations, Alexander. You are a double Olympic champion and king of the moguls.
The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Speaker, earlier today we got the great news of yet another incredible achievement by our athletes in Sochi. At its debut at the Winter Olympics, the women's ski slopestyle, Canada has taken gold and bronze medal that put Canada to the top of the medal standings for the first time in our history. The women competing in freestyle skiing this Olympics remember their comrade and hero, Sarah Burke, who died while training 2 years ago. She pioneered the sport And with or without the tribute to Sarah on their helmets, it is clear they hold Sarah's memory and spirit in their hearts. Today's gold medalist is the daughter of fellow resort operators in Ontario, a family we grew up with and admired for their drive and their dedication to family and business. 19-year-old Dara Howell is the pride of Huntsville, Ontario. I know that Doug, Dee, and Brent and the entire Howell family are immensely proud. So today I join with the MP for Parry Sound Muskoka and all Canadians in congratulating Dara Howell, gold medalist, Sochi 2014.
The honourable member for Westmount, Bill Marie.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honour the life of the late Colonel Bernard B.J. Finestone of Westmount, Quebec, who passed away in 2013. B.J., an honorary colonel of the BC Dragoons, was decorated for his service as an officer and a tank squadron leader in World War II. After the war, at home in Montreal, he was ever mindful of the challenges that maintaining a democratic way of life presents. As such, he readily put his training and experiences to work wherever and whenever he saw that they were needed. In Quebec and in British Columbia, he regularly met with soldiers during serving in the Canadian Forces. Security was of utmost concern to BJ. In uniform or out, he served his country, community, and family with distinction. Canadians are forever grateful for the steadfastness in defense of the values of freedom shown by Colonel Finestone, and I am honored today to pay tribute to his life of service to Canada.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we learned that the vast majority of high school students, 81%, agree with our government's plan to reduce federal debt. Today we're getting more support. According to the Canadian press, there's deep, broad support for budget balance as Fed's poised for black ink in 2015. A new Harris Decima poll finds a remarkable consensus about deficit reduction. A clear majority believe the deficit should be eliminated before any increased spending occurs. The Plan d'Action Économique 2014.
The 2014 Economic Action Plan will lead to a balanced budget in 2015 while creating high-quality jobs, reducing problems for consumers, and increasing economic development.
Remarkable consensus of Canadians. Unfortunately, the Liberals continue to oppose our efforts to balance the budget. This again shows the Liberal leader's poor judgment. In contrast to the strong economic leadership of our Prime Minister and the world's greatest finance minister, the Liberal leader has no plans for the economy. He's in way over his head, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Democratic Reform arrived here last week with a bill that is custom-made to protect the Conservatives. This is only the ongoing battle that the Conservatives are waging before the courts against Elections Canada. Like every other hyper-partisan bill that they tabled in this House, they are using the same parliamentary procedures, that is, closure and gags. Our electoral system, which is the cornerstone of our democracy, should not be treated in such a partisan way, although that's the only way the Conservatives know. Muzzling the Chief Electoral Officer, controlling the investigative powers of the Commissioner, preventing investigations of election behavior, and trying to suppress the vote of thousands of voters. That's not in the interest of Canadians. By preventing Elections Canada from communicating freely with citizens, the Conservatives are undermining the very nature of our democracy. That's why we will not accept these measures that seek to restrain voter turnout. Canadians deserve better than this Conservative government.
Thank you, Speaker. Last week, our government announced important improvements to the process for approving cellular tower locations. We've given Canadians a far greater say into where cellular towers may be built in their communities. In Oakville, Bell Canada ignored local residents, placing cellular antennae in residential areas, in one case 13 meters from a house, without giving any notice to the local residents, ignoring homeowners, many of whom are their own customers. Our policy will force all cellular companies to conduct a robust process to inform and consult municipalities and local residents where cellular towers are proposed, for the first time, including towers under 15 meters. Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping that Bell Canada CEO George Cope and his board of directors will now realize that Canadians have a right to participate in decisions affecting their families, their homes, communities, and health, and move their invasive antennae in Oakville now.
Hear, hear.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister agree to amend his Unfair Elections Act to remove the gag order against the Chief Electoral Officer? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, there is no such thing. On the contrary, the Chief Electoral Officer is required under multiple provisions of the Act to actually speak and make reports on various occasions.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Je commence à avoir l'impression qu'il ne sait pas ce qu'il y a dedans, parce que sous la réforme électorale des conservateurs, si le directeur général des élections découvre...
The Chief Electoral Officer discovers... Is the interpretation on? Yes, it is on. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, I'm beginning to believe that he does not know what is in the bill, because indeed, under the Conservatives' Unfair Elections Bill, if the Chief Electoral Officer discovers, for instance, electoral fraud, massive electoral fraud, as they repeatedly discovered during the last election on the part of the Conservatives, he will not have the right to tell voters about this fraud. How can the Prime Minister justify this? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, there was no such fraud during the last election, but at the upcoming election, Mr. Speaker, in reality, we will have an independent commissioner who will have full powers to investigate.
The NDP, as its spokesman conceded, decided to oppose the bill before reading it, so I obviously would encourage them to use the weeks ahead of us to actually read things.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister tell us what is proposed by the following section 376(3). The commercial value of services provided to a registered party for the purpose of soliciting, by mail, telephone, or other electronic means, monetary contributions is not an election expense under subsection 1.
Why not?
As long as the soliciting is directed only towards individuals who have made at least one monetary contribution of $20 or more to the registered party. Can the Prime Minister tell us what mischief is being remedied by that provision?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Clearly, Mr. Speaker, since we eliminated union contributions and eliminated the taxpayer subsidies to political parties, it's now incumbent upon political parties to raise their own money. Internal operations and the normal operations of raising money, Mr. Speaker, would obviously not be part of the expenses that one would incur in terms of communicating with the broader public.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, the reference to $20 is interesting because if you make a contribution of $20, you don't get a receipt, it doesn't count anywhere. So what they're saying here is that the Conservative Party is going to be able to spend an unlimited amount of money on fundraising. Say it doesn't count in their limit, they're front-loading their cheating for the next election.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Clearly, Mr. Speaker, the rules regarding fundraising expenses apply to all political parties, Mr. Speaker, but the cheating that we have seen was the NDP using union money that they are not allowed to use under the Act, and that will continue to be illegal.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
2006, the In-N-Out scandal, orchestrated from the Central Committee of the Conservative Party, condemnations, convictions, his punishment, he stuck them in the Senate. 2008, he's still back there waiting for his trial. 2011, thousands of illegal robocalls made from, hold it, the central computer of the Conservative Party. He's still trying to convince Canadians he didn't know anything about it?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, of course, that is not true, and the court found...
Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister has the floor.
Completely to the contrary. I do notice, Mr. Speaker, the tendency of the leader of the NDP, whether it's elections or Osama bin Laden, to fall into conspiracy theory. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is the Conservative Party of Canada won the last election because we got more votes from Canadians, and because we continue to serve Canadians, we will continue to win elections.
The Honourable Member for Papineau.
Mr. Speaker, last budget day, a job grant was introduced that was paid for by cutting provincial job training for the most vulnerable. The provinces rejected it. There is still no agreement, and funding for vital job training organizations is in doubt. When will this economic problem, created by last year's budget, be solved?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, unlike the party opposite, this party has increased funding for health and post-secondary education and the major transfers to the provinces, unlike the Liberal Party of Canada. Mr. Speaker, we've been very clear. The Canada Job Grant goes beyond training. The purpose is to make sure we actually create jobs. Canada has the best job creation record in the G7 over the last several years, and Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party may not view that as a national priority, but we do.
The Honourable Member for Papineau.
Mr. Speaker, even though the Canada Job Grant is still not in place a year later, the government wasted millions in taxpayers' money advertising it during the Stanley Cup playoffs last year. Will the government commit that it will not advertise any Budget 2014 initiatives that are not yet available to Canadians, particularly during the Olympics?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course, I'm delighted to see the wide stakeholder support that the Canada Job Grant has received. And, Mr. Speaker, I can certainly assure you that this government will ensure that Canadians remain well informed of the services that are available to them. If the Liberal Party has no policies and therefore no policies to advertise, that really is their problem.
The Honourable Member for Papineau.
In the last federal budget, the government boasted its program, its Canada Jobs program, which still doesn't exist. And yet the government spent an exorbitant amount of money to advertise the program during the Stanley playoffs. Will the government commit not to waste taxpayers' money in useless advertising during the Olympic Games? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The Canada Jobs Grant is a policy to create jobs. And it is not just for training. It is to bring on the private sector and other governments to create jobs for the unemployed. This government has the best job creation record among the G7, and we intend to make sure that Canadians are still aware of services that are available to them.
The Chief Electoral Officer's report from the last campaign says, quote, the proportion of electors who use their voter information cards with another authorized piece of identification, for example, a hospital bracelet, to cast their vote in seniors' residences and long-term care facilities was about 73%. Conservative changes to the Act remove this option for voter identification. Why would the government remove the voter information card and make it harder for seniors to vote?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Quite the contrary, Mr. Speaker. Canadians voted for many years without using the voter information card as a form of identification. It is a rather new phenomenon and a quite unsecure one. In fact, according to Elections Canada's own information, 1 in 6 people have false information on their voter information cards, and that can be used for the purposes of voter fraud. And we're not going to allow that to happen, but what we will require is for Elections Canada to better advertise what ID is required. There are 39 different pieces of ID people can bring. We're going to make sure that people know what they are.
Absolutely. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, the question was about seniors voting. Is the minister really suggesting that the very people who fought for a right to vote are now defrauding the system?
Shame.
Chief Electoral Officer said 62% of students use their voter identification cards to cast their ballot. Mr. Speaker, when young people vote, they form habits that make them lifelong voters. But for students at school, proving their residency can often be a challenge. Why is the government making it harder for young people to cast their vote?
Once again, quite the contrary. I have a list in my hands of the eligible ID that people can use, and it does include the student ID card. 38 other forms of identification that Elections Canada will be required under a law to inform students of. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, we will open up a new day of voting on which young people can vote. Right now, half of youth are not even aware that they can vote before Elections Day. The law will be changed so that Elections Canada advertises clearly those voting opportunities so that we can increase the turnout of our young people.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, the bill says that the Chief Electoral Officer will only be able to publicly speak on a list of subjects pre-approved by the Conservatives. This list excludes, among other things, the ability to speak about the state of our electoral system. It's ridiculous. Why do Conservatives want to legislate a limit on the right to speak of an officer of Parliament? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, that is the problem when the NDP takes position on a bill which they have never read. Mr. Speaker, not only will the Chief Electoral Officer be allowed to speak, he will be required to speak based on provisions 533, 534, and 535. He will have to report to Parliament. Automatically, these reports become public, and he will have to speak before parliamentarians and all Canadians. The Honourable Member. Yesterday, the minister said on CBC that he was open to compromise. He might be willing to admit that mistakes were made. Mr. Speaker, under the bill, the Elections Commissioner would be placed under the authority of the Minister of Justice. If the bill is adopted in its current form, he would therefore have to inform the Minister of Justice about any ongoing investigation, even if the Commissioner is investigating the Minister's own party. Do the Conservatives really believe that this hierarchy is appropriate? The Honourable Minister for Democratic Reform.
To know that she is factually wrong is read Section 2 of the Director of Public Prosecutions Act, which explicitly forbids the Attorney General/Justice Minister from having any involvement in prosecutions related to the Canada Elections Act. Furthermore, the Director of Public Prosecutions is selected by an independent committee that includes representatives of every political party, 2 senior public servants, and a member of the Law Society, and that director can only be removed by a vote of the House of Commons. That is multiple layers of independence.
The Honourable Member. Unfortunately, it's not the only thing that's wrong with this unfair elections bill. 73% of people living in long-term care facilities used their voter information cards to identify themselves during the last election, and 62% of students did the same. But the Minister of Democratic Reform wants to prevent people from voting their voter cards to vote. Why are Conservatives trying to suppress the vote of people who are ill and students? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, a student card is a form of identification which is acceptable to Elections Canada, but the voter information card had erroneous information 1 time out of 6. That's a fact. The TV program Infoman had a program in which 2 people voted twice each using these voter information cards. And they called it the 2-for-1 of Elections Canada. We are not going to allow this type of electoral fraud to continue. We will continue to protect our election system. The Honourable Member for Ville-Saint-Laurent. It would be good for the minister to get his facts straight, because to vote with a student card, the address has to be on the card, and not all students' cards have the address. I know that. There's another problem with this new bill. By limiting the power of the Chief Electoral Officer to speak to the public, it makes useless research and surveys about voter behavior. And yet, scientific research has an important role to play to understand voter behavior and to adjust strategies to get out the vote. Can Conservatives explain to us why they are opposed to research and polls which help us to understand the comportment of voters? The Honourable Minister for Democratic Reform.
Will come to Section 18 of the Canada Elections Act is, in fact, false. The purpose of those changes is to focus Elections Canada's purchased advertising on the basics of voting: where, when, and what ID to bring. Why is that important? Because a quarter of young people, according to Elections Canada, who don't vote, fail to vote because they are not aware of how, where, or when to do so. Half of young people are not even aware that they can vote before Elections Day. They need that information to exercise their democratic right. We'll make sure that they get it.
The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, the Minister can try to pull as many fast ones as he likes, but the Chief Electoral Officer himself said clearly, he explained the problem in these words: these reports will not be available anymore. In fact, not only will they not be available anymore, I don't think they're even going to get done anymore. Why do the Conservatives think that Elections Canada should not do any scientific research anymore with regard to how elections are held? The Honourable Minister for Democratic Reform. Well, Mr. Speaker, under Canada's Elections Act, Sections 533, 534, and 535, the Chief Electoral Officer will not only be allowed to, but required to continue to communicate with all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the changes we are making to Section 18 are to target Elections Canada advertising on facts that matter: where, when, and what ID is necessary to vote, and what types of ID are, or rather, what methods are there for disabled Canadians to vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Neufeld report to Elections Canada outlined procedural problems that the Elections Act calls irregularities. These are due to staff making mistakes on election day, like a small mistake filling out a form when a voter is being vouched for. But Neufeld never even came close, Mr. Speaker, to saying these irregularities constituted, led to, or represented a serious risk of fraud. So why is the Minister constantly misrepresenting these statistics?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, this is what Neufeld actually said. Serious errors of the type courts consider irregularities that can contribute to an election being overturned were found to occur in 12% of all election cases involving voter registration and 42% of cases involving identity vouching, Mr. Speaker. I've said before that in 4 ridings that were audited by the Neufeld Commission, they found 25% error rate. But when they audited the whole country, that rate actually rose to 42%, an astounding and very troubling number.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
At least...
Order. The Honourable Member for Toronto. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth now has the floor.
As Justices Rothstein and Moldaver in the Supreme Court said in the contested election decision on the Etobicoke Centre, quote, "The procedural safeguards in the Act are important. However, they should not be treated as ends in themselves," unquote. So, Mr. Speaker, as you know, and as the Minister I think knows, the right to vote is protected by the Charter of Rights, the only limits being citizenship and where a voter lives. So given these facts, why does the Minister think his legislation, particularly removing vouching, is actually constitutional?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Well, what Mr. Neufeld actually said in his report was that when he defined irregularities, he said that those irregularities were, quote, serious errors. His words, not mine. Quote, "An irregularity is a failure by an election official to administer safeguards demonstrating that a voter is entitled to receive a ballot." Mr. Speaker, these irregularities occurred in over 50,000 cases across the entire country. Furthermore, the report finds that they cannot be solved by minor administrative changes. In fact, we need big changes, and that is what I propose in the Fair Elections Act.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today the average Canadian owes an all-time high of $1.64 for every dollar she earns. Middle-class Canadians are borrowing more because they are earning less. We've seen this story before. As in the United States before the financial crisis, ballooning personal debt is masking our economy's underlying weakness. Why has this government built our economy on an unstable mountain of personal debt? And what is it doing to move us to a more sustainable footing?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we clearly don't want Canadians to be overextended. We have cautioned Canadians repeatedly that interest rates are at an all-time low and will inevitably increase. Our priority is ensuring that Canadians can make informed financial decisions. Unlike the NDP and the Liberals, who have voted against every single piece of consumer protection legislation our government has introduced.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, the skyrocketing increase in the personal debt levels of Canadians is masking the weakness of the Canadian economy. Under this government, the average rate of people's debt has grown by $20,000 per family. Imagine today that for every dollar earned by a Canadian worker, there is $1.64 in debt. This situation cannot last. What does the government intend to do to correct the situation? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Concrete action to help Canadians better manage their money. We introduced credit card reforms to ensure that Canadians have access to important information. We strengthened mortgage rules to protect Canadians buying a home. We cut taxes and created the tax-free savings account, the most successful savings account in Canadian history. We created a financial literacy leader to oversee our progress. Unlike the Liberals who voted against every consumer protection law that we introduced, we're standing up for consumers.
The Honourable Member for Beausejour.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives' bogus economic programs, the Conservatives' economic programs are false promises and give Canadians false hope. The people from New Brunswick are very aware of how the Conservatives' lack of transparency has hurt them. While they've been talking about infrastructure for 8 long years. Highway 11 still only has 2 lanes. The Ichibuktu Arena still isn't built. And Sackville is still waiting for funding to revitalize its downtown core. Why are Conservatives insisting on punishing the people from New Brunswick and their elected municipal officials? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
2 hours, Canada's Finance Minister, the best Finance Minister in the world. Economic Action Plan 2014. Our Conservative government is focused on what matters most to Canadians, helping create jobs and supporting economic growth. That's why Economic Action Plan 2014 will help grow Canada's economy and create jobs while keeping taxes low and returning to balanced budgets. I encourage the member opposite to be patient. He will have all the answers he's looking for shortly. Not even one more sleep, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, under this government, Canada's export performance has been in long-term decline, and it continues to suffer. December figures reveal an even worse trade deficit than expected, now $1.7 billion, enough to knock a full point off our GDP in the fourth quarter. And we've just passed 2 years of monthly merchandise trade deficits. Can the minister explain why his trade policies are failing to reverse these troubling numbers?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Well, Mr. Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. Talk about cherry-picking statistics. In fact, this past year, Canada's exports went up by 3.2%, almost $15 billion. And our trade deficit dropped by almost $3 billion. What's more, our government's low-tax, pro-trade plan has created somewhere in the order of 1.1 million new jobs for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, that's a job creation record that we're very proud of. We're not going to apologize for that.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the minister should apologize for a $62 billion current account deficit in this country. Mr. Speaker, according to the Bank of Canada, poor export performance is a major driver of our slow economic growth. And this means Conservative policies are costing us good middle-class jobs. Canadians want a trade policy that gets value-added exports moving again. So when is this minister going to admit what years of weak export growth have made obvious? His ideological trade strategy is simply not working.
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's pretty rich for the NDP talking about trade. Mr. Speaker, this is the party that has opposed virtually every trade agreement this government has ever signed. Let me articulate what those are. It's Chile, Peru, Honduras, Colombia, Liechtenstein, the United States, Mexico. Mr. Speaker, they are fundamentally opposed to trade. They don't like trade. They don't understand trade. They have absolutely no credibility on trade.
Order. Get it all out. Are we ready? Not having a deputy to say.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. On another subject, Mr. Speaker. Not satisfied with the fiasco that they caused on the labour market agreement file, the Conservatives have decided to launch a new battle on the labour market training front. We learned this morning that the Minister wants to review the labour market development agreements. Will the Minister learn from past mistakes, consult and cooperate with the provinces so that workers can benefit from training and make our economy more dynamic? The Honourable Minister.
The Canadians expect their government to address issues such as skills training and labour market development. That's why we look forward to having open and productive discussions with our counterparts at the end of February. That's also why, Mr. Speaker, we've invested in skills training, whether it be our youth employment strategy, whether it be investments in apprenticeship grants, whether it be our Opportunities Fund to help persons with disabilities get into the workforce. We're helping people get back to work, and we're working together with the provinces to get that done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, the facts speak for themselves. The Canada Jobs Grant caused a new, useless squabbling between the federal government and the provinces that's still not resolved. The negotiations to review the labour market development agreements were at least the subject of a letter of notification. However, nothing guarantees the cooperation of the Conservatives in developing the final agreement. Have the Conservatives, will they finally, in fact, learn from past mistakes on the labour market agreements? The Honourable Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, the opposition has no plans for skills development except raising taxes on everyday Canadians, and they have no idea what they're going to do except spend billions of dollars on all kinds of programs and projects that result in nothing. Mr. Speaker, what we're doing with things like the Canada Job Grant is involving employers, involving the private sector, so that we can train people for jobs that exist and create new jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, while Canadian athletes battle their opponents in Sochi, here at home, our Conservative government is fighting to protect Canadian consumers. We're battling the leader of the NDP who wants to raise the price of everything from gas to groceries with higher taxes.
Shame on
The people of Elmwood Transcona are fed up with the NDP tax hike agenda. They're also fed up with cross-border price discrimination. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance update the House on how our government is putting consumers first?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Elmwood Transcona for that excellent question. Unlike the opposition, who voted against our consumer protection regulations, we are committed to putting consumers first. Our government has cut taxes over 160 times, saving a typical family of four nearly $3,400 in 2014 alone. But we didn't stop there, Mr. Speaker. We helped reduce wireless rates by almost 20% since 2008, and we better protected Canadians using prepaid credit cards. Stay tuned, Mr. Speaker. Today, when the world's best finance minister tables Economic Action Plan 2014, there will be more to come.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Les-Îles-la-Madeleine. Today, Via Rail announced to French CBC that it would be stopping service to Gaspé. I would like the Minister of Transport to tell us if that really is the case. And if it is the case, could the Minister explain what her plan is to ensure rail service for all Canadians? Transportation is crucial for a rural economy and rural region. So what is the situation for people living in these isolated areas? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Via Rail is an independent Crown corporation of the government. It takes its decisions based upon its operating parameters, and indeed they do publish and they do indicate what their schedules are. I do encourage the member to talk to Via Rail regarding the issue, but as I stated before, Via is indeed independent arm's length from us.
Mr. Speaker, a Miramichi newspaper has reported that my Conservative colleague is working quietly with the Minister in an attempt to save train service. She should start making a little more noise instead of just watching the train go by, Mr. Speaker. For 3 weeks we've been fighting alone to save this service in the Maritimes. Now she's just realized that her own party wants to take out the tracks. Does she and her colleagues, or will she and her colleagues work with us to save Via Rail service in the Maritimes, or just allow the train to go from Quebec to Vancouver and forget about the Maritimes altogether?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, you know, it's very helpful to have actual facts on the floor here as opposed to the fear-mongering that the opposition is taking part on. The fact is this. CN Rail has entered into a discontinuance process according to the Canadian Transportation Agency. They are in that process right now. No decisions have been taken regarding this part of the rail, or indeed no decisions have been taken by Via on this part of the rail. He would serve his constituents better by telling them the truth.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, yesterday my colleague asked the Minister of Transport why the government hadn't followed up on the proposals in a secret report offering alternative solutions to save Canada Post. Each time, she replied saying she supported the 5-point plan put forth by the executives at Canada Post. Bear in mind that that plan means 8,000 jobs lost, an excessive increase in rates, and the loss of home delivery. Why was this report kept secret? The Honourable Minister.
If Canada Post continues on the path that it was on prior to their 5-point plan, they would have lost $1 billion by 2020. That's a bill that the taxpayers of Canada would have to pay. While it's difficult to hear that the 8,000 positions will be lost, the reality is these will be lost through attrition, Mr. Speaker. These are jobs that would not be there necessarily as a result of people retiring or leaving the service.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. The problem, Mr. Speaker, is that when proposals are made to ensure the long-term viability of Canada Post, the Conservatives censor 90% of the pages in a report that put forth solutions. Here in the NDP, we're prepared to support all proposals that will ensure the survival of Canada Post, while maintaining jobs and the integrity of services to Canadians. So why censor the report? And what rescue plan did the government set aside? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I indicated yesterday, Canada Post has been looking at their situation and determining their best path forward. They do have a 5-point plan, Mr. Speaker. It is their plan. It is a plan supported by the Conference Board of Canada's report as well, too. And, Mr. Speaker, it's actually supported by facts. The fact being that 1 billion less pieces of mail are being utilized and put in the system than there were in 2006. They are acting to get ahead of the problem. They are part of the solution, and we support their plan.
The Honourable Member for Random, Buren St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, the government closed 9 regional Veterans Affairs offices that offered frontline services to save $4 million. The same government spent $30 million to commemorate the War of 1812. That could have kept these offices open for a further 7 years to help today's veterans. Canadians witnessed the disrespect the Minister of Veterans Affairs has for our veterans when he kept them waiting an hour for a meeting and then lectured them. Can we expect the same kind of contempt for veterans and misplaced priorities in this budget, or will the government do the right thing and reopen these regional offices?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans.
Mr. Speaker, I think that we have demonstrated over many years the regard we have for our veterans, the support that we have shown to them. Absolutely. Veterans Affairs budget has increased by 25%. It's 25% larger today than it was 8 years ago. And, Mr. Speaker, since last year, we have eliminated millions of transactions between government and Canadian veterans, and we are continuing to work on behalf of veterans and their families, with or without that party's assistance.
Well said. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister needs to take responsibility for his party. Remember the Conservative in-and-out scandal? What about robocalls? What about the overspending and cheating, Mr. Speaker? If the government wants to take it serious about election reform, Mr. Speaker, I would ask him to do two things. When it comes to the committee and dealing with the Election Reform Act, number one, not limit debate in committee, and number two, allow that committee to go into the communities across Canada, Mr. Speaker. Will the Prime Minister make that commitment today?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, the committee will do plenty of study and hear from plenty of witnesses from all quarters of Canada, and they will discuss the Fair Elections Act. The Fair Elections Act will put Canadians in charge of their democracy by putting special interests on the sidelines and rule breakers out of business. It will make it easier to vote and harder to break the law. It cracks down on loopholes designed to allow loans for the purposes of illegal donations. Mr. Speaker, it will give law enforcement the watchdog, sharper teeth, a longer reach, and a freer hand. Who could be against that?
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Mr. Speaker, Rajni Subramaniam, a young mother from the GTA, was deported recently while waiting to file a humanitarian and compassionate application. She was removed from the country, separating her from her two small children, ages 4 and 5. They are now left in the care of her husband, who has had to quit one of his jobs to be able to take care of the children alone. Why are the Conservatives continuing to defend reckless policies that are separating families?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as the member well knows, these decisions about refugee determination are made by an independent, highly trained and very independent board. There is recourse under appeal to one level within the Immigration and Refugee Board and then to the Federal Court where necessary. We can't comment on specific cases, Mr. Speaker, but we can confirm to this House what Canadians already know, that the reform of our asylum system has been a tremendous success, 87% reduction in the number of claims from safe countries, and no longer, Mr. Speaker, do we have the United States and 3 members of the European Union among our top 10 source countries.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. There are too many tragic stories of deportation, Mr. Speaker. Let's look at another case, the one of Ms. Yvonne Hernandez, who fled to the violence that she was subjected to in Mexico to take refuge here. Once here, she was again victim of domestic violence. She took refuge in a shelter for abused women, and she lost custody of her son. Since her application for asylum was rejected, she may now be deported, leaving her 14-month-old son in Canada. That is so sad, Mr. Speaker. What is the minister doing to ensure that Ms. Hernandez can remain with her son? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, each day, Border Services officers make important decisions to ensure the safety of our borders. They do so with a great deal of respect for all. When people enter the country illegally, they have a recourse that they can turn to. In the case before us, I can't comment on it, Mr. Speaker.
Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we learned that the vast majority of high school students, 81%, agree with our government's plan to reduce the federal debt. We know the Liberal leader has a lot to learn from these students, and despite a leader who has no plan for the economy, the Liberal Party continues to criticize our government's efforts to balance the budget. Can the Parliamentary Secretary for Finance please tell the House what Canadians are saying about our efforts to balance the budget?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Elgin, Middlesex, London for that excellent question. I'm pleased to report great news. According to the Canadian press, there is broad support for budget balance as Feds poised for black ink in 2015. A new Harris Decima poll finds a remarkable consensus about deficit reduction. A clear majority believe the deficit should be eliminated before any increased spending occurs. Today's great news is about to get even better, Mr. Speaker. The world's greatest finance minister will table Economic Action Plan 2014 shortly, which will pave the way to balanced budgets in 2015.
Way to go, The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Speaker, the Manolis L, the sunken boat off the northeast coast of Newfoundland, has been leaking oil for over a year now. The Coast Guard is doing its best to patch it up. However, that's not enough. We need a long-term solution. The Coast Guard just said, sorry, there is no long-term solution. However, last spring, the former Minister of Environment stood in this House and talked about a long-term solution. From the current Minister of Environment, absolutely nothing. Can she rise in this House and offer a long-term solution for a major potential disaster in Newfoundland and Labrador?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are committed to protecting our oceans from oil spills, and we've made this clear through our efforts to establish a world-class tanker safety system. Mr. Speaker, the Coast Guard has completed installing new seals on the Manolis in January, along with new monitoring equipment. A complete survey of the hull was conducted and no further leakage was detected. Mr. Speaker, the Coast Guard is monitoring the situation closely and will take any necessary steps to protect the environment.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, with all the talk of high finances today, the Minister of Public Works wants to balance the books by purging all public buildings of petunias and potted plants. Now, so far, her deforestation project is going great, Mr. Speaker. She just sold 650 plants from the Place de Portage for, get this, $11.11. Although I presume that was rounded down to $11.10. We know that government procurement is not a strong point, but we didn't really realize how bad they are at divesting themselves of public assets. Can the Minister for Defoliating Public Places please explain her business plan? Because it's
Order. I have asked members in the past to refer to each other by the proper titles or writing name. I don't know. Okay. Order. If the minister wants to answer. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, my constituents in Etobicoke Centre know that lower taxes makes Canada's economy stronger and creates quality, high-paying jobs. And that's why, since 2006, our government has lowered the average small business tax bill by $28,000, so that's about 30%. But what I'd like to know, Mr. Speaker, is how we compare with the rest of the world. So would the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance please tell this House how Canada's business environment ranks on the international stage? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Etobicoke Centre for that excellent question. Canada is weathering the global economic storm better than most other countries with the help of our low-tax plan. Despite the opposition who voted against every one of our job-creating tax cuts, Canada has the lowest overall tax rate on new business investment in the G7. I am pleased to tell the House that Bloomberg has also recently ranked Canada as the second best place in the world to do business, Mr. Speaker. Today, we will table a plan that will continue to make us the envy of the world. Mr. Speaker, just like our hardworking athletes, with Economic Action Plan 2014, we're going for the gold.
The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Mr. Speaker, despite the Prime Minister's rhetoric on Arctic sovereignty, the Conservative government has done little to protect Canada's northern resources from foreign interests. The largest offshore exploration lease holder in the Beaufort Sea is a small two-person British company called Franklin Petroleum. Under the current rules, these leases could be transferred to anyone, to any country, at any time, without the involvement of Canada in approving the transfer. Why hasn't the Prime Minister closed this loophole?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
We rely on our regulatory authorities to determine what projects should go ahead. Projects only go ahead if they're safe for Canadians and safe for the environment. The party opposite should stop making decisions before they've got the independent scientific advice.
The Honourable Member Haute-Gaspésie-Lamity ce matin, Matapédier. We already knew, Mr. Speaker, that the government wanted to impose on Quebec a labour market training program, an initiative rejected by all players in Quebec. Now the minister is adding insult to industry. He wants to change the parameters of another agreement, the Labour Market Development Agreement. The Quebec Minister of Employment publicly pointed out to him in an open letter and is still waiting for a call back. But the problem is that the minister isn't dialing the right number. It's not to Ms. de Courcy, but Madame Maltais that the minister needs to call. Can the parliamentary secretary please note the number 418-643-4810 and pass the message on? The Honourable Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Employment did indicate yesterday that he has had good discussions with his Quebec counterpart, Minister Maltais, about involving employers in skills training. He noted the success of some of Quebec's labour market programs, and we look forward to continuing discussions with Quebec on how to deliver the Canada Job Grant, as well as discussions around labour productivity and development in Canada. Thank you.
That concludes question period for today. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders, government bills commons, resuming debate at report stage on Bill C-15, Northwest Territories Devolution Act.
There
are 4 minutes left for the Honourable Member for Quebec for her speech. The Honourable Member for Quebec. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So I will continue about Bill C-15 where I left off just before question period. So, Mr. Speaker, we intend to continue, we, the NDP, to examine the concerns raised by changes to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. That's why we have proposed amendments about that in committee. The most important thing to the NDP is to make sure that Bill C-15 responds to the needs of the inhabitants of the North. And to do that, we will continue to work very hard for them, because we in the NDP really believe in a dialogue between nations with great respect as is required. When a population is consulted, it becomes an integral part of the development of the territory and resources. They are fully informed of the various stages of the project, of its direct and indirect consequences, and such populations can bring something to the bill in order to improve it. So it's far more likely to succeed. That is a reality that has observable here via citizen initiatives, for example, and it's a reality that we also see abroad when a humanitarian project is only long-lasting if and only if the local population has agreed to the project and makes its mark and adds to it. When this Conservative government does only whatever it wants, imposes its visions of things on municipalities, territories, provinces, and residents of the North, and has no public consultations, no impact studies before imposing its reforms, I say to myself that that government is just worn out. It's tired out. It's tired after 9 years in power. It's time to go on to something else. It has to be replaced, and you can rest assured that the NDP will be there in 2015 to replace that government. And we will deal with the people, with the municipalities, with the provinces, with the territories, with the residents of the North the South, the East, and the West, from coast to coast to coast. Because you can be sure of one thing, Mr. Speaker, is that a government that turns its back on problems is not confronting them and cannot confront them because it has its back turned. So I'm saying that that government is not listening to the public. That government is completely disregarding the people that C-15 affects, and I say that's enough. I think a lot of us will say that's enough in 2015 and say it's high time that we modernize Canada. This country is not too big just because it's the second largest in the world. We can do it with the people. We can do it in cooperation with them. And I urge all Canadians to say, yes, we deserve better than what this rotten Conservative government can offer. Questions and comments.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I won't attempt to match the entertainment value of that speech with my question, but the Northwest Territories Chamber of Mines and the Government of the Northwest Territories released their Northwest Territories Mineral Development Strategy, where they recognized the importance of regulatory improvement, and they said, by creating a strong regulatory framework that clearly outlines consultation requirements, processes and timing, companies will have increased clarity regarding regulatory process and expectations, and the GNWT needs to support the timely completion and lead the effective implementation of Canada's regulatory reform action plan. So, Mr. Speaker, I know the NDP opposes responsible resource development. I know by rote they oppose everything that this government proposes, but perhaps would she agree that they could support the government of the Northwest Territories who's put forward a plan for regulatory improvement, or does she oppose that consensus government as well?
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see my colleague opposite didn't listen to the beginning of my speech because I talked a lot about economic development. Yes, the NDP is in favor of that, but not at the cost of environmental and social impacts that can follow. I think this can be done via consultation with the public, and we think that by modernizing what's going on right now, we could develop that sector a little more in the north, in partnership, of course, with private enterprise that can invest there. And I think that's the point we are at. And that's why we're saying now's the time to modernize, and this is what we want to achieve with C-15. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her fantastic speech. I'm sure it's more interesting than the budget speech we'll hear from the Minister of Finance this afternoon. Yesterday, I didn't have an opportunity to hear the first part of her speech, which I'm sure was great. Can she remind me of the main points of the first part of her speech so that all members, especially those opposite, can hear, because I think they need to? The Honourable Member for Quebec. I thank my colleague for his intervention. I think there are three key messages to remember about what the NDP is asking for here in the House. I'm very happy to see I have more attention from my colleagues opposite right now. I say that the inhabitants of the Northwest Territories have been trying for decades to get powers similar to those of the provinces, and the NDP is in favor of this transfer of powers, and we applaud the fact that the NWT wants to take over some responsibilities from the federal government. The Northwest Territories are in the best position, and I think all municipal and provincial authorities understand this. They know how their resources should be used, and they should have the final authority, and that is why we are asking for the support of this government in this regard. We will make sure that C-15 meets the expectations of northern inhabitants, and we will examine it in committee to look at some of the concerns raised about the Conservative plan to change the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. I think that's the NDP message, and it's a message that says yes to economic development, but done with the residents of the North, because without them it is not possible. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Compton Stansted. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate my colleague, who's always so passionate and eloquent in her messaging. She mentioned the cooperation and listening to the people of the Northwest Territory and the First Nations, and said that we want to develop the air economy. There's good examples all across Canada, but there is work that needs to be done still in the Northwest Territories, and we'd like to see the Conservatives show a bit more eloquence and willingness to cooperate with what remains to be done. So could she explain how it is important to cooperate with the population in the territories in order to help them eat better, have better housing, meet their essential needs that the First Nations of Canada are reclaiming everywhere? There's just a little further to go in the Northwest Territories with C-15. The Honourable Member for Quebec, 15 seconds rather. I want to thank my colleague first, and I think that a dialogue from nation to nation is one that allows us to show the respect we have. We can't say we agree with the nation that's present if we don't respect them. And I think that's a key word. It's something that other nations can understand, not just the First Nations. We want this Conservative government to give true meaning to what it means to be a nation.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a real honor, as always, to rise in this House and represent the people of Timmins, James Bay, and to speak again on Bill C-15 on the devolution of powers in the Northwest Territories. At the outset, certainly the New Democrats support the principle of devolution. I'm going to speak a bit about the importance of devolution in a country as large and diversified as ours. We will also be, our concern is on Section 136 and 137 of the Act, which is folding the regional municipal planning boards into one. And those changes, we believe, are not in the spirit of the negotiations that were done with the people in the Northwest Territories and the First Nations, and we think that this is an outstanding problem that needs to be addressed. We can do good devolution, Mr. Speaker, but we need to ensure that the voices of the people are properly heard. In my own region of Timmins, James Bay, I represent a region that's larger than the United Kingdom. Many isolated fly-in communities, attempts to develop hydro resources, copper, diamonds, and yet we also have communities that live in intense poverty, a veritable fourth world. They call some of my communities Haiti at -40. When you go into these communities, you see that the federal government has done a very poor job in its fiduciary responsibilities, but also in basic, credible management in order to ensure that development occurs. If you talk to people in my region from the mining sector, and you talk to the people from the First Nations, you will hear one common answer that they will say together. They'll say, where's the government? They'll say, why isn't the government doing its job at the table? When you're trying to get development off the ground in a community where you have no doctors, where you don't have a grade school, where you have 20 people living in shacks, and a mining company is attempting to develop a resource development plan that will be hired, and you have people who haven't been able to graduate. And you need the federal government at the table doing its job. You also need the province doing their job. And this is why I think the issue of devolution in the Northwest Territories, we have to look through the lens of how do we ensure the development across the vast terrains of our country with the smaller populations to ensure that it's equitable. I'll give you a few examples, Mr. Speaker, of the failure of vision that we've seen in terms of how things have been handled in the Ring of Fire, which is a massive mineral resource development in the northwest of my riding that could impact for generations to come development. We remember when the member now from Muskoka was appointed, he was going to be the special point person. This government was going to make Ring of Fire happen. They were going to be the champions of the development of Ring of Fire. Well, they all ran away from that one. You don't hear a peep out of them. We saw how the provincial Liberal government completely botched it. And when you go into the communities, there's frustration because of the extremely high levels of poverty. And if you ask people in those regions about mining, they say, we understand that mining is going to happen, but it has to be done right. It has to be done right with the environmental protections. It has to be done right with proper consultation. Consultation isn't just a fiat from Ottawa telling all the little people how they're going to live. It's about respecting the land and the traditions. Without the federal government of the province at the table, this multi-billion-dollar project is sitting on idle. In my region, simple projects that could have moved ahead, again, through the devolution of authority. For example, in Attawapiskat, which had been without a grade school for years, children being educated on a toxic toxic brownfield. When this government walked away at the 11th hour on a long-term plan to build that school and just suddenly said, you know, building schools for children, as the Minister of Indian Affairs, Chuck Strauss, said at the time, wasn't a priority, the community was ready to build that school. This was a big project, but the community had financing through the bank. This was innovative. This was grassroots. They had bank financing. All they needed was the federal government to sign a tuition agreement. We could have had a whole new way of getting schools off the ground. But you had a belligerent government and a closed-minded bureaucracy, and that school wasn't built, and it led to the whole push for Shannon's Dream, which ended up at the United Nations, Canada being shamed on the international stage for its basic legal obligation to build schools for children. In the outcome of the Attawapiskat housing crisis of 2011, we had a plan to build 30 new houses in the community, rent to own. They weren't asking handouts for this government. This was a community that had gone to CMHC. They were ready to move forward. All they needed was a ministerial guarantee to sign off. The minister refused to sign. Those 30 houses weren't built. But it wasn't just this government that dropped the ball. It was the provincial government. We don't even, in communities on the James Bay coast, we don't even have the land base to expand the community, despite the fact that we have growing populations, because the province sits and claims the land. There's nobody up in those regions on the James Bay except the Muskego Cree, and yet Queen's Park has the temerity, the gall to say that that's all provincial land and you need our sign-off. Well, then why aren't they signing off? Well, you'll never see the province show up at the table when these simple things need to be done. So our communities are stuck between a catch-22, between a belligerent and incompetent federal government and a provincial government that believes that citizens of the James Bay region, because they're Cree, aren't somehow citizens of Ontario. So simple projects don't move forward. Mr. Speaker, we have the same problem with policing. Just as they do in the far north with our Anishinaabe Police Service that represents all the peoples of Treaty 9. I was at the funeral of the two young men who burnt to death in the police detachment in Kashechewan in 2006, Mr. Speaker. This was to call it a police detachment was incorrect. It was a shack where the police were delivering services out of, and two young men were trapped in there and burned to death horrifically. And out of that inquest, the light was finally shone on the substandard conditions that police face in these regions, on the high levels of PTSD, where we've had young police officers kill themselves with no support from the federal or provincial government. And out of the issues that we had for the NAPS services, Mr. Speaker, was the need to ensure that we had actually just basic proper police units. In Cache, the government didn't want to put in fire sprinklers because you know what, it costs money. It would be illegal anywhere else in the province of Ontario to have a public building without sprinklers, but hey, they got away with it on a reserve because the feds weren't going to worry about it and the province wasn't going to spend the money, and two young men burned to death. So we now have the situation in Fort Hope where plans to build a proper police detachment to ensure security for the police officers as well as the citizens has been derailed after multiple negotiations by this government. They simply have abandoned it. And if you hear from Chief Elizabeth at Lucan, she has written the government saying it is imperative that construction of this new detachment commence immediately, as costs for the transportation of materials will increase at the end of this short winter road season. She's writing to their Member of Parliament of Kenora saying, I request you to do everything possible to secure funding for the construction of this new detachment. These are communities that live by very narrow windows of building where if we don't get these sign-off to get this police detachment soon and we don't get those supplies up the road, then we lose another year. The police are left at risk, the communities are left at risk, and the cost to the taxpayer goes up and up and up. It's the serial incompetence of this government on managing files in the far north that has led us time and time again to see good projects sitting on someone's desk, refuse to be signed off on until the price has gone up 30 or 40% because every year it gets harder and harder to move supplies up. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the situation that we face in our region, so it's the lens that we apply on the issue of devolution. We support the issue of devolution in the Northwest Territories. This is a good, important step. But the question of taking the regional municipal water and planning boards and folding them all up, despite the opposition from First Nations, despite the concerns that were raised, is an example, once again, that this government just doesn't get it. They don't understand that if we're going to do proper development in Canada, we have to do it credibly, and we have to do it in consultation with people, because people are not against development, but they want it done right. And I'm very sorry to see this government, when we have a good program like devolution, undermining it, monkey-wrenching it by playing around with the whole development of the water boards in the region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Honorable député de Charlesbourg.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to congratulate my colleague who is always on top of the socio-economic situation of First Nations. He cares about them. I have a question. Why is it so important for us at the NDP that jurisdiction be devolved to First Nations and that they take in charge their own development?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague. The difference between the New Democrats and this Conservative government, this Conservative government believes that the territories of the First Nation people of this country is their land, and that the people living on it are somehow to be treated as a colonized people. This is why they strip away basic protections for environmental protection. This is why they treat the First Nation community as basically a hostage population. On the other hand, the New Democrats believe that our primary relationship in this country was a relationship forged with Champlain, when there was going to be a new country, and that country was going to be based on respect between the peoples of this land. And this government has done so much to undermine that sense of respect. But if there's going to be development in the 21st century, for resource development, it has to be done in consultation with the people whose primary land it is, and who have a right to participate, and who have been marginalized for far too long.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his outstanding speech today. He always takes the rights of Aboriginals and their concerns seriously. He has some in his writing. So I have a question for him. How important is it for him to have consultations with First Nations when decisions are taken which might affect their territory? So how important is it for the government to consult First Nations when it comes to crafting new legislation that could affect First Nations? How important are these consultations?
Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The obligation to consult is a constitutional obligation. Attempts to get around this have been beaten in court every single time. This is the basic fact. If there's going to be development in the territory on First Nation land, consultation is a must. But the other issues, having seen this at the ground level when I worked with the Algonquin Nation in Quebec, and now as I see with the Cree communities and Ojibwe communities, it's also common sense. The people on the ground know the facts. You know, they are treated as outsiders for so long on their own land, but if you sit down and you talk with the communities about how development should occur, you're going to develop plans that are much better and more sustainable. And in the long term, when you have people participating in the economy who used to be marginalized, you develop stronger local economies. You see the enormous potential in the young people in all our communities who for too long have been kept outside the door as though they were completely unwanted. When you start to include them in economies that actually are for sustainability and for the building of the regions, then we become the country we were meant to be. Right now, we are reverting under this government to a colonial mentality. And in the end, it is actually going to hurt the economic output, and it is going to hurt the development. And this is what I hear from mining companies. They say, we're tired of this government's attitude about fighting. We want to move forward on proper development, but we want to do it so that we can have some kind of long-term plan.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Gatineau.
The honourable member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I greatly appreciated my colleague's speech, and a question which comes to mind is this. The regional councils are responsible for lands and waters. They were created by the Conservative government to give a voice to Aboriginals living in the Northwest Territories with regard to the way their water and lands are used. I'm just wondering how the elimination of these provisions will help the populations concerned.
James Bay, you have about 30 seconds.
Well, thank you. What we heard from the witnesses was that they were not heard on this issue, that the importance of the regional water boards was crucial. So we can have devolution, but we need to maintain that voice at the local levels, particularly over the issue of water, because water is not only sacred, it is vital for ensuring a sustainable environmental future. And again, we see the government's continual attack on water protection across this country. This is a retrograde step.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pleasure to see you in the chair today, and I'm very pleased to rise today in the House to speak on Bill C-15, an act to replace the Northwest Territories Act to implement certain provisions of the Northwest Territories Land and Resources and a devolution agreement. Mr. Speaker, I had the pleasure to speak on this bill at second reading before it went to the committee. And although I'm not a northerner, I'm from the south, I'm from Vancouver, and I represent a very urban community, I must say that I did relate to many of the issues that were in this bill and many of the concerns that were expressed about the bill. And in particular, I do want to pay tribute to the member from the Western Arctic, the NDP member, who has just done an incredible amount of work, not only on this bill, but on the issue generally of the devolution of powers and support of the Northwest Territories. And I think, you know, for someone from an urban riding to appreciate the vastness of the territory that member has to represent and all of the communities that he has to speak to find out what concerns there are on the ground is really quite something phenomenal and something that I can't relate to in a geographical sense. But I do know that the member from the Western Arctic has been painstaking in his journey, in his consultations with people. And so when he comes into this House and he speaks to us about C-15, and he speaks to us about the concerns of this bill and what he took to committee and the amendments that he tried to get, we actually know that it comes from the grassroots. It comes from those consultations with local communities, with individual constituents. And that's why we're here, to bring that kind of information, that kind of grassroots approach into this House. And so, Mr. Speaker, it's very concerning when we hear that a bill that comes forward like this, that is really an historic bill, that's something that's been worked for many decades in terms of devolution, something that certainly New Democrats have supported for decades to ensure that the Northwest Territories can take over their own responsibility and they can take over what has been federal responsibility in the North. But it's very disconcerting when we find out that basically the local voices are not being heard. And unfortunately, I think this is what happened with this bill. Mr. Speaker, we supported the bill at second reading. We thought that the general principle of the bill, the thrust of the bill in terms of devolution, in terms of that journey, was a very important milestone. But we were very hopeful that when the bill went to committee, that there would be a thorough examination and that particularly the government members of the committee would come to an understanding that this bill actually had too much in it, that it was making amendments to other, for example, the Mackenzie River Valley River Agreement, that it was making amendments to that act as well that were very problematic, and that people in the local community were expressing a lot of concerns. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would note that when the bill did go to committee, and I want to thank the NDP members who were on the committee, the member for Nanaimo Cowichan, the member for Manicougan, the member for Western Arctic, who I've spoken about, and the member for Algoma, Manitoulin, and Kapokasing. These members worked very, very hard, and there were only 4 meetings of the committee looking at the bill, but it's quite interesting to note that one of the meetings was a 9.5-hour meeting in Yellowknife. Now, I think that's very telling. It shows us that when the committee traveled to the north, that they sat down with the witnesses who came to the committee, that I've never heard of a committee with witnesses for 9.5 hours. And the fact that it was done in the local community tells us that there was a lot of interest in the bill. Obviously, there were witnesses who wholeheartedly supported the bill without reservation, but there were witnesses, Mr. Speaker, having read some of the transcript and having talked to the member from the Western Arctic and other members, there were people in Yellowknife, in the Northwest Territories, who did express their concerns about the consequences and the impacts of this bill. And in particular, I do want to quote one of the witnesses, Mr. David Bobb, who is the Vice President for Northern Territories Federation of Labour. And when I read his comments, I thought he put it very succinctly in terms of outlining some of the problems with this bill. Mr. Speaker, what he said, and I quote, is that Bill C-15 should really be split into 2 distinct bills that can be debated and voted on separately. Combining devolution legislation with amendments to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act is a tortured exercise and one not worthy of a government wishing to be transparent and democratic. While some may quibble over the details and outcomes of devolution, that part of the bill will probably earn general consent from the people of the NWT. The part of the bill that completely disrupts our existing regulatory system, however, is sure to elicit substantial adverse reactions. The intent of devolution is to transfer greater authority over land and resource decisions to the North and Northerners, but we do not believe that this would be achieved by the proposed changes to the regulatory regime contained in Part 4 of the bill. Now, Mr. Speaker, as I've said, I think that's a very revealing quote from a very key witness, and it shows us that this bill that's now come back to the House, and I know that the NDP submitted, I think it was 11 amendments. The Conservatives didn't submit any amendments. 2 of the NDP amendments were approved, but it's really disconcerting that some of these fundamental questions that the bill actually covered too much in terms of going into the Mackenzie Valley Agreement, that it's going to cause a lot of negative consequences in the local community. So, Mr. Speaker, I do think that's unfortunate. Overall, the NDP is still in support of this bill at report stage, and of course we're going through that debate now, and then we'll go on to third and final reading. But I really hope that there is a measure of thoughtfulness, that once this bill is passed, because I'm sure it will pass, that there's a willingness by the government to actually review this devolution and to listen to the concerns of Northerners, that as the practicalities of implementing the devolution and transferring those powers, that the needs of that community will be heard. You know, Mr. Speaker, today I was at the Standing Committee of Health, and this issue came up again, and it's unfortunately all too familiar to us that we see devolution, we see the federal government, you know, wash its hands and say, well, we don't have anything to do with healthcare anymore, and they might transfer it to programs and services to the Assembly of First Nations or other organizations, but the resources are not provided. And there still is a responsibility of the federal government to provide those resources once the transfer has been made. And we see this in healthcare. I'm sure we're not going to see it in the budget today, but an acknowledgement that the provinces and territories have been shortchanged $36 billion in healthcare. It is provincial delivery system, but there is a federal responsibility. So, Mr. Speaker, in terms of this bill that's before us today, Bill C-15, unfortunately, it's the same old story. Devolution in this particular circumstance is warranted, it's been asked for, it is something that we support. But it's critical that the federal government listen to the local community and not just do the legal transfer. There's more to it than that. It's actually providing the resources that are required so that the authority, in this case the Northwest Territories, can actually carry out their legal responsibility under the agreement. So, Mr. Speaker, those are the observations that I have at third reading, and again I thank my colleagues who are on the committee, who gave it due diligence, who went through this bill, who listened to people, who made amendments. Unfortunately, most of them were not supported. We're still supporting the bill, but I can tell you we're going to be vigilant, we're going to watch this, we're going to continue to work with Northerners and with people in the Northwest Territories, particularly Aboriginal First Nations people, to make sure that this bill is not just a legal document, but it's something that actually has a positive impact on people in local communities. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And although my colleague didn't sit on the Aboriginal Committee, obviously she familiarized herself quite a bit with the file, and it was quite obvious. So I guess I just want to maybe quote for a second from Decho First Nation, who actually put down in their brief, these dramatic amendments are being forced on the Decho territory and people. We were not approached to develop a new regulatory system in the spirit of partnership and mutual respect. Rather, we were told what was going to happen, asked to comment, and our comments were pushed aside. This is not consultation, as it utterly lacks the meaningfulness and good faith of a genuine dialogue, nor does it show any semblance of accommodation. So again, Mr. Speaker, I think this speaks to how we've seen over and over again where people have come to comment or have made submissions and they're basically pushed aside. And these are the people that are actually on the ground. So maybe my colleague could kind of indicate how important it is to listen to witnesses, to balance everything, and to go from there when we're making legislation and changes to legislation. In this particular space, it's with respect to the land and the water use. So I'm just wondering if my colleague can comment on that.
Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I sure appreciate the comments of our member from Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, because I know she worked extremely hard on this committee, as she does generally, and I know that she and other of our members actually did listen to leaders and key stakeholders in the Northwest Territories on this bill, and it's just very dismaying to see how these concerns are dismissed. I mean, you have a bill. Why would the Conservatives basically not bring forward any amendment? You know, is the bill perfect? It's this pattern that any government bill, basically, that's it. You know, even the members of committee from the government side really don't have anything else to do with it. And I think it's kind of a sad state of affairs on the House, Mr. Speaker. And I know you've been here for a while, and you have seen the progression of how this House, how the role of members of Parliament has diminished. You know, the days were when they used to be, the committee process was healthy, and you used to see good amendments coming forward that actually improved a bill. That's why it goes to committee. But now it's just a formality. Well, I do want to say, as the member so well outlined, that we still take it very seriously, and that's why we do put forward amendments to actually try and improve a bill based on what we've heard from the witnesses in that community.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Vancouver East for her statement, and of course we're pleased to hear that they plan on supporting this bill. I think what's important to note, though, Mr. Speaker, is that the committee, the Aboriginal Affairs Committee, was on the ground in Yellowknife recently and spent over 9.5 hours doing direct witness testimony. That was an opportunity for people in Yellowknife to provide that testimony, to provide the experiences they had and share with us their views. That was 9.5 hours, 2 weeks worth of committee hearings done in a full day there that provided everybody ample opportunity. The Premier of the Northwest Territories confirmed that they engaged the Aboriginal community, the First Nation community in their territory. That's a duly elected government, a government elected by consensus. We had ministers appear here in Ottawa that also testified that the 5-year review period would give them ample time to work through some of the growing pains that might exist, learn from the Yukon Territory example of devolution, and provide recommendations for growth and improvement over a reasonable period of time. So my question, Mr. Speaker, to the member opposite is she suggesting that the advice and counsel of a duly elected government of the Northwest Territories isn't satisfactory to move this bill forward? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And actually, to the member opposite, he might not be aware, but I actually specifically mentioned that marathon meeting in Yellowknife of 9.5 hours, and that was a lot of work for the members as well as the witnesses who appeared. And of course, you know, the Premier of the Northwest Territories, what he has to say about the bill is very important. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? We believe that there's a partnership with Aboriginal people in this country, and it's about government to government. And it was those voices that unfortunately were not heard. So it's not about the Premier. If he was satisfied, fine. But the fact is that there were very important voices in terms of the Aboriginal community in the Northwest Territories that feel that they were not heard, and they're still concerned about this bill. So all the more reason to make sure that this 5-year review period is genuine, and that there is a proper review to make sure that when changes need to be made, they will be made. Thank you.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. L'honorable député de Gatineau.
The honourable member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We can feel the agitation here in the chamber on the eve of the tabling of a minimalist budget. I will speak to this bill where the government continues to make the same mistake. We'll be supporting Bill C-15 because it's in the interest of the Northwest Territories. This bill will rewrite the constitution of the territory, and sometimes people don't understand that the situation is very different from in the provinces because the powers and authorities of a territory are determined via federal legislation. Over the years, Ottawa has transferred powers to the territory, and there were discussions. But what strikes me about Bill C-15, as mentioned by the member for Vancouver East, and I'm not an expert in this area, I'm happy that we have other experts in our caucus, but I did have some time to take a look at this bill. But we do count heavily on our caucus experts, subject matter experts, including the member for Western Arctic, who has done yeoman's duty on this bill. They sat at committee to hear the various witnesses on Bill C-15, the member for Nanaimo Cowichan, for Manicouagan, the member for Manitoulin Kapuskasing. Like the member for Vancouver East, I was very pleased to, or in fact, I was interested to hear that there was a 9-hour meeting. That was an important amount of time for people to discuss these issues, but it's important for me to rise in this House to speak to this bill. What struck me at the time and what continues to strike me today is that the implementation of the convention requires changes. Not minor changes, but changes to 42 pieces of legislation. The Northwest Territories Act, the Territorial Act, the Oil and Gas Act, among others, Mr. Speaker. And during the meeting of the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development on November 28, 2013, a Deputy Minister stated that there would also be amendments to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, and that would create an environmental assessment process for the Northwest Territories apart from the zone for the Inuvialuit. So that's quite considerable, Mr. Speaker. We had hoped that during debate at second reading, the government would listen carefully to the needs of these communities, would listen and hear the requests or the calls for changes to the bill. And as I can see, there were 11 amendments put forth by the NDP, none by the Conservatives, and 5 from the Green Party, in addition to 4 from the Liberals. 2 amendments, 1 and 4 from the NDP, were accepted. Now, when I say that this government is a minimalist one, serial offenders said each time we come to committee with proposed amendments to improve a bill, well, more often than not, they're refused outright. Yes, we have committees, there are meetings, we meet with witnesses, hear from them, we listen. Sometimes on the Conservative side, it seems like they pretend to listen, but these aren't real consultations. Consultation for Conservatives, especially as regards First Nations, and I'm always surprised by this, because we saw all the apology made by the Prime Minister to First Nations, but that was something that gave people a great deal of hope, Mr. Speaker. But since then, there's nothing worse than to raise people's hopes or expectations, lead them to believe that something will change. But then they're hit time and time again by measures like these. At the Justice Committee, we were looking at C10 this morning, Mr. Speaker, and as part of that study, we had the same concerns that we've heard with C15, i.e. the lack of consultation by the government of the First Nations. And I mentioned the so-called election reform and to the representatives of the Kanawaki Mohawk Nation that, at any rate, to consult for this government means you talk, you say a few things, and I consider that consultation. Well, consultation, Mr. Speaker, when you really want to adopt good legislation that will have the desired impact on the lives of people, well, that means a lot more than simply giving them a very short amount of time to say a few words. Even if 9 hours were devoted to it, even if they were listened or they were heard but not listened to, and there's a distinction, not much positive comes from that. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not saying that Bill C-15 is bad. In its entirety, we'll be supporting it, so it can't be entirely bad. But why satisfy ourselves with something that's just acceptable instead of attempting to make legislation that will stand the test of time and that meets the interests initially sought? Consultations for the government on C10 could be summarized as a few meetings. Well, we've heard from your concerns, but it wasn't real negotiations nation to nation. And the same is true here with this one. The same situation is occurring with the Elections Reform Act. People will have an opportunity to say a few words, not to expand on that, not to talk about whether something will be good or not. No, those are the issues that are at stake, Mr. Speaker, on these important files. Presenting 11 amendments and seeing 2 that were retained, well, that's good. Good job, committee, with the member for Nanaimo, Cowichan, Western Arctic, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, Manicouagan, etc. Others will be very jealous of that success, getting through 2 amendments. Two of the 11 that had initially been introduced. But I would like the government to realize that just because something comes from the official opposition doesn't always mean that it's a negative value judgment on the government proposals. No, it's, as I said earlier, it's with a view to enacting good legislation. Once again here, we're talking about a convention that will have an impact. It will lead to changes to 40 pieces of legislation, including the Northwest Territories Act, the Territorial Act, the Oil and Gas Act, and the one that caused a great deal of a problem, the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. It doesn't take into account to the environment. There are several aspects of the bill that will have an impact on the environment, on our natural resources, and sometimes then it's good to look at these issues ahead of time to try to ward them off, so that, in fact, we don't end up with a court battle that will last for decades, because there are some treaties that are challenged because they're not respected. And when you don't listen to people, Mr. Speaker, or you simply give the impression that you're listening to them, but you don't actually hear what they're saying, then that's when problems arise. And that's what the official opposition, in its great wisdom, is trying to teach the government opposite. It turns a deaf ear to everything that comes from everywhere except that small cell of people surrounding the Prime Minister. I know, Mr. Speaker, that I don't have much time left. I know that C-15 is of great interest to everyone in this House here today. I'd like to tell them, Mr. Speaker, that it is much more interesting, C-15, than what we'll hear for the next 30 minutes. We won't be hearing much. It'll be an insipid speech we'll hear, because, unfortunately, we've got a very small government that we're dealing with, Mr. Speaker.
Could I ask those members in the chamber who don't want to ask a question to please take their seats? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs. Again, could I ask those who are not asking questions to please take their seats?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure to enter into this debate again, with the galleries full and the House filling up to hear my intervention. Mr. Speaker, the Premier of the Northwest Territories made it very clear when he appeared before the committee in Yellowknife, when he said that we need an efficient and effective regulatory system in the Northwest Territories that protects the public interest, allows us to manage our land and environment, and promotes responsible development. And the Northwest Territories Mineral Development Strategy, again, says by creating a strong regulatory framework that clearly outlines consultation requirements, processes, and timing, companies will have increased clarity regarding regulatory process expectations, and the GNWT needs to support the timely completion and lead the effective implementation of Canada's Regulatory Reform Action Plan. So I know the honourable member did congratulate the committee for accepting 2 NDP amendments. I wonder if she'll also join with us in congratulating the government of the Northwest Territories on achieving devolution. It's just a short time away, and we congratulate the NDP for supporting this bill, but perhaps she could comment on the Premier's comments about the need for an effective, efficient regulatory system.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Well, I have no problem doing what he is asking Mr. Speaker, but I dream of the day when the Conservatives will have a single member who will rise in this House to say, look, we are aware that there are problems with our bill, that several people disagree with what we're proposing, and instead of being deemed enemies, there are people who will attempt to improve things. So we can play this game of there are three people on my side who think like me, but it would be a lot more productive, Mr. Speaker, to not try to simply see who agrees with what I'm putting forth and who doesn't. I'm not being naive, no. We can't have a government that turns a deaf ear that comes from anywhere else and the opposition.
Who asked the last question? Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the Liberal Party certainly congratulates the Premier and the Government of the Northwest Territories on achieving devolution, which has been a long-lasting dream of the people in that area. It's unfortunate that since the former Liberal government signed it, it's taken more than 8 years for the government opposite to negotiate it. But, Mr. Speaker, what we don't congratulate is the fact that they have also not empowered Aboriginal people through the amendments to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. And many of these Aboriginal governments feel that their rights have been infringed upon and that their constitutional agreement that they negotiated as part of land claims is not being adhered to or taken serious by the government opposite. And I would ask my colleague to explain if she feels, and is that her understanding from the representation that we have had from many people across the Northwest Territories.
Here, here. Not have a deputy to Gatineau.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Well, you know, Mr. Speaker, what saddens me as well, coming from that side, that end, we often get lectured. But where were they when they were in the majority? Where were they when they could have made all of those changes? Agreements are difficult when governments are minorities. You don't wait for we need to have nation-to-nation negotiations. Neither the Conservatives nor the Liberals have any lessons to teach anyone, any lecturing. It's a step in the right direction, but, Mr. Speaker, if we could have people listening actively, if they could seriously listen and hear, instead of simply waiting for problems to surface after the fact.
Questions and comments has expired. Is the House ready for the question? Yes? Okay. The question is on motion number 4. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands is rising on a point of order.
Speaker, I believe that this debate wasn't closed until all the people who had an opportunity to speak had an opportunity to speak, and I thought there were still some openings for speeches remaining. Is that not the case?
Yes, if there are other members willing to speak, we can. Is the member rising to get recognized for a speech? Okay, so the House isn't ready for the question, but it is almost 4 o'clock, so perhaps we will. When the bill is next before the House, I'll recognize the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
That the vote be deferred till tomorrow at the close of government orders.
There won't be a vote now. There'll be a resumption of debate the next time the bill is next before the House. And has the for Saanich Gulf Islands will have the floor the next time the bill is before the House. I think what we'll do is we'll just, at this point, wait patiently for the Honourable Minister of Finance. The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, in the document for the budget, if you look at page 1, it talks about the labor force and initiatives.
Only in English. It's the rule of this House to have a document only.
Order. The documents have just been tabled. I'll have a look at what the honourable member says. We can deal with it in a few moments. It being 4 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of Ways and Means proceeding number 6 concerning the budget presentation.
Ways and Means, consideration of Ways and Means motion number 6 concerning the budgetary policy of the government.
Mr. Flaherty, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moves that the House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I table the budget documents for 2014, including the Ways and Means motion.
The measures are contained in these documents. I am asking that an order of the day be designated for consideration of these motions. I also wish to announce that the government will introduce legislation to implement the measures in the budget. Mr. Speaker, nearly 150 years ago, Canada was founded with fiscal responsibility as its cornerstone. The men and women who carved this great country out of the wilderness simply called it good government. That's what Minister of Finance John Rose was talking about when he stood before this Assembly to deliver Canada's first budget speech in 1868. He said, and I quote, "I say that we ought to be most careful in our outlay and consider well every shilling we expend," unquote. Now, Mr. Speaker, that's just old-fashioned English for old-fashioned common sense. And it is that solid Canadian common sense that has guided our government through good times and bad. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to rise today to present Canada's Economic Action Plan 2014. This prudent plan builds on our record of strong, sound, and consistent fiscal management. It is a low-tax plan to promote jobs and economic growth and support Canadian families. And it is a common-sense plan that will see Canada return to a balanced budget in 2015. Economic Action Plan 2014 sticks to the principles that we adopted when I rose to deliver our government's first budget in 2006 during good times. I was 6'4" then, Mr. Speaker. Things got a little rough. Now, what did our government do then when few could see dark clouds on the horizon? Well, we paid down our federal debt. We lowered taxes for families and job creators. We made sure our fiscal house was in order. And why did we do this? We did it because it was the responsible way to a brighter future for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, financial prudence now leads to financial prosperity in the future. It leads to opportunity. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, and so it was that when economic bad times came, our country was better prepared than most. Since the depths of the recession, Canada has led the G7 in job creation. Coming out of the recession, Canada had a AAA credit rating with a stable outlook, which was and still is virtually unmatched among our peers. We have the best net debt to GDP ratio among G7 nations. There are many reasons to be optimistic.
There are signs of recovery around us, but there are also troubled waters. The world economy is still fragile. One need look no further than Europe and the emerging economies to see that. Here at home, household debt is still higher than we'd like to see. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, and there are still too many Canadians looking for work and too many employers looking for workers. There is still work to be done.
Mr. Speaker, as I won't surprise you, my favorite father of Confederation, Thomas D'Arcy McGee, once said, I'll wait for the quote, once said, we are in the rapids and must go on, unquote. And so, even as the times get better again, we will stay the course that has worked so well. Mr. Speaker, my other favorite father of Confederation, Sir John A. Macdonald, this is not a poll. Could have been talking about our economic action plan when he said, and I quote, "The government are merely trustees for the public." And that is why we are so committed to balancing the budget and returning Canada to a position of fiscal strength. When governments run prolonged deficits, they are spending money that belongs to future generations. Deficit spending endangers social programs we benefit from and our children will soon depend on. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, we also recognize that balanced budgets are important to the long-term prosperity of this country, inspiring confidence in investors and consumers whose dollars grow the economy and create jobs, and also ensuring interest rates stay low. Canadians have trusted us with the economy, and we have delivered.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, as we have promised, our government remains committed to balancing the budget in 2015. But I must be clear. We did not do this on the backs of ordinary Canadians or Canadians in need or at the expense We did not cut the programs Canadians rely on. We did not cut transfers to our provinces and territories, money they use for things like education and health care. Rather, we did this by getting our own fiscal house in order. Mr. Speaker, that is exactly how our government will continue. Our government has reduced direct program spending for the third year in a row in 2012. That is something no other government has done in decades. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, our government continues to eliminate waste that will cut the cost of government without cutting programs Canadians depend on. Going forward, the government will freeze the operating expenses of departments. We will continue to divest government assets when in the best interest of Canadians to do so.
Mr. Speaker, by doing these things, we will not only balance the budget in 2015, we will achieve a surplus. But again, let me be clear. A return to surplus is not a license to spend recklessly. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, what we will do, what we have always done, is stay the course.
Mr. Speaker, we will make sure Canada's fiscal position remains strong enough to weather any future global economic storms. That starts with paying down the debt and keeping taxes low. Even in the toughest economic times, our government has worked hard to reduce the tax burden for Canadian families and Canadian businesses. In fact, the federal tax burden is the lowest it has been in 50 years. Since taking office, we delivered more than 160 tax relief measures, lowered the GST to 5% from 7%, introduced pension income splitting for seniors, created the working income tax benefit, WITB, to help ensure that low-income workers are better off by taking a job. And Monsieur le Président,
and Mr. Speaker, now an average family of 4 pays $3,400 less in tax in a year. But we also know that taxes help fund programs and services that Canadians rely on. And we will keep closing tax loopholes so every Canadian pays their fair share.
Mr. Speaker, by keeping taxes low, we have created the best environment for business investment in the G7. And those businesses create jobs for Canadians. Creating jobs and opportunities remain our government's top priorities. We already have the best record for job creation in the G7 countries. Since the depths of the economic recession, employment has increased by more than 1 million people. These jobs are overwhelmingly full-time and in the private sector. And Monsieur le Président,
and Mr. Speaker, we are making sure that opportunities are there for everyone.
We've invested in apprenticeship programs, and measures to increase the number of people with disabilities, young people, and Aboriginal Canadians in the workforce by helping them find the job training they need. But there is more we can and will do. That's why today I am pleased to announce the Canada Apprentice Loan, which will give apprentices registered in Red Seal trades access to interest-free student loans. That went so well, I should say it again. Millions of other Canadians have benefited from student loans before, but apprentices have not, and as I say, they will be interest-free. And that is why the Prime Minister announced more than $1.9 billion in new funding to implement the First Nations control of First Nations Education Act. Mr. Speaker, Canada has one of the best educated workforces in the world. In fact, the number of Canadians under 25 with university degrees has gone up by more than 50% since 2002. Still, getting that first job after finishing college or university can be challenging. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, to help young people get the first critical work experience they need, our government will focus investment to support internships in high-demand fields and in small and medium-sized businesses. As well, we will support 2 programs that will help people with disabilities find jobs and stay employed. Ready, Willing, and Able is an initiative to help Canadians with intellectual disabilities become part of the workforce. We will also invest in a program to help young people with autism find rewarding jobs.
Mr. Speaker, we will also implement an enhanced job match service to help unemployed Canadians get back to work by connecting them with employers looking to hire individuals with their skill set. We will also introduce a new expression of interest system to ensure Canada has an efficient, flexible immigration system that matches the needs of employers. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, Canada leads the G7 when it comes to investing in post-secondary research. And we know that investments in science and technology help Canadian business remain competitive while creating high-paying jobs.
Mr. Speaker, that's why we have invested more than $11 billion in new resources since 2006 to support science, technology, and innovative companies that are opening new frontiers for Canada. And that's why I'm very pleased today to announce our government's investment in the Canada First Research Excellence Fund. The fund will support the strategic research priorities of Canada's post-secondary institutions. It will help them excel globally in research areas that create long-term economic advantages for Canada. In addition, Mr. Speaker, Budget 2014 includes the largest yearly increase in funding for research through the Granting Council's in over a decade. In Canada's very first budget speech, I'm back to him again, Finance Minister John Rose said, and I quote, "What this country wants is care and judgment in the development of its resources." Close quotes. Those words still ring true today. That's why our government is promoting safe, responsible resource development that is not bogged down by unnecessary red tape. Minister Rose also said, and I quote, "We must not neglect the means necessary to bring our products of all kinds to a profitable market," unquote. This is also true today, especially when it comes to energy. Making sure that Canadian energy remains available to markets around the world is a priority for this government. That's why I'm happy to announce today that Economic Action Plan 2014 sets aside funds for review of projects like the Energy East pipeline proposal. Mr. Speaker, in addition, Canada has always been an exporting nation. Our investment in the new Windsor-Detroit crossing means Canadian goods will go to market faster, allowing businesses to grow, expand trade, and help to secure a prosperous future. Monsieur le Président, notre gouvernement...
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to protecting Canada's environment, and that commitment is evident in our ongoing investment in national parks.
In fact, Mr. Speaker, since coming to office, we have added more than 160,000 square kilometers to our national parks and marine conservation system. These priceless natural and historical places are a spectacular legacy for our children, and we must ensure they remain pristine. And we are, and we will. I am pleased to announce that our government is investing to maintain these national treasures for the next generation to enjoy. We will make substantial investments through Parks Canada to improve the highways, bridges, and dams located in our national parks and along our historic canals. Mr. Speaker, we also know that partnering with committed citizen groups can make conservation dollars stretch farther. That's why we introduced the Recreational Fisheries Conservation Partnership Program, which doubled the impact of every dollar invested in its first year. Today, we are increasing our commitment to protect even more sensitive fish habitat in the future. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, Canada is blessed with a network of recreational trails that allow Canadians to connect with nature all year round. It pleases me to announce that our government will partner with the National Trails Coalition to make this recreational experience even better, fulfilling another of our 2011 platform commitments.
Mr. Speaker, families are the lifeblood of every community. Our government is working hard to ensure that Canadian families are protected in their communities. As part of these efforts, we will create a DNA-based missing persons index to help bring some peace to the families of missing persons. And for that, I want to thank Judy Peterson. Monsieur le Président, nous allons également.
Mr. Speaker, we are also standing up for hard-working families trying to make ends meet. Our Consumers First agenda will help ensure Canadians are also protected in the marketplace. When Canadian families spend their hard-earned money, they should be confident that they are being treated fairly in a competitive marketplace.
So, Mr. Speaker, that's why we took steps to increase competition in the wireless sector, which has reduced wireless rates by 20%. That's why we are taking steps to lower wholesale roaming rates within Canada and giving the CRTC the power to impose financial penalties on companies that do not comply with the rules. We will also introduce legislation to address the price gap between identical goods sold in Canada and the United States. We will also continue our investments in Canada's food safety system by hiring more inspectors to ensure the food destined for Canadian dinner tables is safe. Mettre fin à la pratique
prohibit the pay-to-pay practice that charges consumers for paper bills, including printed credit card statements.
Reduce red tape for charities by enabling them to apply for registration and file their annual returns electronically is also a step we will take. We will also make major investments in access to broadband in rural and northern communities. Mr. Speaker, I am proud of our government's record of fiscal restraint and good management. Notre bilan.
This record, during the worst economic crisis in recent history, has been the envy of the world.
I believe we have been, as Sir John A. wanted us to be, trustees for the public. Et je sais que.
And I know that I speak on behalf of all my colleagues when I say that we are truly grateful to all Canadians for putting their trust in us.
Mr. Speaker, I know that I speak on behalf of my colleagues when I say that we are truly grateful to all Canadians for putting their trust in us. We have worked hard, and we will continue to work hard to, as Darcy McKee said, strengthen the faith of our people in their own future, the faith of every Canadian in Canada. Mr. Speaker, the plan unveiled today is another prudent step toward that brighter future. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his speech. I kept waiting for the budget.
Where was it?
My question is the following, Mr. Speaker. With 1.4 million Canadians unemployed, 10% of the City of Toronto is unemployed. Canada has the weakest job creation since the Great Recession. Tens of thousands of Canadians are dropping out of the labour force, and it's difficult times for all Canadians, but our youth are being hit hardest of all. So why is there nothing, absolutely nothing, in this budget for the vast majority of Canada's young workers? Why is this government abandoning them?
Hear, hear.
Order. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
In another room, Mr. Speaker.
He's all there.
Apprentices, mentoring programs, paid intern programs, the auto sector, the forestry sector, the mining sector. Special tax rates for manufacturers so they can hire more people, which they do. This is a long-term plan, and it is working.
Give her the page number.
I'm sure the member opposite would rather read the budget than have a fine dinner tonight.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too would like to congratulate the Finance Minister on delivering his 8th deficit budget in a row.
Congratulations.
Adding something in the order of $160 billion to the national debt and $5,000 for each man, woman, and child. Could he tell us whether the budget will be followed by a budget implementation bill, which will be an omnibus bill? And once again, and will he tell us whether there will be an advertising budget for non-existent programs during the Stanley Cup playoffs and the Olympics? And could he confirm that he'll be moving $4 billion in military spending to defer military spending in order to balance the budget? And could he tell us whether the $17 billion increase in projected revenues, more than any previous year and more than any subsequent year, is based on what other than election speculation?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, there are a lot of questions there. Let me answer the question that I think actually has some merit. When you look at the budget, you'll see that there is some spending that has been pushed forward for the armed forces. This is for infrastructure in the armed forces, for procurement. It's because the expense cannot be incurred this year or next year. Therefore, we're moving it forward because the money cannot be used this year or next year. It is not a cut. The money is there to be used, but the equipment has to be ready to be manufactured and purchased.
Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all members of Parliament and all Canadians, I would like to thank Canada's Minister of Finance for tabling his 10th consecutive budget. Across Canada, especially in my home province of British Columbia, search and rescue volunteers play a vital role in keeping our community safe and secure. Given that many men and women put their lives at risk to help in search and rescue missions, I ask the Minister, what will Economic Action Plan 2014 do to help these brave volunteers?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for his question. Prince George Peace River is fortunate to have him as Member of Parliament. Our government respects the brave men and women who put their lives at risk, like Tim Jones of British Columbia, who died on January 19th this year after 26 years with the North Shore Rescue Team. Economic Action Plan 2014 introduces the Search and Rescue Volunteers Tax Credit. Eligible ground, air, and marine search and rescue workers will be able to claim a 15% tax credit. They must perform 200 or more hours of volunteer search and rescue service to qualify. I thank the member for the idea.
Honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The immigration program imperils capital investments in Quebec. It's almost 50% of the amount that will be directed to small and medium-sized businesses, and this is obviously another measure that will really affect the venture capital markets in Quebec and the Workers' Fund. I'd like the Minister to confirm with me who was consulted on this reform. Was the Quebec government consulted? How does doing away with this program affect the province of Quebec? And how about the new pilot project that will replace it? The Honourable Minister of Finance. As the member knows, the government of Quebec has a program in Quebec, and it isn't a Canadian government program. The changes are simply those made by the Quebec government.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentary. The Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know the Finance Minister is an avid golfer. He might want to consider taking a mulligan on this one. Mr. Speaker, today's budget, it creates a totally disingenuous surplus through cuts to equipment to our troops, through the sale of assets at yard sale prices, and through an artificially high EI payroll tax. The Minister knows full well that the EI account is set to balance at the end of this year, but by not letting the rates fall, he's leaving an added payroll burden on employers across this country, in turn stifling job development. Will the Minister reconsider this blatant mistake in policy and unlock the premium rates?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we've had this debate in this place before, and also with the provincial and territorial ministers. Employers and employees in Canada today, in a fragile economy, do not need additional burdens. What they need is as much money as they can get from their hard work to support themselves and their families. And for this reason, we froze EI rates.
Member for Burlington.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all Canadians, let me congratulate the Minister for his work in returning Canada to a balanced budget in 2015. While other countries struggle with their finances, Canada is showing the world that strong fiscal management is the right path for job creation and economic growth. On a personal note, I want to thank the Minister for including the Missing Persons Index in this budget. I worked on that as a private member's bill 8 years ago.
Good work.
I would also like to thank the Minister for his work on supporting charities and encouraging charitable giving in Canada. Given the important work charities do in every community, what will the Economic Action Plan 2014 do to help charities? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the learned member from Burlington. I thank him for his service on the House of Commons Finance Committee and his work as chair with the chair, the member for Edmonton-Leduc. They have given advice. That committee has given advice about charities and about making it more efficient for charities to operate, and that is to permit charities to operate electronically with CRA for the first time ever, allowing charities to use modern technology like computers when fundraising, and encouraging Canadians who voluntarily donate land to conservation charities with increased tax relief. All of these measures are contained in the budget, and I thank the committee for its hard work.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I thank the Minister of Finance for his comments. But I have to say he really didn't oversell this budget. It truly is what he promised, a do-nothing budget. He certainly has lived up to that. There are almost 300,000 more Canadians unemployed today than before the recession, people who are very concerned about their and their families' economic futures, a whole generation of young people that are looking to this government for some hope and some opportunity for them, and I dare say they are all very sadly disappointed.
Hear, hear.
Clearly, this government is delaying any new ideas, any new initiatives until next year, when it's more politically advantageous for themselves, which is a very cynical approach to the many families that are struggling so hard across this country. I don't think those families, those middle-class families and working families that are being nickeled and dimed every day by measures this government has taken no action on, I don't think they appreciate this government playing politics with their incomes and their day-to-day lives. In addition, this government has focused instead on challenging those who would raise voices of opposition, public servants, labour unions, environmental groups, and we're very concerned about the chill that they're creating across this country when it comes to basic civil liberties. We're also concerned that this government has taken no action to improve the lot of veterans who are concerned about the cuts to services in many communities across this country. Now, there are some measures that New Democrats have proposed, like banning pay-to-pay billing, that this government has said it's going to act on. We'll wait to see if they're going to follow through on that. We've seen announcements like this before. We do notice there's nothing on bank fees, nothing on ATM fees, credit card fees, many of the no-cost measures that would make the lives of Canadians more affordable, totally missing from this budget, not to mention the eco-energy home retrofit tax credit, which would have been a job creation measure that this government has not announced. Now, we have great concerns, Mr. Speaker, about this budget. We will be looking forward to returning to the House tomorrow to speak further about the budget. But with that, Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine, that the debate now be adjourned.
Ms. Nath, seconded by Mr. Toon, moves that the debate be now adjourned. Pursuant to Standing Order 83-2, the motion is deemed adopted, and the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m.
I'll try this.